All right, I'm not gonna waste any time. We are probably gonna be here for a while, so let's jump right into it with Shibuya Scramble. Um, when the game pops up, there it is. We are gonna try to do 2 sittings of this game. I usually stream for around 3 hours, but I'm gonna do twice that amount this time. I'm really hoping we'll be able to get through the game at this pace. Then that way, the next time I stream, we can be done. Because this game's great and all. But holy shit. So let's just go. Um, yeah. 19 hours. 35 bad ends. It's looking good. So, van exploded, right? And Minoru, what the fuck? Okay. Uh, let's start with the fan favorite. Oh yeah, he has her now. I walk counter. I walk counter to the throng of people heading toward the scene of the explosion. There's a gun pressed against my back, leaving me no choice but to continue marching forward. I don't have much time for this right now. There's something I need to do. My frantic sense of urgency grows and grows. Kanan. The only clue I have is that name. The other hazy snippets that have surfaced in my memory provide no answers. Please, just tell me, I murmur. Do you know who I am? When the man with the cane doesn't answer, I stop in my tracks. I'm going to start shouting, I warn him. If you want to find out who you are, then do as I say. The barrel of the gun jabs more forcefully into my back. Once we find Totomi Osawa, you'll remember, whether you like it or not. Guess I have no choice but to keep moving, then. Are your memories really that precious to you? The man mutters as we start to move again. I'm taken aback by the question. Well, yes, I mean, isn't that pretty normal? There's a bit of pause before he replies, his voice sad and distant. You're not going to remember just the good times, you know. What do you mean? I mean that sad and painful memories are going to resurface too. I guess I hadn't really thought about that. But still, whatever kind of memories they are, they're all a part of me. I'm the person I am now because of the sorrow and pain too. I want to remember. I want to remember who I am. The gunman directs me dispassionately along a series of quiet side streets. Right here. I stop at his words. In front of us is an old multi-tenant office building. We ride the elevator to the 8th floor, then use the emergency exit to take the stairs up to the rooftop. A cool breeze blows across my cheek. Sit down there. I do as he says, settling myself on the outdoor air conditioning unit. The man lowers his gun, but keeps it in hand. We'll wait here for a bit. For how long? He lets out a rueful chuckle. Guess we'll have to wait and see. I decide there's no point in trying to fight with him. For now, I have to hope he's telling the truth, and whatever is coming will help me get my memories back. If I don't know my past, how can I know what to do about this Kanan stuff or anything else? I stare up at the sky as I wait for whatever this assassin is waiting for. The silence between us is suffocating. Finally, I can't take it any longer. Hey, so, I think this is yours. I hold out the notebook I picked up earlier. The man's surprise is plain on the face. Where did you get that? I saw the picture inside. He snatches the book out of my hand. Then he flips through it, looking sad. I'm afraid that another agonizing silence is about to descend when he speaks at last. This is a picture of me and my childhood friends. His voice is low and quiet. We were inseparable back then, or back when we were kids. The boy here, he liked to fiddle with machines, always doing things like taking apart radios and whatnot and putting them back together. So that's Achi's dad, right? He was a total bookworm too, so he got picked on a lot. But I was always there to save him from the bullies. All of a sudden, the guy's in a sharing mood, I guess. I can feel his aura of murderous rage starting to abate. The girl here was the same age as us, but she felt more like a big sister, an One-chan. Whatever stupid things my other friend and I got up to, she was always willing to laugh it off. Yeah, just shut up. I decided to stay quiet and keep listening. We both had a thing for her. A bashful little smile comes to his face. When we were in high school, she told me that she liked me too. So the two of us started dating. But I just have to ask, what about the other guy? He never said anything. I'm not sure how he felt deep down. Oh, alright. So then, is she your wife now? No. We broke up not too long afterward. The man carefully slips the notebook into the pocket inside his jacket. How come? There was nothing in particular, really. Things just didn't work out. He lets out a little chuckle, then stands up and brushes the dust off his pants. He looks strangely lonely. Okay. We're gonna be seeing a lot of that. Thank you. Well, let's go somewhere else. Let's go see what Minoru Kao was doing, or I should say Osawa. I don't want to know how people feel. All I want to know is what viruses feel. I prefer viruses because they make no move to encroach on me from the other side of my microscope. They leave me free to let my thoughts wander as I wish. And while it may be true to say I understand viruses, I have never been able to understand my fellow humans. I don't know them. I don't know a single fundamental thing about them. With Tanaka dead, trying to use the backup password for the fingerprint scanner had become a hopeless endeavor. The only remaining means of gaining entry to the storage area was to issue an emergency unlock request to the electronic lock manufacturer. And in order to do that, they needed approval from the 6 members of the board of directors. Returning to his study, Osawa called Makino's personal cell phone. What is it? Makino said gruffly as soon as he picked up. Osawa informed him of the situation, including Tanaka's death, and the fact that Maria was infected. The news left Makino at a loss for words. Please, Osawa begged. You need to hold an emergency board meeting. Makino was silent for a few moments. I'm afraid I can't do that. Why not? Are you just gonna sit by and let my daughter die? Osawa raged. And not just her. If Maria goes symptomatic. If Maria goes symptomatic. That was still only an if. But Osawa was reluctant to put his fears into words. If she goes symptomatic, the Uwa virus will sweep through all of Tokyo. I realized that, Makino replied, but one of the board members is overseas on business. Holding a meeting is impossible. Despite the gravity of the situation, he sounded astoundingly nonchalant. Osawa couldn't back down now. There must be some other option, like a web conference or something. That doesn't help us if we can't get in touch with him, Makino huffed. He went missing. That was Alpha Rad, right? He went missing a few days ago, in the middle of his business trip. Osawa was almost too appalled to be angry. That's the most ridiculous lie I've ever heard. Would you like to speak to my on-site contact if you don't believe me? This is like arguing with a child. If Makino was deliberately working against him, he'd never know if this disappearance was real or not. In that case, can you please appoint a representative in his stead? Osawa pleaded. Selecting a representative is a complicated process. Even if we started right now, it would take until some time tomorrow afternoon to complete. Tomorrow afternoon. By then it would be too late for any of this to matter. Sir, can't you see how absurd the things you're saying are? What would you have me do? Makino barked. These are the realities of corporate politics. I understand, sir. You will do nothing for my daughter. That's what you're saying. That's not what I'm saying, Makino replied. Look, I'll see what I can do to appoint a representative more quickly. He hung up. His tone had suggested that waiting for an appointee wouldn't be a terribly hopeful prospect. I have no more allies, Osawa thought. All I have left now are foes. Ooh, that's a hard-ass line. He could... No, wait! He does have someone. Well, we're not gonna wait around, let's be real. He couldn't count on anyone anymore. Osawa was just going to have to get the antiviral by himself. Tanaka might be dead, but there still must be some way to get that lock open. Taking extra care to avoid the notice of the detectives, Osawa snuck out of the house, headed for the garage. The garage. Oh my god. It's never simple. Alright, let's go somewhere else. Where to next? Let's see what Minorukawa's up to. Minorukawa needed to get back to the editing office right away, but despite the urgency, he barely stumbled along. He was swaying on his feet, only half aware of where he was even going. Oh, this is all some sick joke. He just couldn't accept that Toyama was dead. Oh yeah, he thinks that. That's not him. He let out a lifeless sigh. A cynical smile crept onto his face. The man always did insist on having his own way, but killing himself? Back when he was still a novice reporter, Minorukawa had written a piece about a middle-aged girl, or middle school girl, who'd committed suicide. The school had made a statement denying that bullying had been a factor, and so most of the media had reported that she had suffered a nervous breakdown over entrance exams. But something about the case had kept nagging at him. Had her death really been a suicide? The more people he interviewed about the incident, the more his doubts grew. The city news editor, however, would not allow him to conduct a follow-up investigation, and the reason why was simple. This was the sort of thing that happened every day. They couldn't waste time on a case that was already on the books. It was more important for a reporter to find news stories than to squander time engrossed in a case that was old news. Minorukawa understood the editor's decision well enough, but that didn't mean he had to like it. He'd been sulking up on the roof, slowly nursing a cigarette, when the paper's local news copy editor, Toyama, happened to drop by. Did they say no to the follow-up interviews? Toyama asked. About that girl's? Chiharu Huyusuke? What? 6 years from now, Minorukawa will run into a certain teacher, and the investigation into the student's death will be reopened, but that's another story for another time. Huh. Yeah. Minorukawa expelled a plume of smoke along with his sigh. Nothing tasted quite as bad as a cigarette when he was down in the dumps. So, what are you going to do? I'm not going to do anything, Minorukawa said. The editor told me no. No, the editor said no too. You sound like a child. The rebuff made Minorukawa's temper flare. There are other interviews to do. I want to follow up on this, but there isn't any time. You dumbass! Toyama hauled off and hit him right across the face. What happened to I write what I feel in my heart? That's the one thing I refuse to back down on. What happened to the guy who used to bitch at me like that? Toyama's words hit their mark with painful precision. The interviews aren't over until you have what you need. No, you refuse to let them be over. You go after the truth no matter what anyone tells you. Isn't that what being a journalist is all about? Minorukawa scowled in chagrin. The man was exactly right. Until you have what you need. Those words had stuck with Minorukawa ever since. In fact, he'd quit the paper to become a freelancer because he couldn't do his job the way he wanted while trapped in that hierarchy. Now he wondered, what if Toyama hadn't killed himself, but had instead been the victim of a terrorist attack? But after considering the idea for a moment, he thought bitterly, so what? The reasons and the details hardly mattered at this point. What mattered was that Toyama was dead. Minorukawa sat down listlessly and stared up at the sky. The blank swath of the blank swath of blue made him feel all the more worn out. Just what had all of the days running around been for? I've been subbed for 2 months? Congratulations. I would have a reward, but I don't think I. There should be badges, but you don't have one. What happened? You should have a badge. Look, let me see. I have a badge. You should have that. Oh no, it's 3 months. Oops, never mind. You gotta wait another month. Just what had all this days running around been for? He felt so empty. So hollowed out by loss. All his motivation had drained away. He had no idea what he should do next. Hey, Minoru Minorikawa. What should you do? He tried to listen to his inner voice. You've forgotten your passion. Get that back. Stand up. Right now. Forge ahead. Stand up. Right now, you just need to forge ahead. Yeah. That was his only option, really. He couldn't just let things end like this. And he still didn't have what he needed for his article, so Minorikawa took a deep breath, readying to get back on his feet. Before he could, however, a young man stumbled across his path, taking a nasty fall on the pavement. Ow! Oh, damn, that hurts. The youngster scrambled back to his feet and turned to Minorikawa with a snarl. What are you looking at, pal? The young man clutched a piece of timber like a club. There was a nasty gleam in his eyes. I'm not looking at anything, Minorikawa sighed. I just happen to be looking in your direction. Shut your yap. Apologize, bitch. Now. The punk raised his cudgel. What for? You tripped me, man. Ain't you gonna apologize for that? The kid had stumbled all on his own, but was probably too embarrassed to admit it. Guess he's gotta vent his anger at someone. Listen, kid, Minorikawa said. It's not my fault you're such a klutz. Like the pedal in a car that's got a manual transmission? Oh, that's a clutch. Oh, okay. So then like the lumps or earth or clay, those are clods, you say. Right. So then we're talking about a sort of social get-together for coffee and conversation. Huh? All right. That's a clash. Is it really when you try to fix something using stuff that isn't really meant for that purpose? That's a kludge? Okay. This shit feels like Zero Escape sometimes. The hell did you just say to me? You got a death wish, pal? With a murderous glare, the punk advanced on him, brandishing his weapon. Hey! Minorikawa said. Is it fun hitting people with that thing? Alright, I'm sorry. Bring it on. Bring it on. Bring it on. The punk swung his wooden club without a moment's hesitation. It struck Minorikawa in the shoulder, knocking him off balance. Whoa, okay, don't really bring it on. Nah, man. It's too late for takebacks. With a nasty little grin, the young fellow swung again, then again, catching Minorikawa in the arm and side. Only when the journalist was curled up in a battered ball on the ground did the kid finally let up. Heh, good to see a little warm-up in, or good to get a little warm-up in before I take down that other bitch. Weapon still in hand, the punk marched off towards a Dogen Zaka. Hey, are you okay? Minorikawa stirred to find Kimizuka at his side. Once again, the man had impeccable timing. Do you need a ride somewhere, maybe, sir? The driver asked, keeping his tone polite. Yeah, I do. To the hospital. Hospital. He got pummeled. I wonder why. Don't be confrontational. My bad, bro. Don't stand up for yourself. Don't do that. That's bad. We'll come back to him. Let's keep moving. Arriving back at the Shibuya precinct, Kano hurried to the interrogation room. With the investigation currently on hold, he knew that taking any official action would be tricky. If he was going to break through this stalemate, he was going to need Teteno's help. The abduction, The ransom, the attached case relay, Maria's release, and then Tanaka's death. Maybe Tateno would be able to figure out how all these elements were related. But first, Kano needed to check something for himself. Tateno would never have let Al-Karawan go free. Kano needed the prisoner to set the record straight. Al-Karawan sat in the precinct interrogation room looking brazen and cocksure. One glance at his face and Kano was reminded of what had happened to Sasayama. Fresh anger smoldered at the edges of his mind. There were two detectives already in the room. It seems he wasn't made privy to the details, one of them told Kano. Sounds like they were following orders carrying that attached case around, the other added. Kano sat down across from Al-Karawan. There's something I'd like to ask you, he said. You were just paid to do a job. I don't know anything more than that. His Japanese wasn't perfect, but he understood the language well enough. Tell me, how did you manage to escape from Detective Tateno? Escape? I didn't. A faint smile came to Al-Karawan's lips. He let me go free. Liar! Detective Tateno would never do that. Kano slammed the desk with his fist. I was going to say feet. With his feet? I didn't have handcuffs on, did I? He took them off for me. This had to be a lie. It's not like there were other ways to remove I cannot read. Pair of handcuffs. After he took off the handcuffs, Al-Karawan continued, he pointed his gun at me. Cut the crap. Kano grabbed the prisoner by the collar. But Al-Karawan went on unperturbed. He kept the gun pointed at me, but he didn't pull the trigger, so that's when I ran. Why would Detective Tateno want to shoot you? Because I saw him. Saw him? Saw him do what? Let me tell you something interesting, Al-Karawan said sardonically. There was a girl who was carrying the ransom, right? Kano pictured Hitomi standing anxiously beside the statue of Hachiko. That guy Tateno was trying to kill her. In a fit of rage, Kano drove his fist into Al-Karawan's face. His colleagues rushed to interpose themselves. Kano, calm down. Knocked to the floor, Al-Karawan gingerly fingered his split lip. And after I gave you such good info too, he grumbled. Detective Tateno was assigned to protect Hitomi Osawa, Kano shouted. You can't expect me to believe you're rubbish. You're flim-flam. He lunged around the table, ready to throw another punch, but his fellow detectives held him back. Al-Karawan looked away indifferently. What? Oh, it's your Detective Tateno you should be arresting, not me. That girl's going to get killed. You need to step in line, pal, Kano bellowed. Kano, his colleagues shouted. You're the one who needs to step in line. Go and cool off for a bit. Expelled from the interrogation room, Kano immediately pulled out his cell phone and called Tateno's number. Please pick up. He clutched his phone tight, pleading under his breath. But Tateno didn't answer. Kano sat down in a chair in the hallway in a bit of a daze. He found himself holding the present Sasayama had gotten for his wife. I have to do something. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. His restlessness gnawed at him like a rabid animal. Hey, Kano. He looked up to see Kuze standing beside him, his expression grave. I have an update on Sasayama, the director began. Kano swallowed the lump in his throat. It seems the knife went in deep enough to do some organ damage. He's in critical condition. You see? Kano bit his lip hard. His handkerchief, red with Sasayama's blood, clung to the wrapping paper of Sasayama's present. Kano peeled it away carefully so as not to tear the paper beneath. What's that? Asked Kuze. Sasayama had me hold on to this for him. It's a present for his wife. Ah, I see. I'm sorry, Director Kuze, for ignoring your orders. Kano's eyes remained fixed on the gift as he spoke. When you get down to it, none of this would have happened if it weren't for me. Some kind of punishment was surely headed his way for acting alone as he had. He probably wasn't getting out of this one with a simple written apology. When public servants are negligent in their duties or violate regulations, they can be punished with a warning, reduction in pay, suspension, or dismissal. If you get a warning in addition to remonstration, the remonstration from a direct supervisor, the individual must also submit a formal letter explaining the relevant details. Okay. It's like you're in school again or something. But Kuze calmly shook his head. What happened to Sasayama isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself, he said. As far as this case goes, I've been given quite the runaround myself. There was a rare note of vulnerability in Kuze's voice. The higher-ups have barely let any information trickle my way, but they're still ordering me around nonstop. It's a real pain in the ass. Kuze fell silent, ruminating. The quiet lingered between the two men for several moments before he abruptly spoke again. Oh, right. I'd like to get your opinion on something. So, Mamoru Tanaka, who we found in the minivan, you know? What you think? Should we ought to maybe release his name to the media? Kuze had slipped into his childish register. He was clearly exhausted. Okay. Kano was thrown by the question. It was a rare thing for the director to seek an opinion from a mere junior detective. It feels like there's something not too normal about one of Kenji Osawa's subordinates dying, Kuze went on. Kano had the same thought. This felt too intentional to be a coincidence. So here's the question. Should I get the media involved and try to rush for a resolution? Or should I be more cautious? What would you do? About releasing the name? Kano asked. That wasn't such a simple thing to answer. There were so many factors to consider. A tired smile came to Kuze's face. Don't think about it so hard. This is just so I have a point of reference. Tell me what your gut says. Oh. We hold back. I think we should hold back for now. Kuze rumbled. We still don't know if Mamoru Tanaka was murdered or if he committed suicide, Kano pointed out. We should at least wait until we know that much. This case had so many loose ends that could lead in dangerous directions. It would pay to be as prudent as possible. Kuze paused for a moment and thought, then nodded. I see what you mean. All right, then. Then, without another word, he headed back toward the conference room. On the TV, the governor's press conference was still going on. I've just requested that each of the railroad companies, starting with JR, stop running trains through Shibuya Station until further notice. As far as the roads go, Route 246 has already been closed to the traffic. The executive looked pale as he spoke to the crowd. Is there any possibility of a bioterrorist attack? What about the people who are still in Shibuya? The reporters unleashed a barrage of questions. The governor's face scrunched up. As I've already made clear, this is not a complete blockade. Modern Japan does not have a system for enacting martial law. There's nothing to stop anyone from leaving Shibuya on foot. Isn't what you're describing de facto martial law? Spat one reporter. Of course not, the governor snapped. You should be well aware that martial law is illegal. I couldn't declare it even if I wanted to. If he wanted to. So this is a bioterrorist issue then. I never said anything of the sort. The press conference was devolving into chaos. Kano was unsurprised given the circumstances. Still, everyone was doing their best insofar as they knew how. So why not me, Kano thought. It doesn't matter what I do. I just want to be doing something. Just letting time tick by without trying to take action was more than he could bear. Kano. Call Rumi. Sasayama. Let's give her the present. He wanted this, right? Kano thought about Sasayama's wife and decided to get in touch with her. He called Sasayama's home phone, but nobody picked up. Perhaps she'd gone to the hospital? With that in mind, Kano called up Shibuya. It didn't matter. It's such a non-option. With that in mind, Kano called up Shibuya Central Hospital and asked them to transfer him to Mrs. Sasayama. I thought we were actually going to go there. After a little while, a woman's voice came on through the receiver. Yes, this is Mrs. Sasayama. Her voice was thin and reedy. My name's Shinya Kano. I work with your husband on the force. What happened? He didn't know what to say. He couldn't find the words. I wish that had been there. When he'd gone to make that arrest, he blurted out at last. I should have tried to get there and back him up sooner, if I hadn't been too late. He trailed off, hoping he hadn't said too much. Sasayama's wife answered in her gentle, quavering voice.
Thank you so much for your concern. I'm glad that my husband is lucky enough to have a colleague like you.
No, I couldn't.
I married a detective, Mr. Kano. I've prepared myself for the possibility that something like this might happen.
But she certainly didn't sound like she was prepared. Kano felt a biting pain in his chest. Your husband gave me something to hold on to for you. I'd like to give it to you if I can. Oh? Well, certainly, but I'd like to stay here by his side today, if possible. Of course. I'll head on over to the hospital myself then. I hope you don't mind if I pay a visit. Oh, of course not. Sorry to trouble you like this. Thank you so much. Kano hung up, then hurried out of the precinct. As he was making his way toward the hospital, Kano spotted a girl sitting on the pedestrian overpass. She looked like she was on the verge of tears. Concerned, he stopped beside her. Are you waiting for someone? He asked. The girl simply bit her lip and said nothing. Are you lost? Do you need a policeman? Again, the girl gave no answer. Where did you come from? Kano tried. Still nothing. He had just decided to go and call for a female officer when the girl hesitatingly spoke at last. Heaven Publishing. After a little coaxing, she told him where that was. It turned out it was on the way to Shibuya Central Hospital, not too far from where they were now. Why don't I take you there then? Kano said. I'm already headed in that direction anyway. The girl seemed a bit reluctant at first, but eventually she agreed to go with Kano. Kano parted ways with the girl outside the building where Heaven Publishing was located. He noticed that she hesitated to enter at first, but eventually vanished inside. Kano's phone rang as he was about to continue on his way. When he peered at the incoming call display, his heart nearly stopped. There was Tateno's name. Kano quickly pressed the button to accept the call. Detective Tateno? Detective Tateno, is that you? There was a whole mountain of things Kano wanted to ask. Just what had he been doing this whole time? Why had he let Al-Karawan go free? And what had happened to Hitomi? But while he was trying to decide what question to pose first, Tateno spoke. I've secured Maria Osawa. What? The word came out as a startled gasp. Detective Tateno, you have to bring her here ASAP. Right now she's... Tateno cut him off. You need to bring Hitomi Osawa to my location at once. Hitomi? Osawa? Yes. I heard over the wireless that the man from the U.S. Embassy had her in custody. Kano hadn't been listening to the most recent wireless traffic. Apparently, Stanley had managed to find Hitomi. But what was Tateno getting at here? Wait, hold on. What for? I mean, why do you need me to bring Hitomi Osawa to you? There was no reply. Detective Tateno, answer me, please. Tateno replied as if he hadn't heard Kano's questions. There's an office building in the... What? I was going to say Wikipedia. Nanpaidai? There's an office building in Nanpaidai called South Hill. I'll be waiting for you on the rooftop. Or Norpede? Nopudu? If you don't bring her, I'll kill Maria. Dun, dun, dun. With that grisly warning, he hung up. Kano's hand went limp. His phone slipped from his grasp and fell on the floor. Kano went to South Hill in Nanpaidai alone. Nanpaidaipedia, yeah. Exactly. The building takes its name from a rough translation of Nanpaidai, the name of the area. Okay. He hadn't brought Hitomi as Tateno had demanded, nor had he reported the situation to Kusei. First, he wanted to meet with Tateno and find out what was going on. He took the elevator to the 8th floor. After that, he had to take the stairs to the rooftop. As he made his way up the steps, he tried to imagine what Tateno might want with Hitomi. He hadn't noticed anything suspicious about the senior detective in the lead up to the stakeout at the Scramble. The Scramble! Tateno had seemed like the same man Kano had always revered. So why was he doing this? Kano couldn't think of a reason. Reaching the top of the staircase, he at last stepped out onto the open roof. The time for half-baked conjecture was past. Kano would lay his doubts at Teteno's feet. Then, soon enough, everything would become clear. Inwardly, Kano did his best to convince himself of that. A warm breeze blew against his cheek. He took another look around, but saw no sign of Teteno. Detective Teteno, where are you? Getting no response, he began to walk around the rooftop, calling out several more times. It's Kano! I've come as you asked. Where's Hitomi Osawa? Kano whirled around when he heard the voice behind him.
Help, I'm blindfolded.
Teteno stepped into view from behind a water tank. He led with him a young woman, bound and blindfolded. Why didn't you bring her? He growled. Kano stared in shock. Detective Teteno, why are you doing this? Is that really Maria? Oh, I'm shifting. Sorry, I had to shift. I hear a faint voice and realize that the man is listening to a wireless radio. I've managed to secure Hitomi Osawa at Shibuya Central Hospital, the voice says. A gleam comes to the gunman's eyes. He pulls his cell phone from his jacket and hurriedly makes a call. I've secured Maria Osawa, he says to whoever's on the other end. Huh? Maria Osawa? Is my name Maria Osawa? You need to bring Hitomi Osawa to my location at once. Hitomi Osawa? If I'm Maria Osawa, what sort of relationship do I have to Hitomi Osawa? If you don't bring her, I'll kill Maria. Then my captor hangs up. Were you serious just now? My voice wavers uncontrollably. What do you mean you'll kill me? Don't look at me like that. He steps in closer to me, his expression dangerous. That killer's edge that he lost during our little talk is back in full force. Just bear with me a little longer. He blindfolds my eyes with some sort of towel. I can't see through it at all. Just then I hear Kanan's voice inside my head. Oh! My memories are like shards of broken glass tumbling through my mind, all out of sequence. Cat's cradle. How are you doing that when the string is so tangled up? Oh, once you know the trick to it, you can do it with your eyes closed. I'm showing Kanan how to do a cat's cradle. She reaches out for the string. Huh? She doesn't get hold of it quite right. What gives? Despite her efforts, the string gets all jumbled up. No, not like that, I say. Hook your index fingers through the front part of the string. No, I get that. Kanan's getting irritated. But after giving it a few more tries, she finally manages to pull it off. There we go, she says. Look at that. Seeing her innocent little smile bolsters my own spirits. That's neat. Thanks for teaching me. Wait. I think I just fucked it up. She said that. Oh, it's something special. Here, as thanks, let me teach you some skills to help protect yourself. Like murder. Abruptly, my memory jumps forward a bit. Kanan has been training me in some form of self-defense. Don't overthink it, she says. People will either try to punch you, kick you, or grab you. If you can stay ready for those three things, you'll be able to take it from there. She demonstrates some defensive movements as I watch. I follow suit, doing my best to mimic her. Okay, let's do this. Kanan throws a punch at me. I dodge, grab her by the wrist, and give her arm a hard twist. Incredibly, she goes whirling through the air. She lands nimbly on her feet, a little grin coming to her face. Nicely done, she says. I stare down at my own hand. Did I really just do that? Once you repeat the movements enough, your body will treat them like second nature. I do as she says, trying to repeat the movements over and over. At first it feels like a silly little gimmick, but eventually I can feel the motions growing smoother. There you go. People like those thugs we met before won't get the drop on you again. Thugs? Now my memories zip further back into the past. I was wandering the streets trying to get back to my hotel, but I got lost. By the time I realized I'd wandered into some dodgy back streets, I was already surrounded by people giving me threatening looks. They must have been thugs looking for tourists to rob. If they had caught me, I'm not sure I would have made it out alive. But they hadn't. Kanan had seen to that. Thank you so much for what you did for me. I didn't want there to be a scene here. Kanan says bluntly as she surveys the aftermath of the thug's attack. That's all. I'd happened to be right underneath her apartment window when I was nearly abducted. Bit by bit, my memories of Kanan are starting to resurface. Just a little more, and I'll have myself back, I'm sure of it. Detective Tateno, where are you? A man's voice suddenly snaps me back into the moment. It's Kano. I've come as you asked. The gunman grabs me by the arm and yanks me to my feet. Where's Hitomi Osawa? He snarls. Why didn't you bring her? Detective Tateno, why are you doing this? Is that really Maria? My captor removes my blindfold. I see a blimp. The first thing I see is a huge blimp drifting slowly by overhead. Huh. I'm sure I've seen it before. And pretty recently at that. There's a flash of revelation inside my head, like a dam bursting. My memories come flooding back to me. Last night, I was at a party, a sort of mixer with the exchange students. Someone was plotting to use this party as an opportunity to abduct my sister, Hitomi. And so I told Hitomi that the party started 1 hour later than it really did. I had a plan to let myself get abducted in Hitomi's place. Of course, the idea wasn't just to let myself get kidnapped. The necklace I wore was outfitted with a tiny GPS. Wherever I happened to be taken, Kanan would be able to track my location. What we hadn't counted on, though, was my necklace getting torn off when I was attacked. Or, them letting you keep it. I'd managed to grab hold of it, but I hit my head when I was being shoved into the car and it slipped away from my grasp. I'm not sure how far we drove after that. In my fuzzy memories, I recall gazing blearily out the car window. That was when I saw the blimp, right after we parked. Aya Kamiki. Yes, it went fine. There was a man talking to someone on a cell phone. Alright, I'll shut her up inside the storeroom. I'll be waiting in the room upstairs. The man dragged me out of the car and shoved me into some dark storeroom. Then I guess, for good measure, he hit me on the head again. That's right. There's more of it coming back to me now. You spent your life living in a country at peace. In Japan. You couldn't possibly understand me. Kanan again, so it's not like she and I had become fast friends right away or something. The two of us were too different in a lot of ways. Where do you draw the line? What would you protect with your life? What does justice mean to you? Is it an illusion? A forlorn look came to her face whenever Kanan asked me a new question, and I never had a good answer for any of them. My flimsy grasp on my own personal identity made it hard for us to get along, yet I kept visiting Kanan's place for the duration of my trip. I recall doing the cat's cradle there at the table one time when we didn't have anything in particular to talk about. Her eyes had gone wide when she saw me deftly manipulating the string with my fingers. Who taught you how to do that? She asked. My mama. My real mama, that is. Kanan furrowed her brow. What do you mean, real? As opposed to my stepmother, I mean. My birth mother died after getting really sick. I was only 5 years... Wait, did we know this? I was only 5 years old, so I don't remember her that well. I see, Kanan said. Her expression remained unchanged. What about your parents, Kanan? I don't have any. They died during the war. The bluntness of her response made my hands stop. The strings still stretched between them. Sensing that we were treading on some serious ground, I hurried to change the subject. Do you have any friends? No. Well, I used to have one. Her use of the past tense made me fear the worst, and I was right. He was killed too, by an arms dealer named Alfard. Her tone was dry. Matter of fact, taking revenge for his death is my sole purpose in life. Despite the gravity of her words, her face was an unreadable mask. She seemed almost incapable of human emotion. So, what sort of person is this Alfard? A destructionist who masquerades as a terrorist. Destructionist? That sure wasn't a term that came up a lot back in Japan. Alfard doesn't believe in God and holds no political ideology. The chaos and destruction is just to earn money in order to carry out more terrorist acts. So you're saying this Alfard commits terrorism because it's fun? Kanan nodded. That's why every now and then, Alfard changes loyalties. Just when you think you've found ties to some Middle Eastern terrorist organization, it turns out the job was for the American CIA. What the heck? So Alfard stands for nothing then? Kanan smiled dismissively at my little childish outburst. I couldn't help but feel a bit patronized. I twiddled my fingers, turning my cat's cradle into a bridge. Kanan's eyes fixed right back on the string. A tiny surge of pride replaced my annoyance. She went quiet, watching closely as I worked my fingers. The tension in the room faded as the silence between us lengthened. My stepmother's the sort of person who couldn't do this sort of thing, I said at last. For some reason, I had a sudden urge to talk about my personal life. I guess she cares about herself more than looking after her children. She's not a bad person, though. She gives me weird bits of advice, like telling me to find someone to date or that a woman's life is defined by a man, but it's not like I hate her or anything. Would you mind teaching me? Kanan asked softly. What? How to find a guy to date? No. She shook her head. Then she pointed to the cat's cradle strung between my fingers. Oh, you mean this? So I took her by the hand and started to teach her the cat's cradle. Hey, do you mind if I ask you something? I said after a while. What's that? That friend you mentioned earlier. What was he like? Kanan's fingers went still. It's better if you don't ask. If I tell you, you won't want to come here anymore. That's not true, I insisted. Even though I'm a terrorist? She replied curtly. What? La terreur. I swallowed a sudden lump in my throat, unable to find words. We fight for righteousness, but you people call us terrorists. Oh my god. In the religious sense, the state of being virtuous. Okay. Not the same as being in the right, though many people equate the two. Am I wrong? She cast a quick look at my face. But I mean, you protected me. My voice wavered as I replied. All I did was take down some thugs. I just didn't want them around. What could I say to that? What could I say to that? I just stammered. Nah, I'm just messing with you. Huh? Kanan flashed me another slight, condescending grin. I was just joking, don't worry about it. But I didn't get the sense that everything she'd said was a joke. Even if calling herself a terrorist was an exaggeration, the world Kanan lived in was unquestionably a dangerous one. I could tell that from the cold look in her eyes, a look you'd never expect from an ordinary teenage girl. Just what sort of hardships had she endured to acquire that deadliest air? Having lived all my life in peaceful Japan, I could scarcely imagine. Kanan tried and failed several times to get the cat's cradle right, but she didn't give up. She worked fastidiously, word of the day, fastidiously, by herself, fingers continuing to shift awkwardly about. Okay, here we go. She hooked the string around her fingers and spread her palms. But the string shape just collapsed into a jumbled mess. Confound it. Okay, one more time. You can make this into a game with two people, you know. I plucked the string from Kanan's hands. You pass the string back and forth. Why don't we try that? It's more fun than doing it by yourself. I wrap the string around my fingertips. What do you say? Want to give it a go? Kanan looked dubious. The intricately intertwined strings were like the world in a way. What had started as a single thread was now something that couldn't be undone just by pulling on it. I held my hands out, twirling the strings around my fingers. Kanan took the pattern from me and spread her palms apart. She made a perfect bridge between her hands. The shy grin that came to her face made her finally look like a normal girl. I followed suit with a childish little laugh of my own. And as if in a blaze of sunshine, the fog that's been hanging over my mind finishes receding. I remember everything. My name is Maria Osawa. My sister is Hitomi Osawa. And Kanan, she's a dear friend who I met in a far-off land. She helped me once, and now it's my turn to help her. I close my eyes as I reflect upon these precious memories, all the dearer for having been lost. Now when I try to picture Kanan, I can do so clearly. It's just as I thought before. My memories are what make me who I am, and I would never choose to forget them. I feel almost... This is before she gets shot in the head. I feel almost as if time had stopped for me while my history was gone, and now it started moving again. I'm finally back to being me. Cutscene. Oh, look at the animation, it's so good. And I have to go. I have to go back there. One more time. What? What? End of her story. And... not a bad end for like the first time. So realistic. Oh, the graphics are crazy, man. What the fuck? What was that? It's over? Really? Is that really it? Is that it for her? No way. I don't believe you. I don't believe it. For her? Really? Huh. Okay. I'm gonna do it. I'll shoot. Kano stared in shock. Detective Toteno, why are you doing this? Is that really Maria? Toteno responded by removing the young woman's blindfold. There was no doubt about it. She looked very much like Hitomi Osawa. A surge of frustration rushed through Kano. Detective Toteno, what is the meaning of this? Kano fought to remain calm. He felt like he was on the verge of falling to pieces. Bring me Hitomi Osawa and I'll let this girl go. Why? What do you need Hitomi for? But Toteno's only answer was an icy stare. This isn't like you. It's so weird. The Detective Toteno who I know, who you know, Toteno cut him off. What do you know about me? I know what sort of detective you are, sir, because I've molded myself after you for my whole career. The older man's expression remained stony. Don't you remember? Kano went on. That time when you risked your life to talk down that man who barricaded himself inside that office? Ever since then, you've been my... Toteno interrupted him with a sudden burst of laughter. You really are gullible, you know that? You can only see things the way you want to see them. What do you mean by that? The truth is, I didn't even care if I died doing what I did. That's why I doused myself in gasoline. Toteno's voice had gone low and quiet. That was no display of heroics. It was more attempted suicide than anything else. I wasn't thinking about the other people still inside the building. It's just a coincidence things turned out the way they did. So then, if you'd made a single misstep, then everyone in that building might well have burned to death. You're lying. That can't be true. Kano shook his head insistently. I don't have time for this conversation. Toteno pressed the barrel of his gun to Maria's head. If you don't bring Hitomi Osawa to me, believe me, I'll blow her fucking brains out. Please stop this, Kano shouted. But there was no hesitation in Toteno's eyes. He looked like he really would shoot Maria if Kano didn't do as he asked. Hurry up. Bring Hitomi to me. Can't you at least tell me what's going on? Go now, or so help me, I'll shoot. Kano drew his own gun from his jacket. I know you, Detective Tateno. I know there's some meaning behind all this. Kano's words came out as an imploring croak. You think you can shoot me? Tateno spat. Letting all Karawan go free, taking Maria hostage, this has to mean something. Sweat made Kano's hands slick where he clutched his gun. I asked if you think you can shoot me. I've always looked up to you. You were the sort of detective I wanted to become. Kano's view of Tateno began to blur as tears welled in his eyes. Can you shoot me, Kano? Yeah. Yeah. Even as he cried, Kano stood resolutely, doing his best to stare down the older man. He set a finger squarely on the trigger and pointed his gun at Tateno's forehead. Suddenly, the piercing stare vanished from the other detective's eyes. Gotta give you full mark for that, Kano. Tateno smiled thinly. I'll tell you then. I'll tell you why I'm doing this. Yeah! Don't shoot Emo, leave him alone. Emo, run! Here we go. It all happened 17 years ago. A meth addict had assaulted someone in Shibuya. Tateno was questioning people around Dogenzaka in search of the perp. He happened to pass by Endo Electronics. Oh, hey, Tateno. It was Kotone Endo, clad in pristine white. Clutched to her breast was her daughter, Suzune, only a few months old. It's been a long time, Kotone said. She flashed a tiny smile. Yes, it has, Tateno replied with a clumsy smile of his own. Are you on the job? Yes, I am. Kotone recoiled slightly at the dour look on Tateno. They fucking work. Oh, I can't speak. Kotone recoiled slightly at the dour look on Tateno's face. Saying Tateno is so obnoxious. It's a hard name to say for some reason. Is something the matter? There's an armed criminal hiding out somewhere in the area. What? I wouldn't leave the shop for a while if you can avoid it. But I have to go to the bank to deposit some money. Surely you can have Daisuke go do it. He's away on a repair job and hasn't come back yet. Tateno let out a one-note sigh. And see, Daisuke still does things his own way. Alright, let me escort you to the bank. You mean it? I feel a lot safer having you with me. Kotone flashed him a smile so wide that Tateno thought he might lose himself in it. Tateno, Kotone, and Daisuke were childhood friends and had gone to school together up through high school. Tateno and Daisuke were always clowning around. They were always fooling around, those two. And Kotone was always there alongside them, laughing. It had been quite some time since he'd gotten to walk along Dogenzaka with Kotone. How have you been lately? Well, with a newborn to look after, it's been pretty hectic. But there's never a dull moment. Things have been good. I'm glad to hear it. Kotone was always as bright as a sunflower. Sometimes, Tateno managed to convince himself that just the sight of her was enough. Outside the bank, Kotone held Suzune out to him. Tateno received the baby with an anxious frown. What's with the face? I'm not good with babies. I haven't held one very often. Oh, you'll be fine. Don't worry. Just hold on to her for a minute while I take care of things inside. Alright. He held the baby gingerly like it was a bomb that might explode at any moment. Kotone chuckled softly. Suzune stirred and squirmed in Tateno's arms. She kind of has Kotone's eyes, he thought. It was strange, the sensation of holding a child. She was so soft and light, and yet such a real and responsive presence. The wah-wah bomb, yeah. The faint warmth of her body warmed Tateno inwardly in turn. When Kotone returned after making her deposit, they strolled to a nearby park, Suzune back in her mother's arms. Do you have any plans for marriage, Tateno? I haven't thought about it. Work has me plenty busy. Oh, that's just an excuse, Kotone said. If there really were some woman you wanted to marry, you wouldn't let work stop you. Then I suppose it's because there hasn't been anyone I've felt that way about. Really? Nobody. This whole time? I still think about you, baby. Yeah. Really? I see. But still, seeing the two of you like this makes me realize how nice having a family could be. Tateno peered deeply into Suzune's face. Well, if it ain't Tateno. He looked up as a cheery voice cut into the conversation. It was Daisuke. Fuck. What are you doing here? He asked his wife. I could ask you the same question. Come on, give me a break. I've come to make the deposit for the client. In that case, no need to worry. I just took care of it myself. I thought you'd forgotten about it. Huh? Really? Katone smiled as Daisuke reached down and carefully lifted Suzune in his arms. Beaming happily at his daughter, he nuzzled up against her tiny cheek. Daisuke, long time no see. Yeah, glad you're doing well for yourself, Tateno. They walked side by side. Daisuke proudly showed off Suzune's drowsing face. What do you think? Adorable, isn't she? Yeah. Luckily she doesn't have your looks, you ugly motherfucker. Hey now. Bad-mouthing me the same as ever, huh? Some things hadn't changed since high school. Why not drop by our place for a bit? Daisuke offered. Sorry, I'm in the middle of a job, actually. Tateno turned to glance at Katone. What the fuck? An instant later, Daisuke screamed, Katone! A man had come up behind his wife and now held a kitchen knife to her throat. Katone stood stiffly, frozen in terror. Let her go. Tateno took a step toward the man. The slightly upturned eyes, the close-cropped hair, the thin mustache, all the details matched the description. This had to be the man Tateno was after. Shut your damn mouth! You want to try and kill me, huh? This lady here wants to try and kill me. The man was babbling nonsense. The reports had said the suspect was a tweaker. Right now, his mind was probably a complete mess from meth withdrawal. Left unchecked, there was no telling what he might do. Tateno shoved Daisuke behind him and drew his gun from his jacket. Wait, don't shoot! You'll hit Katone! But Tateno ignored Daisuke's shouts and trained his gun on the perp's shoulder. He was confident in his marksmanship. He'd never miss at this range. Tateno, please, back down! Daisuke pleaded. Suzune still clutched in his arms. I beg you. I can't, Tateno hissed under his breath. This isn't someone we can reason with. The assailant began waving his knife about. He could stab it into Katone at any moment. Tateno had to take the shot now. He aimed for the shoulder of the man that... of the arm. Oh my god. He aimed for the shoulder of the arm the man held his knife in. Tateno, stop! Daisuke shouted, don't do this! For a brief moment, Tateno's eyes met Katone's. He thought he saw her give a tiny nod. Don't shoot! Kanpeki. Oh my god, Tateno, you're my hero. Kiss me. Oh, I'm not done yet. Oh. It was all over in an instant. By the time Tateno had the perp subdued, Katone's white shirt was soaked through with red. With Katone's death, so too died Tateno's heart. Whatever feelings had lived inside him had been reduced to cinders, leaving only a never-ending need to atone. Countless times he thought of ending his life in order to make things up to Daisuke and his children. The only reason he didn't go through with it was that he knew death would be the easy way out. And so, he'd stayed on as a detective. He would carry the weight of his sins with him for as long as he lived. This was the sentence Tateno gave himself. "15 years had passed since Katone's death. For the first time, Tateno had gone to visit her grave. He was standing by the grave marker with his hands clasped when someone called out to him from behind. Sumimasen? A slender young girl stood there, flowers in hand. Tateno instantly recognized her, Suzune. She looked just like Kotone had back in her high school days. Did you, know my Okasan? She asked. Yes. We were classmates a long time ago. Oh, really? Arigatou gozaimasu. Suzune gave a slight bow, then gazed up at Tateno with her big, bright eyes. You look just like her. Tateno struggled to hold back the tears. He felt as if Kotone stood before him, returned to life. My father tells me the same thing all the time. I'm sure once you're all grown up, you'll be just as beautiful as she was. A forlorn smile came to Suzune's face. Once I'm grown up? Well, I don't think that's gonna happen. I guess I really do have a lot in common with my mother, including the part where I'm going to die young. Don't be ridiculous, Tateno exclaimed. Why would you say such a horrible thing? Suzune took a step backward, looking shocked to be rebuked by a stranger. My apologies, he said hurriedly. I didn't mean to startle you. No, it's alright, Suzune murmured, clutching the flowers close. Honestly, it's not something I'd like to talk about myself. But I'm sick, so there's not really anything I can do to change it. Sick? I have a heart condition. A transplant is the only thing that can help me, but my blood type is a little bit weird, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to find me a compatible donor. Then, bowing her head, Suzune stepped in front of the gravestone and clasped her hands in silence. Tateno felt a retching pain inside him, as if Kotone were being taken from him all over again. If there really was a god, why would he do such dreadful things? Is there nothing I can do? He nearly lamented aloud. I'll do anything. Suzune, I'll do whatever I have to, in order to save you. Tateno clenched his fists as he stared at the grave. Tell me, Kotone, what can I possibly do for your daughter? Please tell me. Please. Please! And so the months rolled on. Everything changed just after 10 o'clock that morning. Tateno was on the stakeout when his cell phone rang. He glanced at at the call display, and saw Daisuke Endo's name. He hadn't heard from Daisuke in years now. Fearing that something had happened to Suzune, Tateno answered the call despite his current tense circumstances. At once he heard Daisuke wailing. Suzune had a seizure. She might not come back from this one. Tateno's terrible suspicions had been right on the mark. He felt himself growing weak. Please, Daisuke exclaimed, you need to shoot that girl you're with. That Hitomi Osawa. You need to shoot her in the head. If we have her heart, oh my god, if we have her heart, we can save Suzune. At first, Tateno couldn't make sense of what Daisuke was saying. Hurry up and shoot! Shoot her, please! Hitomi Osawa has the Bombay blood type. Wait, hold on, Tateno said, keeping his voice low. You want me to kill Hitomi Osawa? Why? He quickly scanned the area. Daisuke, you nearby? Wait, where are you? Don't worry about that. If you could just murder or render her brain dead, we'll be able to transplant her heart into Suzune. There's no way. There's no way he would say that. He would not say that. Shooting someone in the head didn't necessarily guarantee they'd wind up brain dead, and even assuming it did, if Tateno shot the Osawa girl here in the middle of the scramble, it would cause a gigantic incident. By the time the autopsy was completed, the window for a heart transplant would surely have passed. Tateno, shoot her, please! Daisuke, I can't. You know I can't do that. Hurry! It was like his old friend wasn't even listening to him. Look, even if she did wind up brain dead, they wouldn't be able to perform a transplant. But Daisuke kept on shouting, it's fine. It'll be fine. I'll make the transplant work somehow. You'll make it work? Even knowing how ridiculous that was, part of Tateno wanted to know what he had in mind, if anything. I finally found it. I found something we can do for Suzune. Please, help me, help her. Tateno understood Daisuke's feelings painfully well. To be helpless to stop the suffering of someone you loved. Nothing in the world hurt as much as that. I want to save Suzune. Tateno, this is the only thing, or the one thing I will ever ask of you. Tateno could hear choked weeping from the other end of the... There's no way I don't believe it. And at that sound, something inside him shifted. Yes. Yes, Daisuke was right. I have to kill a fucking... I have to kill an innocent girl. The likelihood of a transplant happening wasn't the issue. What mattered was that right now he could take action. He could do something for Suzune. He mustered up his resolve, feeling the doubt lift from his heart. For Suzune. For the daughter of the woman he loved. Dun dun dun. Nintendo checked the gun. Nintendo checked the gun tucked inside his back jacket. I can't. I'm losing it. Then slowly began making his way through the crowd toward Hitomi. Now you know why we're here. Nintendo gestured subtly with his gun, its barrel still pressed against Maria's temple. Kano's own gun wavered in his hands. He was crying inside. There was nothing else he wanted to hear from Nintendo now. And now, he was sure of one thing. Words were never going to stop this man. Kano, Nintendo said. At my age, I've seen all sorts of young detectives come and go. He fixed his lonesome gaze on Kano. And you're about the worst of the lot. Whenever it's time to take action, you immediately do something reckless. Do you know how many formal apologies I've had to write because of you? Nintendo let out a heavy sigh. But you know, Kano, because of the way you've looked up to me, you've saved me. And that's the truth. He sounded like a man speaking his last words. Now come on, see if you can stop me. He pressed the gun harder against Maria's temple. Kano took aim at the former hero's head. Or at his former hero's head. His finger wavered on the trigger. Shoot him. You have to shoot him. If you don't shoot him, Maria's gonna die. He tried desperately to convince himself. I am going to stop you. Nintendo looked him coldly in the eye. Do it then. Shoot me. Kano stared right back. He tightened his finger on the trigger. He missed. Fuck you. Okay, whatever. Well, that's done. Good thing we're doing a double tonight. Rawr. Achi! What you up to, boy? Achi could hear ambulance and police sirens wailing on the main road. He looked down at Hitomi, slumped on a park bench beside him. You sure you're not hurt? He asked quietly, offering her a bottle of water. I'm okay. Hitomi took a sip from the bottle. Thanks. I think I've managed to calm down some. Some of the color had finally returned to her face. So, Achi began hesitantly. Inside that minivan. Maria wasn't in there. There was relief in her voice, but also a note of pathos. I got to look in through the windshield. There was a man laid out in the back seat, but nobody else. The dark cloud lifted from Achi's face. So it wasn't your sister? No, I didn't see his face. Just that he was wearing a business suit. Achi felt the tension ebbing from his body. It's good then that it wasn't her. I'd been worried. It was a shame about the poor devil who had been killed, though. Who was it and why had he been there? So, I guess we're out of leads. Oh, Hitomi murmured. She hung her head. We could try the surveillance center again for now, Achi said. It'll probably give us better odds of finding your sister than just walking around. I guess you're right. Shall we then? Hold on. Achi had a sudden flash of inspiration. My house is a lot closer from here. Maybe I should ask my dad if we can check the camera from home. You can do that? We have the same system at our house. I'm sure my dad will let us use them. The two got up and headed for Endo Electronics. This is bad. There's no way that his dad was like, that seemed weird to me. I guess we haven't really gotten to know his father as a character that much. Like, he sounded so desperate. He's like, kill her right now. Kill that innocent girl so we could use her heart to save my child. I mean, I get it's his kid, but like, come on. They told me he didn't do nothing. She's also someone else's child, so how would you feel if someone killed your kid to save their own? I don't know. I feel like it's a complicated situation. Achi decided to let his father know they were coming. He turned on his phone as they walked along. He'd had it off for a while, so first he checked his voicemail. There was one message. Wondering who might have called, he played it back. Is this Achi Endo's personal cell phone? This is Dr. Saiki from Shibuya Central Hospital. Oh, she had a seizure. Achi's expression stiffened. He pressed the phone closer to his ear. There's been a sudden change in Suzune's condition. I tried calling your home as well, but got no answer. Achi felt the edges of his vision growing dim. As her brother, it would be good if you can come to the hospital as soon as possible. It's... Achi? Hitomi's voice was full of concern. Sorry, or... What do we... I just gotta make a call here. Or, I guess it'd be Sumanai. Fingers trembling, Achi dialed his house. The phone rang several times before switching over to the answering machine. Damn it. Where the hell are you, Dad? What's wrong? Hitomi asked. It's Suzune. It sounds like things have gotten pretty bad. Well, then we need to get to the hospital right away, Hitomi said. She sounded as anxious as Achi was. We can't go yet. Achi shook his head quietly. First, we have to save your sister. Hitomi bristled angrily at that. What the fuck are you talking about? She grabbed Achi by the arm and shook him. Right now, you need to be thinking about your sister. I can't. I made a promise to Suzune. I promise to help people and see things through to the end when something important is on the line. Dude, I don't think that fucking matters. He struggled to get the words out. If I break that promise, then I really am no good to her. But Hitomi didn't look like she was going to back down. Oi, get back here! A threatening shout rung out from nearby. Achi looked around, startled, and saw a boy about high school age bolting out from behind a building on the side street. Several slightly older young men were hot on his heels. Achi knew their faces all too well. They were all members of SOS. They caught their quarry just before he could make it out onto the main road. Hehe, gotcha, newbie. So the kid they were after must have been a member too. Let me go. Oh, we'll let you go, alright. After you pay up. One of the young men snatched the boy by the collar and shoved him against the wall of a nearby building. Ita! The boy's face scrunched up. What are you talking about? Playing dumb, huh? Interjected one of the onlookers. We told you that members all have to pay monthly dues, yeah? The privilege of getting to call yourself SOS don't come free after all. Achi felt his blood boil. SOS was trying to pull a shakedown. On this new kid under the guise of calling it dues. It would have been unthinkable for them to do something like this back when Achi was running the show. Hey, he barked. Let the kid go. He marched toward the group. Say what now? They turned to look, their faces immediately going pale. Oh, hey, Achi. Let him go. Achi focused his glare on the fellow holding the kid until he released his grip. You guys always go around doing stuff like this? None of the gang members answered. They merely turned their gazes glumly to the ground. Hey, Achi turned to the younger boy. Since when have they been doing this? But of course he realized there was no way the newbie would be able to tell him. Never mind, you can go. Achi gestured toward the main road. The boy was quick to run off. Achi waited until the boy was gone before turning back to the others. Does Susumu know you're going around collecting duels like this, he asked. Man, we don't gotta tell you that, one of them muttered. Not since you deserted. What'd you just say? Achi leaned in close, getting right in the guy's face. He was met with a defiant sneer. This ain't the old SOS anymore. Not the old SOS. Achi thought back to the other gang member he'd run into earlier with the malicious gleam in his eyes. That guy. Pretty sure he said his name was Kiryu? Back when Achi had been with SOS, he'd never let a guy like that get away with acting all high and mighty. Suddenly, Achi heard a voice from behind him. Well, well, if it ain't our legendary founder. An instant later, he took a hard blow to the back of the head, the side of the head. I was just out looking for some small fry, but it looks like I landed me a big one. Achi's head swam, his vision fading in and out. Before he had a chance to recover, something smashed into his knee. Bro, out here trying to eat some eggs without me. It looks like Maria's side of the story got finished, surprisingly. So I guess she's done. So we only have 4 guys to get through. So maybe I am able to finish this tonight. We'll have to see. He lay crumpled on the ground, unable to retaliate as kicks and punches rained down on him. Even after Achi could no longer move, the beating didn't stop. His ruptured eardrums could barely make out the sound of Hitomi screaming. 4 guys, burger, and... yeah. We don't need 5 of them. Until I get stop. No, we're almost done. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. There won't be anything else, right? There won't be like a secret 6th route or something. With his final plea silenced before it reached his lips, Achi felt his consciousness battered away. Well, this isn't helping us, that's for sure. It's a bad end, yep. After about 20 hours, I got one ending, like one actual end. What is this? Kiryu turned up, blah, blah, blah. Kiryu ran into someone else. That person said something that changed what Kiryu did. I know, that's Minorikawa, so we'll go do that. But Maria's done? It was kind of anticlimactic. She got her memories back, and then, like, that was it. After 30 hours, you got an ending in Elliot. What is that game even about? I've heard about it. Has to be continued. Is it just like I know the Octopath guys made that, right? Possibly. Alright, let's change this. It has multiple endings. The Elliot game? I guess so. I didn't know. Team Asano. Team Asano only makes the... oh, Bravely Default. The Octopath and the other ones are outsourced. Oh, okay. This is no different in that regard. I see. 30 hours is kind of crazy, but I guess there's an RPG. Hey. Is it fun hitting people with that thing? Or actually, I'll say, I'm sorry. Alright. I'm sorry. Getting dragged into a street fight was not about... what about Triangle Strategy? This is made by the people who did Bravely Default 1 HD, and they're... that's all they've worked on as far as you know. Yeah, what about Triangle Strategy? I just see HD 2D and I think, oh, Octopath. that's just all I think now. Not sure the dev is. I played that game too. I should remember, but I can't. That game is hazy to me. Getting dragged into a street fight was not what he needed right now. It was better to just apologize and be done with it. Should have shown me that kind of respect from the start. The punk shook his head, muttering under his breath. Various Day Wipe. That's a banger title. Octopath Traveler. Various Day Life. Triangle Strategy. Very memorable titles we will all love for the coming years. Another dumbass gotta get taught some manners. The Adventures of Elliot. Is Elliot in that game? Does he make a cameo? Mr. Craig. Does he play his violin? The young thug headed off in the direction of Zogazaka. Minorikawa looked around. He noticed a taxi idling nearby. Elliot, my dear boy. So I count it. The real triangle strategy is Persona 5 Tactica. That's true. There were triangles in that game. And it was a strategy game. That was the spiritual successor to Triangle Strategy. It was Kimizuka. Do you need a ride, sir? Kimizuka asked. All politeness as he opened the back door. If you're heading to that publishing office again, I can get you there in 10 minutes. Kimizuka's driving was as smooth as always. He wove his way skillfully through a series of back streets. There was some big explosion earlier, he explained. The main roads are all gridlocked. Yeah, Minorikawa muttered. I was there when it happened. Oh wow, really? I'm glad to see you're not hurt then. Still, what a terrible thing. That minivan. I hear someone was inside it when it exploded. Pork Bob is on a 10-stream streak saying, holy tits.
Oh my god!
Thank you. I'm not sure if you were aware. Yeah, I'm aware. Oh, nothing gets past a reporter like you, I see. Kimizuka flashed Minorikawa an improving smile through the rear view mirror. How much have you heard then? Rumor has it that the person who died was a middle-aged man. Oh, huh. We taxi drivers tend to hear quite a bit ourselves. Kimizuka chuckled, but Minorikawa just cast his eyes down forlornly. You look tired, sir. Yeah, I guess so. His reply was barely audible. The taxi stopped outside of Heaven Publishing. Minorikawa left a 1,000 yen bill on the seat and exited the cab. He was stumbling his way toward the building when someone called out to him. Mr. Minorikawa. Oh, this guy. For a moment, Minorikawa didn't recognize the man, now idling his sedan at the curb, but when he took a closer look, he realized it was Kenji Osawa. Can I jump? Let's shift. Oh. They're gonna work together. Who'd have thought? As he was driving past Oyama, Osawa spotted a man he recognized walking along. He pulled up alongside him and called out through the window. Mr. Minorikawa. Oh, Mr. Osawa. Sorry, but I haven't been able to look into that thing you asked me about yet. I see. I see. That's quite alright. The business with Ai and Tanaka could wait until later. Yes, we shall not name them. Right now, he needed to focus on protecting Shibuya. If he didn't get his hands on that antiviral... You're caught up in something big, aren't you? How do you know that? Because I'm Minoru Minorikawa. Well, the man's egotism had some justification. Maybe he didn't know the details, but he clearly had some inkling about Osawa's situation. Something's clicked in Osawa's mind. He was up against the wall. Okoshi Pharmaceutical had told him they were going to just let Maria die. He was past the point where he could resolve this peaceably, but he was not going to give up without a fight. When it came time, Osawa was sure this man could help him. Well, that'll make things simpler, I guess. Get in. I'll tell you everything. Minorikawa thought for a moment, then got into the passenger seat. As he drove to the lab, Osawa filled Minorikawa in on all the details. The reporter listened intently, occasionally interrupting to ask a question. So, how are you planning on getting your hands on the antiviral? He asked when Osawa had finished. I'm not sure. I figured I'd think of something after I got there. Minorikawa let out a nasal chuckle. Just improvising, huh? Ah, well. I'll back you up. At least I know I found my way into something important. They pulled up outside the lab, and the two men got out of the car. What the? Immediately, a team of security guards burst out through the gate. I fucking hate this song. And forced Osawa to the ground. Hey, Minorikawa protested. What the hell is this? The guards had grabbed him as well. Unhand me, Osawa yelled. I'm Kenji Osawa. This is my lab. Mr. Osawa, Minorikawa shouted. What the hell is going on here? But Osawa was just as confused. Dun dun dun. He looked up to see Makino standing before him. Sir, tell these thugs to let me go. But Makino just frowned silently down at him. So, not only will you not help me, you're actively getting in my way? Osawa glared up at his boss. Maria's life, no, countless human lives are at risk. And there's nothing that you alone can do about that. That's what I need you to understand. Makino gave a signal to the guards, who proceeded to drag Osawa away. The scientist writhed with despair at his own impotence. In the end, there was nothing I could do. Yeah, we got it. Makino's meddling. Right in the lab, they had to run in. It looks like Osawa's just not going to be able to get into his laboratory. So make another decision. So we just wait? We just wait around. Sure, whatever, dude. Oh my god, my daughter's gonna die. What should I do? Should I, like, actively take, action? Or just wait around? I have no more allies. Take his word. That's the only course of action. So he just had to take Makino at his word. Right now, that was his only course of action. Osawa sat down in front of his computer and quietly closed his eyes. If only I could just go to sleep and wake up tomorrow morning and find all of this resolved. All I'm asking for is a miracle. But he knew reality would never be so kind. He could hold his eyes shut as long as he wanted, and it wouldn't make this hopeless situation go away. He felt the anxiety welling up inside him until it seemed like he was going to explode. Needing a distraction from his helplessness, Osawa opened up Ayanet. He knew this was mere escapism, but he couldn't just sit and do nothing while waiting for Makino to call back. He posted a new topic with the title, Aya Fortune Teller. I tried the Aya Fortune Teller. My results basically said I was a bad person who can't connect to the people around me. And you know what? That's exactly right. I'm only interested in my own little world. That's probably why my wife and my assistant at work got so fed up with me. Send. It's the same with my 2 daughters. What sort of things are they interested in? Do they have a lot of friends? What are their aspirations for the future? And what are their names? I don't know any of those things. It never even occurred to me to find out. I'm such a terrible father. But it's never too late. You can change the way you live, Osawa-san. Osawa's fingers ceased their tapping on the keyboard as he thought back to when Maria and Hitomi were younger. Daddy, Daddy! The 2 girls would follow him around like a pair of puppies. Their father was their everything. That much was clear just by looking at their faces. He'd felt a ticklish giddiness at having his girls cling to him so. He'd never felt anything like it in his life, but there were times where he also found it tiresome. I'm sick of being the person I am. There's nothing I can do about that, though. I'm sure it's far too late for me to change. He poured out all his negative emotions into his post. It felt like stream of consciousness drivel, but he didn't hesitate to write it all down the same. He wanted other people to know what a miserable excuse for a human being he was. At last, when he couldn't think of anything else to add, he posted his bitter confession to the forum. He was staring numbly at the monitor when he heard a furious shout from the next room. You have got to be kidding me! It was Kajiwara, and Osawa had never heard him so angry. Osawa headed into the living room and found Kajiwara embroiled in a vehement argument with the other detectives. I don't care what HQ's policy is, I will not just quietly go along with this. Kajiwara had already screamed himself red in the face. You're out of line, snapped one MPD detective. His name is Kichi Sawatari, apparently. Does this matter? He's confident. Okay. Hold your tongue. I don't care if I'm out of line. You may have talent, I'll give you that, the other detective added, or said, but you're a precinct detective, and this isn't your jurisdiction. It's not your place to question orders from higher up. Wait, Osawa thought, Kajiwara really is a real detective after all? Go on, explain the situation to Mr. Osawa. Kajiwara bit his lip in frustration at the other detective's order. Very well, he said. But before he could say more, Osawa noticed that the police equipment had all been cleared off the table. Hold on, Osawa said. What's going on? Has something happened? Allow me to explain, sir, Kajiwara said. His bitterness showed plainly on his face. You've been recalled, sir. Because the kidnapping task force was not yet found. She's infected the virus. Okay. Osawa narrowed his eyes, fighting to keep the confusion from his face. What do you mean by that? He was shaking, terrified to have his suspicions confirmed. I'm truly sorry, sir, for having been unable to help you. Kajiwara gave a deep and solemn bow. But, Maria? What's going to happen to Maria? Another unit has been tasked with bringing your daughter into custody, sir. That much at least Osawa could process. You're going to place her under quarantine, aren't you? Kajiwara's lips stiffened, but he nodded. In order to minimize the spread of the virus? So I'm told. No, Osawa cried. You can't do that. If you do, there won't be any way to save her. His head spun. Please, I beg of you, you need to get Maria to me. I might be able to save her. When Kajiwara didn't respond, he turned to the other detectives. Please, don't. You can't place Maria under quarantine. But the detectives' only answer was to avert their eyes. Why are you all ignoring me? Please, you have to listen. If you bring her to me, I can figure something out. I know I can. He plunked himself down on the floor, yelling and flailing his arms like a child throwing a tantrum. Oh my god, this is gonna be a bad end. Like, what? The detectives exchanged sullen looks with one another and then walked off and left him there. He knew he must be a sorry sight, but nevertheless, he kept shouting after them. Please, don't stand by and let my daughter die. Only Kajiwara remained with him in the living room. I'm sorry, sir. This was beyond my ability to stop. He gave another apologetic bow. Osawa felt suddenly deflated. No. You've done a fine job, Detective Kajiwara. It's me who should be sorry. I've made such a disgraceful display of myself. That's not true, sir. In fact, I'm deeply moved. I can tell how much Maria must mean to you. Osawa shook his head. If I'd really been thinking about Maria, I would have made an effort to work with you detectives more. That was all just self-absorbed shouting. A moment of emotional selfishness. And yet, as a result, you convinced me to stay here with you. Kajiwara proceeded to pull out his phone and put in a request with the task force headquarters to remain at the Osawa residence. He got into a heated spat with his commanding officer, but ultimately received permission to stay on as the police liaison with Osawa. Well, the detective said when he hung up, you see, there are some people who are legitimately moved by a parental display of emotion, even if I'm not certain that I can do very much in staying here with you. That's not true, Osawa replied. There's plenty you can help me with. He looked into Kajiwara's face and smiled. For instance, I can have a banana whenever I want. You find things that have gone missing. That fried egg on rice you made me. One of these is not like the other. Okay, maybe I should do this one, right? Or maybe this doesn't matter. Sometimes these choices don't matter. You find things that have gone missing. Ah, like that plane ticket, you mean? Kajiwara gave a bashful smile. Yes, I'd never have found it if you hadn't been there or here, detective. Well, like they say, you can never find something when you're looking
North
for
is
it.
up.
Thank you. I didn't know that. Then a hint of sadness came to Kajiwara's eyes, and his voice grew quieter. My daughter. She had this little toy ring that she loved, and she lost it in our house somewhere. I didn't realize you had a daughter, detective. She just started grade school this year. Oh, really? She must be adorable. Well, I don't get to see her as much as I'd like. A lonely sort of smile crossed Kajiwara's face. Why's that? Doing this job caused me to neglect my family. Finally, about 2 years ago, my wife hit me with the divorce paperwork. I wanted to be able to keep our daughter with me, but, well, the law tends to favor the mother when it comes to custody issues. The detective pulled out 2 bars of chocolate from his pocket. I think he kind of bit into it, but Osawa accepted one, but said nothing. The toy ring she lost. I bought it for her as a birthday present. She loved it so much. You want a bite? She loved it so much she cried and cried when it was gone. I looked all over for it. The detective bit into his own chocolate bar with a soft snap. So then later, this toy ring, I found it after my wife took our daughter away. And do you know where it was? Osawa shook his head slightly. Under my daughter's mattress. Fell out when the bed was being taken out of her room. Isn't that funny? That it was somewhere I never would have found if she'd stayed. Another sad smile came to Kajiwara's face before he went on. I guess there wasn't much point, though, finding it after she was already gone. The man had lost his daughter. Osawa couldn't help but sympathize. Here was someone he could really talk to. He was sure of that much now. Detective, I apologize. I've kept things from you because I was worried that they involved classified corporate information. Oh? Kajiwara's eyes glimmered with interest. Earlier today, I received some emails. They could be pertinent to the case. Would you mind letting me see them? Osawa shook his head. On the contrary. Back in front of his computer, Osawa saw that AyaNet was still open. Pretty Honey had responded to his forum post. Give me a second, I gotta read this. I kinda wanna read it. Let's read it. One moment, just let me read this. Osawa read the response.
I got that same result. Do you really think it's too late? Don't give up hope. Hang in there. P with the happy face and another. Oh, those are like her arms. She's like pumping her fist. It's never too late. Every family has its share of problems. Like, you'll never find one that doesn't, I'm sure. When it comes to family, there's no such thing as game over. Oh, it's like a reference to video games, so don't let it get you down, Julie. Oh, that's crying. She's crying and then she's happy. Oh no, she's petting. Oh, I see, she's petting his head. He's the one crying. Besides, I did learn one thing from reading your post. In the end, a father's happiness is his daughter's happiness. Kajiwara peered into the monitor. A young girl is posting to a forum for people 40 and older? It's Pretty Honey. She always reads she always replies to my threads. The detective furrowed his brow. I see. Something the matter? No, that's not weird. I mean, like, that last line there just has me curious is all. A young girl writing something like that. Well, that's neither here nor there right now. Let me see those emails, if you would. Osawa opened his email. He pulled up the images of the human testing on the monitor. What is this? Kajiwara stared at the monitor as if unable to look away. These are images from unauthorized clinical testing of an antiviral drug I developed, carried out by my company without my knowledge. Images of I'm sorry, what was that? The detective frowned at the unfamiliar terminology. In simple terms, the antiviral is a wonder drug to combat the Uwa virus. Hold on. Maria is infected with the Uwa virus, isn't that right? Yes. Uwa is a species of virus discovered in South Africa relatively recently. Roughly 12 hours after infection, patients develop a cough, then a fever, then begin vomiting, and ultimately begin to bleed uncontrollably from all over, resulting in death. The mortality rate is... Osawa was reluctant to say it. Kajiwara held his breath, waiting. It's nearly 100%. Kajiwara shuddered. But wait, he said after a moment. If you have this wonder drug, then Maria... Osawa shook his head. Without Tanaka, I have no means of getting it out of the lab. Kajiwara's frown deepened. I see. It may not be much to go on, but I think we can put together at least one piece of our mystery here, a little mystery. Nearly 100% of the people in this plane will. What's a mystery? Something difficult or impossible to explain, an enigma. You see plenty of books titled The Mystery of Such and Such, or The Secret of Whatever on bookstore shelves, but when you read them, you're invariably disappointed by the mystery not being that mysterious after all. Pardon me one moment. Inigimakuru. Kajiwara inspected the email address of the sender A, then brought up the mail header. You don't see email addresses like this much. It's seemingly from a foreign country, but that may be a fake. Or, not Tanaka, Kajiwara said that. You can tell just from looking at the email? The detective flashed a little grin. Take a look here. So if we just do this, and then this... His fingers flew over the keyboard, calling up the header details, singling out the received from field. This set of 4 numbers at the bottom is the sender's IP address. Think of it as an ordinarily hidden location marker of sorts. As he spoke, the detective pulled up a website called IP Station. He copied and pasted the set of 4 numbers and pressed the enter key. The monitor showed the name of the provider, connection method, and other such details. Osawa couldn't make heads or tails of most of it, but one thing drew his eye. Access point, Shibuya Ward. Tokyo. Kajiwara, you're kind of close, bro. Kajiwara went into the email program's options and checked the server info for Osawa's connection. Deep furrows formed in his forehead. This here. This is the same provider that you use, Mr. Osawa. What does that mean? What kind of internet connection do you have here at your house? What sort? Well, it's plugged in over there, but Osawa pointed at the router. And does everyone in your family use that same line? Yes, I think so. Kajiwara opened up a command prompt, then typed ipconfig. Okay, so if the same numbers we saw before pop up here, that's a bad sign. Oh? Osawa stared at the monitor. Kajiwara pressed enter and a black window covered in white alphanumeric characters appeared. Stop. What the heck? Kajiwara muttered under his breath. Wait, what's going on? Osawa asked. Explain simply so that I can understand. Faking an email address is simple enough, but the typical person wouldn't be able to fake an IP. It's very likely that these emails were sent from another computer inside this house. Osawa had to stifle a gasp. The emails had been sent from his own house at around 11 o'clock that morning. Since Osawa hadn't sent them himself, that left only one possible culprit. Suddenly, his phone rang, nearly startling him out of his seat. Makino's name showed on the incoming call display. Osawa quickly picked up. Is there an update on the emergency board meeting? He blurted. Makino's voice was quiet and subdued. I tried pulling whatever strings I could. AI is always the villain. I really thought that was too obvious. But, yeah. I guess it's her, but like... I don't even know why she would do this. I guess we didn't really know Tanaka that well. She probably has some ulterior motive. I tried pulling whatever strings I could, but to no avail. I'm afraid holding a board meeting today just won't be possible. God damn it. Why are you doing this to me, Why? The phone fell from Osawa's hand. His only possible means of saving Maria was now gone. Oh, nope, to be continued. Okay, so Maria's done. Osawa's done. Minoru, I don't know what he's doing. Continue with him. Let's keep going with Minorikawa. And yeah, apologize, blah blah blah. Show me the respect from the start. I'm feeling kind of confident. I actually feel like I can finish this, like, today. There can't be that much left. There just can't be.
You look tired, sir. Are you sleepy? Do you need a nap?
Oh, shit. Is this new? I wasn't. Oops. Everything. Thanks. That's 1,000 yen bill. It isn't called work because of fun, sir. The day will be over soon enough. Just hang in there a little bit longer. The driver finished with a knowing grin. Minoru cracked a ghost of a smile. Maybe his spirits had been lifted just a tiny little bit. Thank you, he replied. You're a true friend of the working man. He waved half-heartedly, then headed into the building. Mr. Mino! Chucky threw herself at him as soon as he opened the door to this editing office. News of the explosion was playing on the television. Minoru marched straight to his desk and opened up his laptop. While it booted up, he tried to get a handle on the current situation. Where are the folks from the loan company? He asked. They're here, Chucky said. I have them waiting downstairs. Do they know Toyama's dead? I'm sorry. I kind of let that slip. What about Hana? I'm not sure. I haven't heard from her since she called earlier. With a tiny sigh, Minoru started typing at his laptop. By some miracle, his 6 pages of the copy were nearly wrapped up. Still, he needed to do whatever it took to see this job through to the end. That would serve as his final tribute to Toyama's memory. He's not dead, though. He loaded his copy into the DTP software in order to set the layout. Bit by bit, actual magazine articles began to take shape. Then the editing department door swung open. Hurrah! Hey! Snarled the young man who barged in first. He kicked over a stack of books. How long gonna keep us waiting, huh? Honestly, Sagawa, must you be so rowdy? A middle-aged man stepped in alongside him. Are you Mr. Minoru then? He added as his eyes fixed on the journalist. He held out his business card. A pleasure to meet you. I'm Asao Ozu from Takarada Financing. That's the Yakuza. My deepest sympathies about Mr. Toyama. However, I'm afraid that we do need you to give us back the money we loaned. Yakuza. The Yakuza. Despite his polite tone, the threat in his voice was plain. Look, next month's issue of 4-Star General Gossip is definitely coming out. Couldn't you please wait for repayment until we have the funds from those sales? Minoru asked. That was exactly what Toyama's plan had been, after all. Well, we certainly aren't monsters. If the magazine is going to be making you money, we wouldn't mind delaying another month. You really mean it? Chiaki chirped. To clarify, that would be the case if Toyama was still alive. Releasing the next issue is all well and good, but with Toyama gone, so too is the company. That will make full repayment of what we were owed impossible, I expect. Then, what do you want us to do? Minoru asked coldly. But we just cut to the case, growled the younger man, Sagawa. Dig out your ears and listen up. Chiaki recoiled in a panic, and Minoru held up an interposing hand. Knock it off, he said. You're scaring the young lady. A thin smile came to Ozu's face. All we want to know is where Mr. Toyama's daughter is. Yeah, that's right, Sagawa said. Tell us where the girl is. No way, Chiaki squeaked in protest. Hana's just a little kid. She doesn't have the responsibility to pay back the... He's getting his dogs all up on the table. Excuse me, sir. Your dogs are in my face? Ozu didn't let her finish. We're aware of that. Nevertheless, we'd still like to know where she is. The law didn't matter right now. Guys like this had all sorts of ways of wringing money out of people. It was clear from the looks on their faces that Ozu and Sagawa had some wicked scheme up their sleeves. Unless, of course, you would prefer to take on Toyama's debts, Mr. Minoru. You are quite the accomplished reporter, after all. Take on his debts, huh? Minorikawa didn't know how much Toyama had borrowed, but it only took one look at these guys to tell him it was no small sum. How about it? Ozu asked. The way you land scoop after scoop, I'm sure you'll be able to repay us in full before you die. Minorikawa fiercely returned his stare. Bruh. I'll take on his debt, I'll consider it. Can we call it even? I feel like if I take it on, this is going to lead to a bad end. I don't think I can really buy for time, but I'll try that. I'll consider it. Could you give me some time? Chiaki went pale at Minorikawa's response. No, how can you even think about taking their offer, she cried. Sagawa stepped in, drowning her out. No way. We've waited long enough. Give us your answer now. Yes or no. What's it gonna be? Now, let's just calm down, Ozu chided. He said that he'd consider it. That's a step in the right direction. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Minorikawa? Yeah, sure. Then I suppose we can wait at least a little while longer. Minorikawa had hoped to put them off for several days at least, but it didn't look like that was going to happen. Can you wait until the game is done? They won't think about it. The two men from Takarada Financing plunked themselves down on the editing department sofa. Mr. Mino, you're not actually going to take on that debt, are you? Chiaki asked quietly. Minorikawa sat at his desk looking over the copy he'd written. It's none of your concern, he said. What I need to know is, how's your piece on those street interviews coming? But, I mean, those guys, they said it doesn't matter if the issue comes out or not. Don't be ridiculous. When a professional agrees to take on a job, they see it through to the end. Chiaki took his point and scampered to grab the printout of her copy. Minorikawa gave it a quick once-over. He saw immediately that the piece was lacking in structure. Is she gonna say Mino arigato? That's probably, that's coming up, don't worry. It's at the end of this. He then read the article a second time, checking the finer details. Several off-theme sentences jumped out at him. This is no good. Rewrite it. He thrust the printout back at Chiaki. Yes, sir. She bowed her head and retreated to another desk. The TV was still on. A news broadcaster's voice suddenly broke through the silence, as well as Minorikawa's concentration. We're live on the scene now, where an explosion in Shibuya has... Minorikawa gazed blankly at the screen. He found his mind drifting to a particular memory of Toyama. The door looked like it might fall apart at any moment, but Minorikawa didn't care. He pounded on it as hard as he could. The Toyama nameplate popped off and fell to the floor. It was hard to believe this dilapidated apartment was the home of a newspaper editor who'd worked his way up from a reporter. Hey, Toyama! Get your ass out here! At the sound of Minorikawa's angry shouting, other tenants on the floor poked their heads out of their rooms to stare. He paid them no heed, continuing to call out. Eventually, Toyama opened the door, dressed in his sweats and undershirt. Quiet down, you moron, he snapped. Come on in. I hear you tendered your letter of resignation at the paper. Minorikawa sat cross-legged on the tatami-covered floor. Tell me why. Toyama quirked a lopsided grin. You want to know why I quit, huh? All right. Lean in close. Minorikawa peered at him dubiously. Huh? Why? I don't want anyone overhearing this. Resigned, Minorikawa leaned forward and turned his right ear toward Toyama. The man's warm breath against his cheek was pretty unsettling. At first, he had trouble concentrating on Toyama's story, but when the older man got to the crux of the matter, he found himself listening with rapt attention. By the time Toyama finished, Minorikawa was unable to suppress his shock. You're starting your own publishing company? Not so loud, damn it. Toyama shushed him with a finger to his lips. He looked around warily as if there might be spies in his own apartment. Right, but a publishing company, Minorikawa said again, more quietly this time. What are you doing for your distributor account? All booksellers were required to use a wholesale distributor to circulate their publications. To do business with such a distributor, a publisher needed a specialized distributor account. They're not going to let a company with no track record open a new account with a distributor. I'm sure you must realize that. Toyama grinned, a proud gleam in his eyes. I know. Toyama put a finger to Minorikawa's lips, cutting him off mid-sentence. No more needed to be said. Without a word. Okay. I know, that's why I bought one. You bought one? A ghost account, belonging to a publisher that went bankrupt. Distributor accounts could go for tens of millions of yen. There was no way Toyama could afford that on his severance pay alone. He must have taken out a loan in order to make the purchase. But the publishing industry was in a slump nowadays. Hey, they wrote it, not me. Sure. How do I know you didn't write in this game? You could be a ghostwriter. People just weren't buying books much anymore. Starting up a new publishing company was a beyond risky endeavor. And I've already decided on a name for my company, Minorikawa. Toyama's face was positively beaming. Get this. Heaven Publishing. Heaven? That sounds fatalistic. The idea is that the people who work for me will feel like they're in paradise. For all his... Whoa, what the fuck? Fetching? I've never seen this word. Kvetching about keeping quiet. Tengoku! Toyama was now exclaiming pretty loudly himself. I mean, I can appreciate your willingness to take the risk, but surely your wife must have some objections, Minorikawa said. Toyama fell silent. I've kvetching. Okay. I wish they gave me the one time they don't give me a fucking thing. It's the only word I don't know. Kvetching. You could have highlighted that. That would have been interesting. Toyama fell silent. He went on and opened up the refrigerator. Minorikawa took a peek inside. Its shelves were mournfully spare, holding little besides beer cans and drinking snacks. The missus left me. Took our daughter with her. Those scant few words painted the picture clearly enough. Toyama grabbed his can of beer and tossed it to his guest. But no more sob stories, he went on. He kvetched, to complain persistently and whiningly. Okay. Huh. First time I've seen it. Now I know. He briskly cracked open his own can of beer. Weak foam bubbled from the top. Cheers, Minorikawa, to Heaven Publishing's big debut. He'd cast everything aside and was striving for a new beginning. If the man had braced himself for the challenge, it wasn't Minorikawa's place to tell him he was making a mistake. Even if it was an uphill battle, he had little chance of winning. Congrats, Mr. Toyama. Minorikawa pulled the tab on his beer can. I would just try. It's bitching. That also works. Minorikawa pulled the tab on his beer can. Cheers! The two of them clacked. Fuck. I can't read anymore. Clacked their cans together. I don't mean to kvetch. I'm sorry. I'm over here kvetching. 1 year had passed since Toyama founded Heaven Publishing. Minorikawa poked his head into the editing office, a bag from the convenience store in hand. Hey, boss, how's business? They were clacking their... The consent was worth it. How does it look like it's doing? Toyama sat amidst a veritable mountain of returned stock. Yeah. His expression bleak. The books were all bulky, non-fiction tomes, not exactly the sort to fly off the shelves. The man couldn't even muster a smile for the reunion. It's been like this for every non-fiction book we've put out. Wow, starting off with the bleak stuff, huh? Because things are bleak. The only thing that's selling is this gossip rag of ours. Minorikawa pulled some beer cans from his bag, handing one to Toyama. Toyama lifted an issue of 4-star general gossip from atop his desk. It was Heaven Publishing's one breadwinner, the only thing keeping the company afloat. But the gossip now seemed like it was buried in the red of the publisher's nonfiction releases. This was Dingo Brad all along. This was actually, this was the inspiration for Daybreak. I really did have higher aspirations than this, Toyama sighed. Gazing in disappointment at the piles of unsold books. But here we are, with our gossip rags as our only viable publication. Or gossip magazine. The beleaguered bookseller chugged his beer. Daddy, I'm hungry, said Minorikawa. Minorikawa was startled to hear a young child's voice. What the? Is she working for you, Toyama? Isn't this illegal? He turned around to see a little girl nestled between the stacks of returned stock. That's my daughter, Hana, Toyama said. It's, complicated, but she's living with me now. I see. Minorikawa couldn't press for more details with Hana right there. In all likelihood, things with Toyama's ex-wife hadn't been going well. Go on, introduce yourself, Toyama said. This is one of Daddy's work friends. Yeah, this entire game actually, well, no, this came out in 2008. So yeah, this inspired Trails. Everything from Zero onwards, you can thank 428 Shibuya Scramble. That's a little known lore right here. Hana turned to Minorikawa with a bright little grin. Hello, my name's Hana. I'm 6. That's why Tio got the. Oh, you're right. Exactly. You want some of this? Minorikawa held out a packet of dried squid he'd bought to go with the beers. Sure. Hana greedily stuffed her cheeks with the squid. Toyama flashed a sheepish grin. Do you like living with your daddy, Hana? Minorikawa asked, giving the girl's hair a gentle ruffle. Uh-huh, I do. My daddy's amazing. He runs a company. Toyama let out a tiny involuntary sob at his daughter's ready praise. How far does it go? How far does this fucking rabbit hole go? I'll keep at it, Toyama said. Looking into his daughter's smiling face, Hana is more important to me than any high aspirations I might have had. I'll keep shoveling out copies of the gossip, and at least make sure she's always got something good to eat. Daddy, this is really tasty. Hana held up the pouch of dried squid. Tears welled in Toyama's eyes. Next time, I'll make sure she has some sashimi instead of something like this. Hey, what do you mean, something like this? Minorikawa grumbled. I'm the one who bought it. Toyama and his daughter laughed together. It was a heartwarming sight. Minorikawa thought, a father and his girl getting along so well. Toyama might have been a hard-hitting journalist, but when he came home at the end of the day, he was just daddy. It was only natural for the man, as a father, to put his child above anything else. After gorging herself on snacks, Hana fell asleep on the sofa, looking well and truly satisfied. You know, Minorikawa, Hana's happiness means more to me than my lofty artistic ideals ever could. You already said that. And they all lived happily ever after. Toyama kept his voice low as he regarded his daughter's sleeping face. I do like this, though. I didn't realize that their relationship was this tight. Or at least it ran this deep. I thought he was just like a guide he was working for. And from that day forward, Heaven Publishing had shifted its focus to scandal rags, with 4-star general gossip as its pillar. Had that been for good? Or for ill? Whatever the case, Toyama had abandoned his bride. Minorikawa had watched him become more and more of a miserable wretch. Minorikawa snapped back to... I love saying that. Minorikawa snapped back into the present as a sheaf of pages appeared in front of his face. Here you go, Chiaki said, radiating anxiety. Right. Minorikawa gave her copy a close read over, then thrust it back out to her. What did you even fix? He asked. At least it wasn't a ream of pages. Could you please tell me what parts are wrong? She mumbled, hanging her head. What are you talking about? It's just, well, we don't have a lot of time here, so I figured if I just fix the parts that need fixing... Chiaki trailed off into an indistinct mutter. Is that always how you go about fixing your copy? Yes. Then you're never going to get any better. If someone tells you it's no good, you rewrite the whole thing from scratch. Just making fiddly tweaks here and there is what an amateur does. Chiaki dipped her head even deeper, cringing at the reprimand. Minorikawa let out a tiny sigh. Look, what I just told you? That's what Toyama told me when I was first starting out. There were times he'd have me do dozens of rewrites. At first, I thought he was just pushing me around. But after rewriting things over and over, I realized something. There are a whole lot of ways you can write about the same thing.
and that's what helped me hone my skills as a writer. Chiaki raised her head back up. Oh wow, really? If you can get that, then stick with it. Ride your submission deadline as close as you have to in order to write the best piece you can. Okay, I can do it. I will do it. Finally, Chiaki's face brightened with a smile. That's the spirit. The woman might have talent, but she hadn't realized it yet. She needed to be able to stick to an assignment even when things got rough or tough. Check at the bar. I just wanted to chase scoops together. If she didn't have that kind of resolve, she'd never make it as a freelancer. Can these guys, like, leave? We need our privacy, man. Oh, how touching, Ozu chimed in, applauding. I'm almost moved to tears. They'll make a movie out of this for sure. See, we had only been acquainted with that sad sap Toyama. We never knew there was such an upstanding fellow here who was so good at tough love. Minorikawa shot to his feet and pounded his fist on the desk. That's about enough from the peanut gallery. Hold your tongue, Sagawa snarled. His eyes shone with a vicious gleam. We're getting sick of waiting here. Sagawa, you really are a short-tempered guy, aren't you? Ozu clucked disapprovingly at his underling, then slid a sheet of paper onto Minorikawa's desk. Nevertheless, I'm afraid we do require a decision. Like now. If you'll just stamp here, we'll be on our way. I guess he's a chicken now. Chucky stared down at the document. Is this a bond? A recognizance? Yeah, that's right. That's what you're gonna write when transferring the debt. Sagawa puffed himself up proudly. Minorikawa silently looked over the contract. If you don't have a stamp, we'll gladly accept a signature as well, Ozu pointed out. Face it, pal, Sagawa added. If you don't hurry up and sign, we're never gonna stop going after Toyama's daughter. Minorikawa snatched up a pen. Mr. Mino, you can't do this! Think about what you're doing, Chiaki shouted. If you go through with this, you'll just wind up like Mr. Toyama. I won't. Yes, you will. Just who the hell do you think I am? I'm Minorikawa, damn it. I'm going to land so many scoops with it, it'll make your head spin. And I'm going to pay back this debt and rebuild. Oh my, really? Rebuild Heaven Publishing. But why would you take such a risk? Chiaki sobbed. The scoops! Minorikawa lowered his voice. Because I owe him so much. I can't stand by and let these scumbags kill his daughter. Aha! Before Minorikawa could sign, Sagawa startled him with a sudden exclamation. What? Looking up, Minorikawa saw that what the lone sharks had seen, little Hana standing by the door. Get her! On it, boss. Ozu and Sagawa rushed at the girl. Run! Minorikawa shouted. Hana bolted right back out the door, but Ozu managed to snatch her up just as he reached the stairs. Let's be on our way, shall we? A vile grin came to Ozu's cruel face as he headed down the stairwell. Stop! Let her go! Ugh! Minorikawa rushed after them, trying to grab the girl, but Sagawa drove a punch right into his face. Damn. Then he died. Oog! The pain staggered him. Nevertheless, he managed to press on. Get your hands off that. They typoed everything. Shut your damn mouth. I have been noticing some typos. Something hard slammed into his chest. His vision went dark. He felt himself slipping from consciousness. Just before he blacked out, he heard Hana's voice. I'm sorry, Uncle Minorikawa. Sorry? No, I'm the one who should apologize. But before his thoughts got any further, Minorikawa passed out. God damn it. Whatever. Ending number 62, Hana gets caught. Gomen, Oji-san. Hana had been at the police station trying to decide if she should tell the police her father had been killed. Then someone brought her to the Heaven Publishing. I'm just clearing a mistake. And who the hell did that? Was it, Mr. Kano? Where was that? Here? Where was that? That pass it? No, it must be somebody else. Okay. Let's continue with this. I thought I finished this. I guess it's different now. I'll shoot. Don't think I won't. He stared in shock. Why are you doing this? Is that Maria? And the tenor said, yeah, that is Maria. And then she was like standing there with a look of frustration. And then he said, Detective Tenno, why are you doing this? And he was trying to be calm, but he wasn't actually calm. And he said, bring me Hitomi. He's like, why did you Hitomi? And he's like, I just need her. This isn't like you. It's weird. And he's like, who do you know? You don't know me. I don't even know your name. Okay. Is this his backstory again? Because if it starts going down that route, I'm gonna just back out. Who do you think I are? You are I am. What? Blah, 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 blah. Yep. He's actually a hard-boiled detective who lost his way because someone got killed on his watch. So now black and white doesn't exist. There's no gray. All there is evil. The world is full of evil. He has to atone or something. So he's in a way, kinda. He doesn't have the daughter though. He doesn't have a loving family. Or had. No, actually, it's worse than that because the thing is, he had like a friend group, right? And he was dating this girl in high school, and when they all like got older, hold on. Let me start from the beginning. 3 people in a friend group. He was really good friends with the guy, and the girl was always there, like, you know, she was like laughing, like, oh my god, you guys are so funny, ha ha ha. And then Teteno dated the girl for a little bit, but they broke up after like a year or something. But then later down the line, that girl married the other guy. So now Teteno's like looking on, like, he's like, oh man, that sucks because I like them both, but it's like I still kind of love her for some reason after like 20 years after the fact. He still holds on to her as like a special someone. He can't find anybody else because he loves her too much. But when he tried to save her because she got mugged by some guy that was on meth or something, he shot the guy. But then he came back with adrenaline and stabbed her in the back. And now he's like, oh, the world is too bleak. It's too bleak. I can't do anything. I have to... Yeah, write that down. Perfect synopsis. So basically what I'm trying to say is... he just needs a little bit of love. That's all he needs. Okay, yeah, no, fuck this. Nope. Okay, there we go. I don't know why that changed. Huh. Oh, that's the... oh, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. This is done. We're done with that. We only have these 2. I forgot. To be continued means I'm basically done with it. So Maria's the only one that got an actual ending. That's so weird. Because there's gotta be more. She's like the fucking... she's the catalyst of all this shit. If she dies, everyone's fucked. So why are we ending her story so suddenly? This is a bad end, so let's go... she has the UA virus. It's gotta be a fake out, right? Maybe? I don't know. She has the virus. And the fact that she's walking around like this, like she's the linchpin for the big bad, what's his name, Alphard. His plan is to cause just wanton acts of violence and terrorism. At least it seems like that. And the minute she dies, or the minute she gets her symptoms, I should say, because it's gonna happen in like 12 hours or something. The minute she becomes symptomatic,
the virus becomes airborne, and everyone is in that vicinity is gonna catch it, and it'll spread, and it's gonna cause destruction and mayhem. You only cause wonton when I go to the Chinese buffet. Okay, that's fair. But this is serious. Everyone in Shibuya is going to die. Let's go back and let's fix this shit. I don't know where I should go. It's super serial, yes. Very, very serial. I guess Minorikawa's thing has to change. Not the debt. Even police station. We gotta start with this. Something here has to change. Let's try this. Is it fun hitting people with that thing? I feel like that's just asking to get hit, but sure. The corner of the punk's mouth curled up. Oh yeah, real fun. Only a dumbass beats people with their bare hands. You just wind up hurting your fists. If you're gonna enjoy some violence, you gotta have yourself a weapon. Uh-huh, I see. In that case, maybe give it a rest with that stick, yeah? Huh? What for? The punk scowled in irritation. Don't get me wrong, Minorikawa said. I'm just saying there have to be better weapons than that. Something that could take a man down in a single blow. The kid stopped to consider Minorikawa's words for a moment. I getcha. Yeah, you might be right about that. And I think I have just the thing. May as well go with my usual. He tossed away the piece of wood on the side of the road. Don't you go anywhere till I get back. Got it? Yeah, sure thing. Minorikawa watched as the punk headed back the way he'd come. Man, he murmured. What a dumbass. Looking around, he spotted a taxi parked close by. Okay, yeah, this is going to be the same stuff. So there we go. Let's keep going. Wait, get back here! You know it's serious when the saxophones go in. When you hear saxophones in the streets, you better get home. Before they get you. So I guess he's not gonna show up, maybe? Or is he gonna show up with something worse than a stick? He's gonna bring his gun instead? I don't think that's better. Hey, he barked, let the kid go. And there's actually a really interesting dilemma happening with Achi's sister and Hitomi, because his sister's having a seizure, right? She's like fucking dying. But they can actually get a heart transplant if they kill Hitomi, since she has the right blood type or something. So I wonder what they're gonna do with that. It's just crazy to me that his father called saying, please kill this random girl so my daughter can live. I mean, like, I get it's your daughter, but Jesus. The Bombay blood type. You need that Bombay. That guy. I'm pretty sure his name is Kiryu. Kazuma Kiryu. I kind of miss Yakuza a little bit. Just a little bit, though. Someone shouted from behind him. Hey, what are you doing? There we go. Oh, it's Susumu. Achi put the guy down and turned around to see Susumu standing there. Mind telling me what the fuck is going on here, Achi? I am the storm that is approaching. Susumu flashed his underlings a sharp glare. And they left. What bitches. Achi wasn't about to just let them go. Yeah, fuck. Who cares? Just what the hell was going on? Achi talked to Susumu. I asked what was going on here. There was a threatening note in Susumu's voice. That's what I want to know. What the hell has happened to SOS, man? Susumu's face twisted with displeasure. You're an outsider now. That's none of your business.
I don't give a damn if it's my business or not. When I left you in charge of SOS, you shut your damn mouth, Susumu roared. Whoa. Yeah, that's right. You left me in charge. Don't you dare give me any lip. Now about... Oh my god. Don't you dare give me any lip now about how I run things. His sudden ferocity left Achi at a loss for words. You're not the one busting your ass out here. I am. Susumu stalked toward Achi, his face red with emotion. I've had to work so hard to keep things going with you gone. Do you have any idea what it's been like? Do you know what I've had to put myself through to keep SOS together? No. There was nothing Achi could say to that. He just kept his mouth shut and let Susumu talk. You were gone. I thought maybe I could do things like you did. All at once, Susumu seemed to deflate a little. He hung his head, hiding his face. And if I couldn't be like you, then... Hey man, I get it. And I'm sorry. But Susumu kept his face averted. Please, he muttered. Stay out of our business. Oh, he's so sad. Then he turned on his heel and headed off without looking back. Tomi's like, what the fuck? What's going on with him? Achi watched him leave, feeling a painful sting. Even through all his kvetching, he couldn't help but feel bad for him. Achi? Hitomi asked after Susumu was gone. Are you sure you're okay with leaving things like this? Achi shrugged heavily. Susumu said he's doing what he can. It's not my place to butt in. He turned his back on Hitomi. He still needed a moment. Achi, you're being unreasonable. About what? He felt like he'd been wounded to his very core and he wasn't sure what to do about it. You want to help people who are in trouble, right? Hitomi asked quietly. Yeah, I guess. Achi's voice was glum. Well, I'm in a whole lot of trouble right now. Yeah, I know that. No, Achi, you don't. Hitomi's tone was clipped and firm. Please, go to your sister. What are you talking about? That doesn't matter now. Yes, it does. Hitomi's shout stopped him in his tracks. Achi, right now, the thing I'm having the most trouble with is that you won't go to the hospital. Don't you get it? How can I possibly be happy with you helping me if you have to sacrifice your own sister to do it? Achi couldn't answer that, and he knew it. Please, go to the hospital. I'm asking you to, and I'm definitely someone in trouble, so it doesn't count as breaking your promise, right? I appreciate that, Achi said softly. I'll remember it when this is all done. So yeah, how about we drop... how about we drop by the hospital? I don't know, actually. There's nothing we can do. But, I mean, this is his sister. I get it. Dude, this is definitely going to lead to a bad end, but let's go to the hospital. So yeah, how about we drop by the hospital for a bit? The emotions Achi had been trying to hide now came welling to the surface. We'll go see Suzune, and after that we can go look for your sister. Would that be okay with you? That would be more than okay with me. And at long last, Hitomi smiled at him. Back in sync with each other, Achi and Hitomi headed to the hospital. Shibuya Shibuya Central Hospital was one of the foremost general hospitals in Japan, outfitted with top-notch medical facilities and staffed by highly skilled personnel. Individuals like Suzune with rare blood types were sent to the hospital from far and wide because of its cutting-edge hematology center. Does that have to do with blood? Oh, really? The hospital division that deals with blood. Achi asked Hitomi to stay in the waiting area while he headed on into the hospital proper. From the visitor's entrance, he passed by the nurse's station, then entered the cardiovascular medicine section and walked along a row of examination rooms. He walked by the first room as quietly as possible, catching sight of a mother and daughter sitting together in chairs in the hallway. The mother was crying softly. Oh, Takuya, he's only 15, she murmured under her breath. The name Takuya didn't ring a bell. It was the only 15 that got a reaction out of Achi. Only 15. He couldn't imagine anything good coming after that. To be cruelly taken away when one was still so young.
Achi could feel the woman's pain as deeply as if it were his own. When he reached Suzune's room, Dr. Saiki, the attending physician, explained her condition. The doctor did his best to keep his explanation simple, but Achi was too worked up to process much of what he said. I can't read. He did manage to wrap his head around a few things. Suzune's dead. At around 10 o'clock that morning, Suzune had a seizure. For a while, it had been touch and go, but finally her condition had stabilized. Oh. However, since she hadn't regained consciousness yet, she wasn't allowed any visitors. That was the gist as far as Achi could tell. What's your father doing today? He still hasn't come by, Dr. Saiki said. Achi wasn't sure what to tell him. It was certainly odd. There was no way his father wouldn't have rushed right to the hospital if he'd heard Suzune had taken a turn for the worse. I'll give you a call when she's woken up. For now, you can head on home for the day. Alright. Please, keep a close eye on her, Doctor. Somberly, Achi went to find Itomi in the waiting area. Outpatient reception had closed for the day, leaving the hospital quiet. His footsteps echoed softly in the corridors. Then, as he walked along, a peculiar sound drew his attention. It had come from over by the base of a nearby stairwell. Achi took a peek around the corner. What? Oh, it's Kanon! The sight that greeted him nearly made him gasp aloud. In the dim light up ahead, he saw Kanon. And she had some white guy. Every time they say, yeah, she had some white guy pressed against the wall, a knife to his throat. Achi quickly yanked his head back out of view. Could it be? Was this the man Kanon said she was after? Achi had to resist the urge to go charging out there. Some amateur heading in half-cocked might well be more of a liability to Kanon than any sort of help. He heard her mutter something to the man in English. We know nothing about Alphard's background, nationality, sex. Oh, it's Stanley. Achi could just barely make out the words, but since it was all in English, he had no idea what they meant. But we do know that whoever they are, they have connections to Langley. Who the fuck is Langley? Slang for the U.S. Central Intelligence. Really? Oh, in Langley, Virginia. Similar to referring to the Japanese government as Nagatacho. The CIA has other nicknames including the company, the agency, the second government, the invisible government, and the coup makers. Achi peeked out again, very cautiously, in time to see the man raise an eyebrow at Kanon's words. Interesting. That doesn't mean you need to threaten me at knife point, though. He flashed her a thin smile. It does, actually. Because I happen to know that you're a CIA agent. What is that? It does. Yeah? Oh! No sooner were Kanon's words out than the man grabbed her arm and tried to hurl her against the wall. Just before her head connected, though, she jackknifed her upper body forward, then planted both feet against the wall and kicked off with tremendous force. She used her momentum to launch herself forward, regaining her position with her knife against the man's throat. But during this brief opening, the man had managed to draw a gun from inside his jacket. Now the barrel was pressed right against Kanon's heart. Man, what should I do? Achi swallowed the lump in his throat. How about we call a truce? Kanon said softly. She withdrew her knife. Yeah, sounds like you and me are both after the same thing. The man likewise lowered his gun. With a faint smile, Kanon turned her back on him and vanished down the adjacent stairwell. Achi had no idea what had just happened. They'd stopped fighting though, so this guy probably wasn't Kanon's mastermind after all. If only Achi spoke a little English, he might have been able to follow their conversation. He found himself wishing he'd taken school more seriously. When he looked again, he saw that the man too had disappeared. Hitomi stood up from her chair as Achi hurried into the waiting area. How's Suzune? She asked. For now, she's not in any immediate danger, they said. That's good to hear. But more importantly, Kanon was here just now. What? Why? I'm not sure. I'm not smart enough to figure that out. Achi slumped his shoulders. Huh? What? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Exactly. I couldn't understand anything she was saying. Hell, he couldn't even figure out how to get through to Hitomi. May I have a moment? A voice spoke unexpectedly from behind Achi. Oh, it's Stanley! His breath caught in his throat as he turned around. Standing there was the man Kanan had been struggling with. What's up? Achi asked. He tried to sound as nonchalant as possible, but the man wasn't looking at Achi. You're Hitomi Osawa, is that right? Yes. Hey, Achi snapped, keep your distance. He stepped protectively in front of Hitomi. This guy. He's not what he looks like. Achi clenched his fist and adopted a defensive posture. Huh? Hitomi seemed panicked. Achi said, that's not... It's not our friend. This is not the person that Kanan warned us about, so we'll go with this one. I don't know who he is, but he's not our friend. The man calmly reached into his jacket pocket and then shot her in the fucking head. Fearing he might be about to draw his gun, Achi braced for action. My name is Jack Stanley. I'm a security assistance officer with the U.S. Embassy. Achi held back his punch as the man held out his ID card. Embassy? What does someone from the U.S. Embassy want with me? Hitomi asked timidly. You're being targeted by a dangerous criminal. I'm here to take you into protective custody. Custody? Achi's temper flared. Buzz off, pal. We're busy here. Busy searching for Maria Osawa? Stanley asked. Achi and Hitomi exchanged glances. I know the full details of the trouble you currently find yourselves in. Well, all right then, Achi said. Then you should know we don't have time to get taken into custody. I'm afraid you don't understand the situation we're dealing with. We're up against a dangerous international criminal here. Taking reckless action is only going to put her life in danger. Don't be a fool. This is no time to play the knight in shining armor. Hey. Achi was infuriated, but he couldn't think of a comeback. After all, it was true that Hitomi had run into danger time and again while she was with him. But I'm already safe, Hitomi insisted. I'm only here right now because Achi has been protecting me. She eyed Stanley sharply. I've got Achi with me. I don't need your protection, bitch. Achi felt a surge of pride that practically brought tears to his eyes. If Hitomi would have let him, he'd have given her an enormous hug. Stanley grimaced in resignation. All right. In that case, how about I join your search for Maria? I can help keep you safe that way instead. I don't know. Hitomi grabbed hold of Achi's sleeve. This Stanley fellow didn't have the most trustworthy face, Achi thought, but he realized that he might be biased after being chased around by foreigners all day. After all, if this guy really were after Hitomi, he'd probably have already made a show of force. Not only did he have a gun on him, he was sufficiently skilled in martial arts to hold his own against Kanan. He'd have no trouble taking down a single unarmed opponent like Achi. Hitomi, I get the impression this Stanley guy is not our enemy right now. Hitomi gave a slight nod. All right. I trust your judgment on this, Achi. Now then, what's the plan from here? Stanley asked. Not wandering aimlessly around town, I hope? There was a trace of snideness in his voice. You can just keep your mouth shut, Achi replied. We can wander around town all day if we feel like it. Two can play the snarky game, he thought to himself. Poor Hitomi looked distressed. Very well, if that's what you want, I can stay quiet. But first, I need to inform the police that I have Miss Osawa in my custody. Wait, hold on, Hitomi blurted. That isn't a good idea. Stanley inclined his head. Why is that? Well, since you already seem to know most of the story, Hitomi quickly explained the kidnapper's threat and described the search for the minivan. Stanley remained quiet, listening with obvious interest. I see, he said when she'd finished. Still, when that minivan exploded, didn't that make your promise to the kidnappers a moot point? Hitomi nodded. I suppose it did, didn't it? Let me just ask for one more question. Or just ask one more question. Do either of you know a detective by the name of Tateno? No, we haven't run into any detectives. Yeah, exactly. The only folks you seem to run into are guys who are after Hitomi. I see. A grim expression crossed Stanley's face. Right, I'm going to get in touch with the investigation task force. I'll have them contact your parents for you. Would you mind speaking with them so they can confirm it's really you? Sure, alright, Hitomi said. Stanley got on his wireless and described their current circumstances to the police. Mr. Endo, hold on! Suddenly, Dr. Saiki appeared, running down the hallway. There's something I forgot to tell you. Regarding your father. Oh? I actually got a sinking feeling. I got a call from him yesterday afternoon. And he asked me something rather odd. Preparation for a transplant? I'm sorry, I'm not entirely sure I understand what you're asking. Saiki clutched the receiver. Daisuke Endo's brooding tone was more than a little disturbing. No, it's alright, Endo said. This is all just difficult to talk about, Doctor. Please, forget I said anything. There's just one important thing I wanted to let you know. Yes? There's going to be a brain-dead woman coming your way at probably around 9 o'clock this evening, I expect. Her blood type is Bombay. Bombay was the extremely rare blood type that Endo's daughter Suzune possessed. Any transplant donor for Suzune would also need to have the Bombay blood type. Since she has the same blood type as Suzune, the transplant itself isn't an issue, Endo continued. The only thing I'm concerned about is whether the procedure can be done within the limited time window. And I hate to trouble you, but I just called because I think it would be best to prepare for the surgery as soon as possible. He's like, what the fuck? The more Saiki heard, the more disturbed he grew. It felt like he was listening this... What? It felt like he was listening this man. Oh boy. Go on about something some strange delusion. Doctor, please, just take good care of Suzune. With that, Endo hung up. Achi kept quiet as he listened to Dr. Saiki tell his story. Of course, that was yesterday, and I still haven't heard anything about a brain-dead girl turning up. After all, only God would know, only God would know when someone would wind up in a state of brain death. But still, there was just something very strange about what your father said. It was as if he was certain that someone was going to wind up brain dead or... Just stop right there, Achi exclaimed. Stanley and Hitomi turned in surprise. They were still in the middle of their wireless call to the police. Don't get me wrong, the doctor said hastily. I'm not trying to imply that your father would hurt anyone. What I'm worried about is your father's mental state and... No! Achi interrupted him again. That's not it. His own words from earlier spun within his head. So long as we have these cameras, this guy has nowhere to run. The security cameras. I'm sure this is the place. The man with the cane. He'd been on the phone with someone. It didn't mean anything. It was just a coincidence. It couldn't be true. Achi searched desperately for some other explanation. That was it. Anyone from the downtown committee could have used the camera monitoring room. Yeah, no one's been by to check today. Nothing wrong with a little nap, yeah? No dice. No one from downtown had been by the surveillance room today. It couldn't be. It couldn't. Achi began to tremble. Is something the matter? Hitomi asked. Achi, you're pale as a ghost. Achi gazed beseechingly back into her face. With just one simple question, he could clear this whole thing up. Please tell me I'm overthinking this. He prayed inwardly before asking. Hitomi, would you mind telling me your blood type? Why do you ask? Please, just tell me. I have a sort of a weird blood type, Hitomi said. It's called Bombay!
Oh my God!
No! The last piece of the puzzle fell into place. There was no longer any room for doubt. Achi found himself facing a sad and painful truth. Why? Why? With an anguished scream, Achi punched the wall as hard as he could. But his fist still didn't hurt as much as his heart. Dad. Why? Dun dun dun. Alright, we got one left. Yeah, I didn't think his dad would be that crazy. Oto-san, doshite! Doshite! Oh, here we go. This changes this for some reason. I think. What's going on here? Da, 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 da. Yeah, we've kind of seen this already. Can I back out or? Nope. There's got to be a choice later to mess with Hana's decision, right? It's got to be. Oto-san, doshite. I wonder what Shizuku's up to. I forgot what happened at the end of Azure. Like, what is she doing? Did she go to Hermaferia again or something? Or is that only because she was sick? Alright, let's just get through this. Last time I think I chose to go to the hospital, maybe? No, I chose to go to his wife. Yeah, so I'll try something different this time. Yeah. She was just chilling. This is my present. Actually, I don't even know what's in that box. Maybe, I forgot if you told me or not. It's my dick in a box. Classic. Yeah, they really needed a way to fucking skip this. This is like least favorite. This is what gets me the most. It's like I know where I need to go, but then it's like it blockades my progress for some reason. I have to read everything all over again. I've already read this. I'm exhausted. It was a rare thing for the director. Like theoretically, if you do go down these routes in a very particular order, you wouldn't have to go through these potentially, but there's no way you're gonna get that. Like you have to do this person's route first and then the next person's because that connects to this other person's as long as you didn't start theirs in a specific way. You would need a very particular set of skills. It's true. Oh, wait, here we go. Ugh, I don't know. Sure, release the name, whatever, dude. I think releasing the name would be alright. There's still a lot they didn't know, but Tanaka, the fact that some sort of connection between him and the kidnappers, but they still had no idea what his role in the abduction might have been. They didn't have any motive for why Tanaka would be helping the kidnappers in the first place. Sharing some of what they did know with the public, they might be able to garner some new leads. He released the name? Alright then. Then in the word, he headed back. Why are you declaring martial law? I'm not. I mean, I would if I could, but I literally can't. It's not legal in this country. Governor, why is there a girl walking around with some strange ass virus from South Africa? And is she gonna kill everyone in Shibuya? The answer is maybe. Possibly. We're trying our best to prevent that. Let's call Rumi. Let's call our wife. Or fiancée. Made him more anxious she didn't pick up. We're still staring at the phone when he got a call of his own. When he appeared at the incoming call display, his heart nearly stopped. There was Teteno's name. Kano quickly pressed the button to accept the call. Teteno, is that you? Bring me Hitomi Osawa, or I will shoot this girl. See, there's another moment where I want to back out and see, okay, maybe I can go further along the line. Along his path. But I could still be blocked off somehow. We gotta be able to talk to Hana. It's gotta be him. He's the only one that saw her today. Or during this hour, at least. I'm trying to think if anyone else saw her. I think it's only Kano. Hmm. I think we just skipped over her. Yeah, totally. Yep. Okay. See, good thing. Good thing I stopped. What would it be? Oh. Okay. This can't be different. I didn't do anything. Did I? Let's see. I didn't do anything, but sure. Here, hopefully she's not here. Oh, because he never saw her. Oh. So I guess she just hung around because someone didn't talk to her, whatever. I suppose that makes sense in a way. Write the whole thing over again. Right now. Oh, God. Do you have to read his backstory again? Yes. Fuck. Oh, my God. Okay, hold on. Let me just... I'm gonna drink my water here. This is my favorite part of the game. I wish more games did this. It's forcing me to engage. I'll give it that. It's forcing me to engage with it. I think that's a problem with a lot of games nowadays. We just don't read enough. We don't read enough text on the screen over and over again. You play it once and forget it. Oh, how touching. uh, ask me again in 100 years. Then I can answer. Mr. Reno, we can't do this, please. "99 deaths by strangulation and poison soup." The best way to go. Oh, he actually is signing it. What the fuck? Minorukawa rated his pen inside the document. Alright, Sagawa cheered. Now we're talking. A satisfied grin came to Ozu's face as he reached for the contract. Before he could pick it up, Chiaki... Only if the strangulation is done by the boss. Chiaki snatched it from the desk. What the? I'm not letting you do that. Gripping the paper, she stuffed it right into her mouth. Hey, Scout Snap, what the hell are you doing? He tried to force Chiaki's mouth open. Don't you dare, you bitch. But despite his frantic efforts, Chiaki managed to gulp the water. Oh my god. Sagawa blinked a few times. Oh, you did not just do that. Ozu looked on dumbstruck. Guess we gotta get a new contract from the office, boss. Bring as many as you want, Chiaki declared. I'll just keep eating them. Girl, you some kind of damn goat or something? They really fucking... The mental image of a goat eating paper is a common one, dating back to long ago when paper was made solely out of plant material. If a goat were to eat modern paper, the wad of chemically treated pulp would go undigested and possibly cause an intestinal blockage. So please, do not feed paper to goats. Damn, I was gonna do that tomorrow. Sagawa shoved Chiaki up against the desk. Ow, cut it out! That hurts! As she struggled to resist, Chiaki lurched toward the desk, planting one of her hands atop the TV remote control. One of her fingers happened to land on the volume up button. The sound from the television set soon... Oh, what the fuck. The sound from the television set soon hit max volume. We have just learned the identity of the victim killed in the explosion. Shibuya resident and... Oh, right, because... Ah, I see. They're like, oh, so Toyama isn't dead. Shibuya resident and a pharmaceutical executive. Shibuya resident? Minorukawa tilted his head in confusion. Toyama didn't live in Shibuya. Once again, the victim of the explosion was Shibuya resident and pharmaceutical company executive Mamoru Tanaka. The cause of the explosion remains unknown. The police are still in the process of following up several potential leads. He was 40? Is that his age? The site of the incident remains an alarming scene, with relief workers continuing to tend to the wounded. The four people in the editing office spoke in near unison. Huh? Who's Tanaka? Fucking faces. There we go.
The fuck?
Yeah, Maria's story is over. Find out next in Dragon Ball Z. I do like that transition a lot. I'm running out of time. Wow, really? Fucking... We're gonna start with Kano, because what is Maria doing? Like... A gunshot rang out from Teteno's gun, but it was a wild shot. No more Maria. But it was a wild shot fired reflexively as the weapon flew out of his hands. A figure had leapt from behind the water storage tank, kicking him in the arm that held the gun. Maria. I think she's dead in that one too. Then, moving almost too fast for the eye to track, the newcomer delivered an elbow strike to Teteno's jaw. Kano didn't even have the chance to fire his gun. But before he could react, Maria's kidnapper... It's all connected! Shibuya Scramble is like the most fucking... It's a cultural milestone. If you thought everything was inspired by Dragon Ball, it's actually inspired by Shibuya Scramble. That's right, it's the best game ever made. Maria's kidnapper was already laid out on the ground. Without so much as looking back, the girl bolted down the stairs. Maria! Kano shouted. He started to chase after her, but a bright glimmer in the corner of his eye stopped him in his tracks. The strange assailant had drawn a knife, and was preparing to slit the unconscious Teteno's throat. Kano quickly brought his gun back to bear. Stop right there! The knife stopped mere millimeters from Teteno's neck. Kano was sure that if he hadn't intervened, the detective's throat would have been slit already. The knife wielder pulled back the hood that had been concealing her face. You. I know you. Kano said, shocked to see that he recognized the attacker. It's Kanan! Ah! It was the girl who'd been knocked down by the minivan explosion. Why stop me? She asked, her tone ice cold. Weren't you just about to shoot him yourself? I don't have a reason to shoot him anymore, now that you've helped Maria escape. Her story continues in Zero Time Dilemma. Very well. Looks like he's not waking up for a while anyway. The girl withdrew the knife and rose to her feet. He's got his ass up. Why did you come to Maria's rescue? Oh, he said that. Because she's my friend, the girl said simply. She's been infected with a virus, Kano said. We have to get her to help as soon as possible. He headed for the stairs that Maria had scampered down. Not so fast, don't move. The girl's sharp tone made Kano stop. What for? He demanded. I thought you wanted to help. I do want to help her, which is why I'm not letting the police get their hands on her. The girl's voice was quiet, but hard as steel. The police are afraid of the Uwa virus spreading, which is why they'll certainly place Maria under quarantine. If that happens, there won't be any way to save her. Just who in the world are you? Before I answer that, let's make a deal. Kano waited. Non-committal. I have information relevant to this case, the girl continued. I want to make an exchange. Kano swallowed the lump in his throat. In exchange for what? Tell me where Hitomi Osawa is. Hitomi Osawa? Stanley had taken Hitomi into custody. Kano could probably get in touch and ask him where she was, but why would you want to know where Hitomi is? Do we have a deal or not? The girl looked like she was in no mood to argue. Still, if she knew about the Uwa virus, she was probably telling the truth about having information. But it was a violation of police policy to leak information on any investigation to a third party. Besides, was it wise to trust this young woman without knowing who she was? Kano weighed his options for a moment before replying. Fuck it, dude. I'll tell you. The girl gave a tiny nod. But first, what's your name? Oh, God. Kanan. Kanan. Kano thought back to the grisly scene at the foreign syndicate's hideout. Did she do that? He was almost afraid to wonder. There was still a lingering trace of adolescence in this strange girl's face. It was hard to believe someone so young could be a covert Middle Eastern operative. And yet Kano had seen how quickly she'd been able to render Tateno unconscious. Alright then, guess I'll go first, Kanan began. There's someone out there trying to get their hands on the antiviral drug. My objective is to eliminate this person and put a stop to their plan. Kano felt neither surprise nor horror at her use of the term eliminate. After all that had happened today, he realized his sensibilities had gone numb. This person you're after, you're talking about an arms dealer named Alfard, aren't you? Kanan nodded. The Uwa virus has been weaponized and tested several times on the battlefield to great effect, she said. The antiviral would render this weapon wholly ineffective. Countries the world over are dying to get their hands on it. Then why did Alfard orchestrate this kidnapping? If the goal was to get the antiviral, why not just steal it from the laboratory? There was a lot about this kidnapping case that still didn't add up. Kano was sure Alfard's plan was hidden in those baffling details. Lab security at Okoshi Pharmaceutical is practically perfect. The place is under surveillance 24 hours a day, and getting to where the antiviral is stored requires bypassing 3 sophisticated electronic locks. Getting the antiviral out is impossible. Unexpectedly, a sly grin appeared on Kanan's face. If you were Alfard, how would you steal it? She asked. Huh? Kano was taken aback by the sudden question. He thought good and hard about how to answer. Osawa heads at the lab. Wouldn't he be the one able to get it out? If you can't sneak something out, maybe you could sneak something in. You wouldn't need to steal it, just wait until the drug hits pharmacies. When will we get out? I thought they already did that though. You can't sneak something out, maybe you could sneak something in? Kano hadn't any particular flash of insight. He just figured the opposite of what the obvious might be the answer. To his surprise, Kanan gave a nod. Very astute. Wait, really? 6 days ago, Alphard injected Hitomi Osawa with the Uova. That's what I thought. What? The tale had taken a sudden and a very unexpected turn, so it wasn't only Maria who had been infected, but Hitomi as well. And 6 days ago at that. Wait, hold on. Hitomi Osawa was perfectly healthy earlier today. So that must mean... Exactly. Kenji Osawa administered the antiviral to her. An unsettling thought occurred to Kano. It was supposedly impossible for Osawa to access the antiviral all by himself, but if he'd been able to give it to his daughter all the same, then that had to mean... He needed Mamoru Tanaka's help to do it, of course, Kanan said, which is why Alphard bribed Tanaka ahead of time. So that's what happened. Tanaka had been paid off to inject Hitomi with the virus. Getting Osawa to take action at that point wouldn't have been difficult. But why go to such lengths to get the antiviral administered to Hitomi? Why would Alphard have Hitomi infected with the virus, only to then have her father cure it? It's been roughly a week since she was given the antiviral. The DDS is still in her body. The what? Essentially, taking blood from Hitomi Osawa now would allow someone to extract minuscule amounts of the antiviral. Kano was stunned. Suddenly, all these seemingly unrelated threads were beginning to form a pattern. So, since getting the antiviral itself out of the lab wasn't an option, Alphard must have thought of using a human vessel, he murmured. Which means the thing that Alphard's really after is... Kanan nodded. Yes, Hitomi's blood. She finished. Alphard specifically requested that Hitomi make the ransom handoff, Kanan said. Additionally, the crime syndicate was hired to carry out a relay with the attached case containing the ransom money. This would disrupt the investigation and distract the police, allowing the kidnappers to target Hitomi in secret. Wait, no, hold on. There's something about this story that still made no sense to Kano. Tell me this, he said to Kanan. Why not just kidnap Hitomi in the first place? Why not use Tanaka for the vessel instead of Hitomi? Was there really no other way to get at the antiviral? Yeah, why not just kidnap her, honestly? Why not just kidnap Hitomi in the first place? That was the key question right there. Why kidnap Maria instead? Oh, they fucked it up, right? If Alphard wanted Hitomi's blood, abducting her, not her sister, was the obvious move. Yeah, I think he fucked it up. Yeah. Mistaken Maria for Hitomi. Had the kidnappers mistaken Maria for Hitomi? The two were twins after all, so it wasn't inconceivable, but... It's my fault that Maria was kidnapped. Kanan looked away. I contacted her before all this started. I told her about the kidnapping plan, and I gave her a GPS beacon to give to her sister, so that I could track Hitomi's location after she was abducted. But my plan backfired. Maria switched places with Hitomi and let herself get taken by Alphard. What the hell? Why had Maria taken this to the police? Or, if she was so determined to protect her sister, why not just get her to leave town or something like that? There must have been some sort of accident, though, Kanan continued. The GPS was never turned on after the kidnapping, and I wasn't able to track Maria down. But there was something that even Alphard hadn't counted on. Kanan cast a glance over at Tenno. This person right here, she said. So Tenno had disrupted Alphard's plan by going after Hitomi himself. Considering where it's all led, Kanan continued, Alphard must be panicking about now. But we can't let down our guard. Even now, I'm sure the mastermind is thinking of some way to fit what this man has done into the master plan. So it's a perfectly imperfect plan. Is that what you're saying? Precisely. Kanan flashed Kano an approving grin. I heard that from Stanley, Kano said. The man who drove you to the hospital earlier. That case officer, huh? Case officer. So that was it. Stanley was CIA. Whoa. Wait, what? Asakusa? Huh. Okay. Now that Kano thought about it, it all made sense. Since Alphard is an arms dealer with worldwide connections, I don't know what nation might be trying to obtain the antiviral. Obviously, any country that has the viral weapon would want to prevent their enemies from obtaining it. It's no huge surprise that people are butting in trying to put a stop to Alphard's plan. A tiny beeping sound caught Kano's attention. Kanan pulled a PDA from her breast pocket. Interesting. The GPS I gave to Maria has just been powered on. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Now I can find her location. Where is she? She's on the move. But why is the GPS suddenly active now? Kanan frowned. At any rate, I've told you what I know. Now tell me where Hitomi is. Alright. Kano got out his phone and called Stanley. The American was quick to pick up. What's going on? Where's Hitomi? They're on our way to Endo Electronics in Dogenzaka. Endo Electronics? Why are you going there? Kano was familiar with the dilapidated old storefront. He had passed by the place countless times. Too long a story. There are AI viewers on streamboo.com. There's a lot that's happened, Stanley replied. How are things on your end? About as bad as they could be, but I'm getting closer to the truth. Please, make sure you keep Hitomi safe. Alphard is after her blood. Her blood? Kano told Stanley what he'd heard from Kanan. I see. So that's what's going on. Once we're finished with things in Dokenzaka, I'll bring Hitomi right back to the precinct. Where is she? Kanan asked as soon as Kano had hung up. She's on her way to an electronics store in Dogenzaka. I see. Kanan checked Maria's location on her PDA. First, I need to get Maria, she said. I'll get to Hitomi after that. I'm going with you. Be my guest. But that Kanan was off and running. Kano took one last glance at the unconscious Teteno, then hurried after Kanan as fast as he could. They ran from South Hill and Nanpaidai toward Shibuya Station. As they darted and weaved madly through the narrow side streets, Kanan took an occasional glimpse at her PDA. It felt to Kano like they must be taking the shortest possible route to Maria's location. He stayed quiet, keeping pace as Kanan led the way. Before he knew it, they were headed up Dogenzaka. If not, in not too long, they'd be at Endo Electronics. Hey, Kano called out to Kanan. What? She shouted back without turning. Are you sure this is the right area? Are you doubting the GPS? Actually, can I see that GPS unit? Kano peered over at Kanan's shoulder and saw that the GPS was indeed pointing in the direction they were headed. They weren't just running around at random, nor was the unit broken. Huh. Endo Electronics is right up ahead, he said. What? Kanan stopped abruptly. What are you suggesting? The twins are headed for the same location. That's my guess. Still, what did that actually mean? Kano hadn't figured that out yet. They took off running again, and before long, Endo Electronics came into view. Kanan stopped in front of the shop door. Right here, she said, glancing again at her GPS. I knew it, Kano thought. Endo Electronics, the same place Hitomi was headed. Guess we're all winding up together, Kanan said. Or else we've been brought together. She peered keenly at the building and its surroundings. Kano swallowed hard. We? You think you've been roped into this too? Quite possibly. Kanan flashed a winning smile, yeah, and then started to head into the shop. Hold on, I need to report this to HQ. Kano hurriedly called Kuze on the cell. Kano, what's going on? I've located Maria Osawa. Huh? Was that? Kuze's words came out as a surprised and childish yelp. Come on, Kanan smiled, turned to a steely glare. Time is critical. He nodded silently back at her. Kano, what's the location? Kuze asked. Where are you? I can't say right now, sir. Please, just leave this to me. Hey, now just hold on. But Kano ignored the director's squawking and hung up. Kanan had already entered the shop. She seemed wholly unconcerned by the idea that she might be playing right into Alphard's hands. Despite her youth, she clearly thought of herself as quite capable. Warily, he followed after her. After navigating a veritable cavern of junk, they came to a door that led to the living room, or to the living area beyond. Kanan quietly opened the door and immediately stepped inside. The home was divided into a dwelling area and a workroom. A man's voice could be overheard from the workroom, raised in anger. "Don't you want to save Sasune?" Kano and Kanan crept closer. Peering through the next doorway, they saw a tense confrontation in progress. Maria and Stanley were standing there, looking down at a middle-aged man who had restrained Hitomi with a stun gun pressed to her throat. "Dad, of course I want to help Sasune." A young man stepped into view speaking to the older fellow. "But do you think this is what she'd want you to do?" Kano watched intently, tensing for action. There was so much at risk here. He was about to barge into the workroom when Kanan grabbed him by the shoulder. "Let's wait and see how this goes first," she whispered. He realized this was good advice. If they provoked the older man, things could very well take a sharp turn for the worst. They just had to hope the young man could talk him down. Not yet. Okay. I was like, is there more? Man, it sucks Maria's gone, but I guess she's rolling with Achi now. Oh, that's interesting. I can't get to Osawa if I hit to the left. I wonder why. I'm gonna take a little break. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I just had to use the toilet. The toilet.
Oh my god!
Oops. Okay. Let's go see what's up with Achi. I feel like we're hitting like a breaking point here. Everything's hitting the fan. Achi told Stanley and Hitomi what his father had done. As she listened, Hitomi hung her head. Her face was swallow. "I'm so sorry," Achi told her. I'm not really sure what to say. He clenched his fist so hard his knuckles popped, struggling to keep his emotions in check. So if I were rendered brain dead, you could help your sister, Hitomi murmured. The fact they keep highlighting this, I know what brain dead. They've described this in like 15 different ways. I guess it's important. Stop, Achi said quickly. Please, don't say things like that. A sad look came to Hitomi's face, and she pressed her right hand to her heart. I mean, to find out like this. She turned to Achi, tears glistening in her eyes. I want to help your sister, but... We have other things to worry about right now. This time it was Stanley who cut her off. Remember, Alphard is after you, Hitomi. Isn't that what Kanan told you? Yes. She said I was the mastermind's target. Hitomi wiped her tears away with her fingertips. So Alphard and Achi's father are after the same thing, Stanley said. Is that just a coincidence? Didn't sound like you thought so. Hold up, Achi growled, leaning in from the back seat. Yeah, my dad's way out of line, but he did what he did for Suzune. He wouldn't work with terrorists. I'm not saying he's deliberately aiding terrorists, Stanley replied coolly. It's common sense that a pro wouldn't get an amateur involved with their plans. That makes it too likely that a clumsy misstep will cause things to fall apart. But then again, that's not the way Alphard thinks. So, actually, the likelihood of failure could well be part of the plan. Achi thought back to what Kanan had said earlier. If you achieve your goals using accidental means, the outline becomes blurred and it makes it harder for anyone outside looking in to grasp what the actual plan is. The quote of all time. I think about that. That's my fucking mantra right there. Oh, there's more. Not only have they put together a perfect plan, they've purposely left certain tiny holes in it. Perfectly imperfect plan. So if we assume the plan has failed, this slip-up might be exactly what Alphard wants. Or, Stanley said that. Sort of an intentional hole then, Achi said. Stanley snorted. Kanan told you guys that too, huh? If that's the case, then you really are a fool. What did you just call me? Achi barked. If you've known all along how formidable this opponent is, you should have given Hitomi over to the police. Or police custody right away. It's only a matter of dumb luck that either of you are still alive right now. Look, luck or not, me and Hitomi have managed to get by safely. That's all that matters. What exactly is the relationship between you two anyway? Are you guys dating? Achi and Hitomi exchanged glances. When Hitomi hesitated uneasily, Achi decided he'd better speak up. No, it's not like that. We just happened to run into each other earlier today. Guess I'm not the kind of guy who can abandon someone in trouble. Can't abandon someone in trouble, huh? You sure you're not just trying to make yourself feel self-important? There are plenty of people out there you can't see who are also in trouble, who are also suffering. If you only help the ones close at hand, then what's the point, really? The world's a lot bigger than you can imagine. There's a lot you're blind to. So what? If I see someone who's in trouble, I'm supposed to just ignore them? Nah, I can't do that. If I see someone who's collapsed from hunger, I'm not just gonna walk on by because there are people starving somewhere else in the world. I'd be all, hey, let me treat you to a beef bowl or whatever. You couldn't have come up with a smarter example, Stanley replied with a tiny laugh. Okay, so I'm an idiot, Achi scowled. My bad. Stanley laughed again. Today's been an interesting day, he said. I was with another fellow earlier who was just like you. Meaning what? Was he an idiot too? Yeah, he was an idiot. Do all you Japanese have that problem? Hardly. My little sister's so smart she'd make your eyes pop out. Well, I'm sure relieved to hear that. If everyone in this country were as dumb as you guys, I might actually start to like this place. Huh? What does that even mean? Talk so I can understand, man, Achi shot back. But Stanley didn't respond. Instead, he stuck his head out the car window, peering at the road ahead. They were close to Shibuya Station now, and the traffic had ground to a halt. Good luck again, Stanley grumbled. It's probably better to walk the rest of the way to Ender Electronics. He pulled over on the side of the road. Please don't let her. Achi got out of the car, feeling his guts knot up with worry. Pretty soon he was going to have to confront his father. Stanley gave Achi a look. Are you scared about meeting with her father? I'm not scared. First things first, I'm gonna punch him right in the fucking face. Then we can have ourselves a chat. Don't let your emotions get out of control. Your father might be one of the key players in this case. I don't give a damn about that. Achi took Hitomi by the hand and started walking. They'd gone up and down Dogonzaka so many times today already, but this was probably the last time he and Hitomi would make their way up the hill together. He picked up speed, easy pace. Let's take it easy, man. Wanting to delay the end of their time together just a little longer. Once they reached his home, this kidnapping case would be all over. Because his own father, Daisuke, would be arrested as the culprit. Bringing Daisuke down would be easy. Achi wasn't worried about that part at all. If he didn't hold back, there was a good chance he'd wind up hurting his father. Holding back. Getting hurt. A memory from long ago rose in Achi's mind. A pure white karate gi. Or is it guy? I think it's gi. Thrusting out with his left fist. Daisuke collapsing to the floor. One of many memories of his father that Achi could not forget. Kneeling before the memorial altar of his mother, Kotone, Achi wept uncontrollably. He clutched his ohajiki. Marbles. Tightly in his hands. Achi had always been rather clingy with his mother. When she was alive, she had often joined him for ohajiki, origami, and the like. On this particular day, Achi had come home miserable after getting bullied by the neighborhood kids for acting like a wimp. Achi. He turned to see his father holding 2 cups of shaved ice. Come here for a bit. They sat on the stairs together, eating their sweet frozen confections. Achi, I got you a frozen confection. You want to get tougher? Daisuke's words were soft and simple. How about you and me get tougher together? Achi looked up at his father, frowning in confusion. How are we going to do that? Well, for starters, how about we learn some karate? Karate? Achi's face twisted up unhappily at the idea. He couldn't even imagine himself punching or kicking anyone. It'll be alright, his dad said. I'll go with you. Don't you worry. Daisuke flexed one of his scrawny arms. His biceps bulged up the tiniest bit. Achi was well aware that his father wasn't much of an athlete. There had been an athletics meet at his grade school. Even now, the memory of Daisuke tripping clumsily during the parent participation relay was burned into Achi's mind. I mean, if you're gonna be there. And so the two began training together at a local karate dojo. Achi put on his white gi and fastened his obi tightly. As he did so, he felt as if his feelings were being anchored in place as well. Ichi, ni, san. Achi's gi sleeves made a whooshing sound as he thrust out his fist in time with the sensei's chant. Even simple kata practice made him feel like he was getting stronger somehow. His dad, having left Suzune in the care of their neighbors, was working up a sweat alongside him. But he was out of shape, and his technique was shaky. He was soon exhausted, and went to lean up against the dojo wall. Achi stepped out of the training circle and called out to his father. Dad, are you okay? Yeah, I'm just gonna take a little break. Daisuke sounded like he was on the edge of hyperventilating. Thanks, Dad. Huh? What for? For asking me to come take karate lessons with you. Achi was sure he'd never have dared to go to the dojo alone. Hey, just so long as you're liking it. Go on, get back to training. With a deep bow, Achi resumed his kata practice. As they were walking home from the dojo, Achi turned to his father. "How come you want to get stronger, Dad?" he asked. "I mean, you're not getting bullied by your friends." Daisuke was quiet for a few moments before answering. His words came out awkward and embarrassed. "I was picked on a lot when I was your age too, Achi. I had a friend who would always come and bail me out." "A friend?" "Yeah, a friend." A distant look came to his father's eyes. He was a real fighter. I always looked up to him. I wanted to be strong like him. His expression turned lonely. I don't get to see him anymore, though. "Why not?" Achi asked. "Did he die?" No, nothing like that. "Then did you guys have a fight?" "Something like that." Daisuke smiled sadly. He stared out into the sky for a while before speaking up again. "His name's Tateno." "My friend. That's his name." Achi's father increased his pace. "Come on," he said. "We have to go and pick up Suzune." After that, despite Achi's questions, Daisuke would say no more about his old friend. Damn, they are going in with that guitar. By the time he was almost done with grade school, Achi had grown up fit and strong, almost unrecognizable from his younger self. Perhaps he had the physical knack in him all along. He was chosen as the representative for the boys' karate team, even managing to take second place in a national tournament. Nobody bullied Achi anymore. One time, Daisuke suggested that the two of them do some sparring. Achi may have been a national competitor, sure, but he was still a grade schooler squaring off against an adult. His father had been training for close to 2 years now as well, and his confidence had grown accordingly. Achi was excited to be able to face off against his old man. Early on in their karate training, Achi's kumite had seemed rather hopeless. He'd been shocked by his out-of-shape father, shocked that his out-of-shape father was able to overpower him, but also pleased to get a sense of how strong the man was. This time, Achi thought he might well lose again, but he was going to go all out. As they adopted their fighting stances, Daisuke's face was full of confidence. The instructor gave the signal to begin, and Achi opened with a sharp low kick. Daisuke didn't guard against it. The blow caught him in the thigh. It looked to Achi like he'd allowed himself to take the hit, not fearing the effect of a child's kick. "Oh, my hip!" Achi proceeded to unleash several more low kicks to the same spot. Bit by bit, Daisuke's face revealed his discomfort. Finally, he yanked his leg away. That was when Achi realized his father wasn't letting himself get hit on purpose. He was just unable to keep up with the speed of his son's footwork. If that was the case, Achi felt bad about exploiting his dad's weakness. He decided to leave his leg alone. Instead, he aimed a punch at his father's midsection. He really got the dogs out. He was shocked by the impact as the blow struck home. He hadn't attacked with a great deal of force. He'd just thrown a light midsection punch as a check. And he killed him. Oh! As Achi pulled back his fist, Daisuke crumpled to the floor, writhing in pain as he clutched his... Jesus, dude. He cannot be that strong. Achi stared in disbelief at his own hand. My power. That was the last day that Daisuke went to the dojo. Your dad's pathetic. Yeah, he's such a loser. Achi was on his way home from practice, and some older students from the dojo had started ribbing on him. What'd you just say? These kids were middle schoolers, but Achi wasn't about to back down. He thrust out with a quick punch, stopping it just short of one boy's nose. Go on, say that again. I'll kick your ass. The older boys went pale, then took off and ran. But this small victory did nothing to bolster Achi's spirits. His father had looked so small and lonely, heading away after quitting karate. But Achi didn't think there was anything pathetic about that. Sure, maybe by now he was better at karate than his father, but really, what difference did that make? And growing stronger, he'd learned something. Using force to win out over someone else didn't mean anything. Strength alone didn't determine a person's worth. Achi loved and respected his father for going to the dojo with him. Beating him in a karate match didn't change the way he felt. Achi resurfaced from his memories to hear Stanley talking on the phone. Let's see, so that's what's going on. Once we're finished with things in Dogonzaka, I'll bring Hitomi right back to the precinct. Curious, Achi turned to the American. By bring Hitomi in, do you mean you're gonna arrest her? Achi couldn't think of any other reason to take her to the precinct. Just gonna move her someplace safe. With that, Stanley proceeded to wrap up his phone call. Guess I'm not going to get much out of this guy, Achi thought. Move her someplace safe, huh? Was he actually serious, or was he just being evasive? Achi couldn't really tell. If they really did try to arrest Hitomi, though, Achi intended to stop them one way or another. He needed to protect her, all the way to the end. Inwardly, he reaffirmed the vow he'd made earlier, to keep her safe whatever it took. By now, they could see Endo Electronics up ahead. Achi was about to hurry inside when Stanley stopped him. I'll go in first. You two wait out here. No way, this is my dad we're talking about. And don't you think it's dangerous to bring Hitomi right to him? Oh, sorry. Keep fucking these up. Stanley said that. Well, alright. We'll wait here for a bit, and once we know it's safe, we'll head on in. Cool with that? I'm cool with that. Stanley stepped aside, or inside. Achi fussed about impatiently, staring at the entryway. The palm of his clenched fist was sweating. Never before in his life had he wanted to just deck his old man. Hitomi watched him uneasily. Hitomi. Yes? I'm sorry. I really don't want you to have to see this, but I think you're about to witness the crowning shame in Endo family history. Achi, don't say that, Hitomi said. She squeezed his hand. He found his other fist unclenching. Please, you have to try to talk to your father. Yeah, I know. Suddenly there was a loud crash from inside the building. The time for waiting had passed. Too lewd! Oh my god, you can't hold hands! Let's go! Ikimasu! Achi and Hitomi raced inside. Barging into the living quarters without bothering to shed his shoes, the biggest sin ever committed. He heard his father's voice coming from the workroom. Dad! Achi hurried through the workroom door and saw Stanley holding his father pinned across a desk. Let me go! Please, let me go! Daisuke thrashed both of his legs. Stanley, please let my father go. I want to talk to him. Stanley snorted dismissively, but did as he was asked. Daisuke stood up, rubbing at a sore wrist. Dad, please, you have to tell me. Where is Maria? Maria? What the fuck are you talking about? Daisuke wouldn't meet his eyes. Don't play dumb with me. Achi pointed at Hitomi. You know who this is, don't you? Hitomi Osawa. The girl you've been after? Maria's her sister. But Daisuke remained silent. You're gonna pretend you didn't call the hospital? Nothing about maybe being able to get your hands on a heart? I mean, seriously? It's all so simple. Even I can tell what's been going on. You've been watching me and Hitomi through the surveillance cameras, and you were telling that guy with the cane where we were. The blood began to drain from his father's face. Don't you go quiet on me. If I'm wrong, then go ahead, tell me the truth. Daisuke's arm shot out suddenly, knocking an external hard drive from his desk onto the floor. It was over and done before Stanley could stop him. Stanley hunched down and picked up the shattered drive. I'm guessing there isn't important data on here. Footage from the cameras, maybe? I have no idea what you're talking about, Daisuke spat. You can't do this to an innocent person, Dad! Achi shouted, grabbing his father by the collar. There was a sound of footsteps from out in the shop. Someone was quickly getting closer. Stanley grabbed Hitomi by the hand and pulled her back against the wall. Achi stiffened as he turned his gaze to the door. Okay. Is that Maria? That's gotta be Maria. Hold on, I already know what to do. We're doing this here. Oh! Oh, I can. Okay, good. I was like, I can't jump? Motherfucker. Oh well, that's for something else, I guess. Fine, I'll go do something else. Let's see what Osawa's up to. The rain won't let up. The sound is growing louder and louder inside my head. It is a sound of regret spattering against my heart. My emotions surge like a terrible storm within me. I never wished for this. Never expected my heart to be dragged so far beyond my control. We can't save Maria. We can't save Maria. We can't save Maria. The words stormed through Osawa's mind in a relentless cacophony. He'd call up images of the bodies from the human testing. I can't even hear myself talk. Human testing trials on his computer monitor. He couldn't help but imagine his daughter in the same gruesome state. In just a few more hours, Maria would begin hemorrhaging blood and die just like the people in those pictures. We can't save Maria. We can't do it. She's dead. He couldn't shake the words or the reality from his mind. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Osawa began pounding his fist fiercely on the desktop. Sir, what are you doing? Kajiwara tried to intervene, but he kept on pounding away. When he finally ceased, the pain of the repeated impacts lingered in his hands. My research was never about any sincere desire to help people, and now I'm paying the price for that. And the one time it finally matters, I can't even save my own daughter. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara set a hand on his shoulder. You can always blame yourself later, but for now, think again, good and hard. Is there really no other way to save Maria? Nothing else we could try? Osawa shook his head. The only means we had left was using Tanaka's password to unlock the doors. And now Tanaka's dead. There's no other way. Is there a possibility that Mr. Tanaka told someone else his password? This was something Osawa hadn't considered. Was there anyone Tanaka might have shared his password with? Only one person came to mind. Oh, yes, there may be someone. You're referring to I, sir? Kajiwara cast his eyes down. You figured that out then? Yes. Back during the commotion over that listening device. A necktie clip isn't typically the sort of present one gives to one's husband's co-worker. And yet, although some might consider it somewhat, inappropriate, Mr. Tanaka was wearing it as if it were a matter of course. Which, implies something about their relationship. Kajiwara's voice trailed off. He coughed apologetically and tried again. I realize it's an awkward situation, sir, but please check with your wife. Even if I does happen to know the password, that does us no good if Maria gets quarantined someplace we can't reach her. I understand, Mr. Osawa. I'll bring Maria to you then. I'll do everything in my power to make that happen. With these bananas. The detective then produced a bunch of bananas from his pocket. These are all left over. You're more than welcome to them, sir. Despite his gentle smile, the rest of his face was firm with resolve. You said you didn't care whether other people understood you. Didn't you, Mr. Osawa? Osawa nodded guardedly. At the risk of being presumptuous, sir, I understand you, Kajiwara said. I used to be quite the workaholic myself. You are just like me. Innocent and awkward. Calling yourself innocent, huh? How modest of you. Osawa let out a sardonic chuckle, and after a moment, Kajiwara joined in. The next time I see you, Mr. Osawa, I'll have Maria with me. The detective gave a slight bow, then left the study, a look of determination on his face. Osawa watched him go with admiration. No matter what trouble arose, the man always looked for something he could do. He really was a fellow who knew how to hang tough. Compared to that, Osawa couldn't even articulate his own self-disgust. And asking Ai about the password would also mean inquiring into her relationship with Tanaka. The prospect was daunting. Venturing into the emotional territory of another person was his weakest suit. He left his study, but somehow found himself making his way to Maria's room, not Ai's. He realized that he hadn't been into his daughter's room since a certain rainy day years before. Now he stepped quietly inside and saw Maria's world laid out before him. A small photo was set atop her neat and tidy desk. It was a close-up of someone's hands doing a cat's cradle. Whose hands were they? From the skin tone, they didn't appear to be Maria's. Several more photographs were pinned to a corkboard that hung on the wall. They were snapshots of people and townscapes from the Middle East. One glance at them and Osawa felt like he was back there for a moment. The images weren't necessarily aesthetically pleasing, but they all looked like they'd been taken by a professional. When he spotted the last photo on the corkboard, however, he was certain that Maria had taken them all. The last picture was of Osawa himself. He was facing the camera, holding some luggage and flashing an awkward smile. It was a comical, affectionate image. He'd never known that photography was one of his daughter's hobbies. No, this went beyond a mere hobby. Did she perhaps aspire to be a professional photographer one day? She certainly had the aptitude for it, from the look of things. Maria, a photographer. As he mulled the idea over, Osawa felt his chest tighten. Right now it looked like Maria's hopes and dreams were about to be snuffed out. Her future consisted of bleeding to death a few short hours from now. Yeah, that's not good. Osawa stared vacantly out the window. The view from Maria's room remained unchanged from so long ago. Again, that rainy day crept back into his mind, as vivid as the present. On that day, Osawa was dealing with some pressing business from work. He'd ensconced himself in his study, wrestling with some paperwork when Hitomi barged in, looking distraught. Maria's gone. Sensing that Hitomi was legitimately alarmed, Osawa hurried to Maria's room. He found a letter she'd left atop her writing desk. Dad, you only care about Hitomi, and you're always working, and you never do anything with me, so I'm running away. A few hours earlier, he'd canceled their weekend trip to the amusement park. He just wasn't going to be able to get his work done in time. Hitomi had resigned herself readily enough, but Maria just couldn't accept it. She'd been looking forward to it for so long, she railed at him. How many times now had he broken one of his promises to her? Hitomi understands why we can't go, so why can't you do the same? The cold rebuke had ended her complaining, but it was clear she still didn't accept the situation. Now, Hitomi helped him look around, but they found nothing missing from Maria's room. Despite her assertion that she was running away, then it seemed like there was no point in being overly concerned. Maybe she's at the park she always goes to. Hitomi looked worried. The park was roughly a 25-minute walk from the house. It would only take about an hour for Osawa to go get her and bring her home. But an hour was more than he could afford to spare right now, bro. Dad, I think she's waiting for you to go after her. Osawa didn't need Hitomi to tell him that. He knew it well enough. That was what galled him so much about the situation. Why did she have to pull something like this precisely when his work was at his busiest? He'd done everything he could as a father since his wife had passed away. Why couldn't his daughter see that? It's alright. Your sister will come back. The rain was coming down pretty hard outside the window. Do you think she brought an umbrella? Hitomi asked anxiously. I don't know. But with the rain like this, she'll come back home soon enough. He spoke the words for himself as much as for Hitomi. Then he headed back to his study and got back to work. But several hours went by and still Maria did not return. The rain had gotten even more intense, to the point where Osawa could hear it in his study. He was so concerned about his missing girl that he couldn't focus on his work, but he stubbornly refused to give in and go search for her. Several more hours passed. At last, Maria appeared at the front door soaking wet. Osawa met her silently in the entryway. Wet strands of hair clung to the girl's forehead as she looked up at her father with a bitter glare. "You don't care what happens to me, do you?" Immediately, Osawa smacked her across the cheek with the flat of his hand. It was the first time in his life he'd ever struck anyone. He hadn't known such a violent impulse could exist inside him. Maria stood there, her hand pressed to her cheek. Tears welled up in her eyes. She began to tremble. On her lip was a small bead of blood. A flood of guilt and regret rose up inside Osawa, as if he just shattered some intricate piece of glasswork. How could I do such a thing? He clenched his shameful hand into a fist. And in that moment, he was afraid of Maria. Afraid that his daughter could bring such raw emotion out of him and make him do something so thoughtless. But even more, he was afraid of how stunted he was as a human being. Was someone like him really fit to be a parent? What kind of future could Maria and Hitomi hope for with a father like him? That was why he'd married Ai, as Makino had proposed. Having a mother, he decided, would help keep his family together despite their sad excuse for a father. But in so doing, Osawa had dug a psychological ditch between himself and his daughters. A deep ditch, so that he could keep his daughters from being hurt. So that he wouldn't hurt himself. Now Osawa was staring across that ditch, wondering if it was too wide to leap. He thought back to his earlier exchange with Kajiwara. If you get angry, you show it, and if you get sad, you show it. It's human nature to let other people know how you're feeling after all. Yep. But what if doing that hurts the other person? That's when you apologize, sir. Yes, that was right. He needed to apologize to Maria for what he'd done that day. It still wasn't too late. It's never too late. When it comes to family, there's no such thing as game over. He recalled Pretty Honey's words. He needed to apologize to Maria, and so he needed to ask Ai for that password. Osawa was going to have to face his wife. His biggest challenge yet. And we can't even see it, because of course. So let's go see what Minoru is up to. The TV news continues to report on how Mamoru Tanaka had been killed in the minivan explosion. What does this mean? Chiaki blinked in confusion. I mean, Hana told us herself that the van explosion was her father committing suicide, didn't she? The only explanation I can think of, Minoru replied, is that Hana was lying. He scratched his head as he considered the situation. But why? Chiaki said. Ozu let out a snort. Well, it would seem Mr. Toyama had her lie in order to deceive us. What an upstanding individual, using his own daughter to buy himself some time. Minoru wanted to yell at the guy, but he managed to hold his tongue. The important thing was that Toyama was still alive. And if he was still alive, then there was still a way to save Heaven Publishing. They get the current issue out on time, with a big scoop waiting in the wings for the issue after that. From there on out, it should be smooth sailing. Oh, no matter, Ozu said. Seeing as Mr. Toyama isn't dead after all, we'll just have to wait here for him. He sat back down on the sofa. But Sagawa leaned threateningly toward Chiaki. Hey, he snarled. You sure you don't know where the guys are now? I don't, Chiaki shouted back. And even if I did, I'd never tell you. Say what now? He leaned in even closer just as she stood on her tiptoes in defiance. and their foreheads collided with a dull thud. Both reeled back, clutching their heads in their hands. Just calm down, Chiaki, Minorikawa said as he began rooting through Toyama's desk. For now, I'm going to look for clues to where Toyama might have gone. You just focus on working on your article. Oh? Ozu raised an eyebrow. Getting all cooperative all of a sudden, I see. I want to change up the plan for next month's issue. And I can't do that without the editor-in-chief's approval. What Minorikawa was actually looking for, however, was a back issue of 4-Star General Gossip. He was pretty sure the article on Osawa had been printed in the magazine's inaugural issue. If he could find that scandalous piece that the scientists had asked for, he'd also be able to get his big lead about the power balance of the world being at stake. And if he could get that, not only would next month's issue be a sure thing, it was a good bet that sales figures would go through the roof. He found a file folder full of early material and quickly flipped through it. It didn't take him long to find the article. Floundering Okoshi, pharmaceutical arrangement, yep. Political marriage. The large headline practically jumped off of the page. Minorikawa quickly read over the story. The basic gist of it was this. The corporate director of Okoshi Pharmaceutical had sacrificed his daughter in order to keep a researcher named Kenji Osawa on board. The daughter, however, had previously been dating another man. That must be what Osawa wanted him to look into, the guy his wife had been dating before they were married. It should be easy enough to just ask whoever had written the article. Minorikawa's gaze jumped to the end of the piece, looking for the writing credit. Let me guess, Toyama? Yep, the piece had been written by Toyama himself. Hey, ain't you done yet? Sagawa yelled. Tell us where Toyama is already. Yeah, Minorikawa thought, we're going to need to do something about these guys. I'm still looking into it, he said. Just hold on. He made a show of opening and closing various desk drawers. The drawers themselves were packed with a jumbled mess of electrical and gas bills, noodle house delivery menus, and the like. Look faster, Sagawa growled. Butter this guy up. We could modify this guy, or mollify this guy by having some noodles delivered for dinner. Let's butter him up. Hey, you look like a pretty tough guy. You work out? Sagawa grinned, thrusting a fist out in an emphatic air punch. I used to be a boxer. Okay. I could drop a guy like you in one punch. Oh, guess there aren't many folks who can give you a good fight then. Sagawa dropped into a fighting pose and threw a few quick jabs. Well, matter of fact, I'm unbeatable in a street fight. They call me the crazy tiger of Shibuya. Shibuya, huh? You familiar with SOS then? Sagawa's face twisted into a sneer. What, those guys? I mean, I've heard they're pretty tough too. Only one of them who'd be able to give me a fight would probably be the Achi, Endo. Except, as I hear it, he's left the gang. Aha, really now? Heard anything else interesting? Sounds like nowadays they're being run by some guy named Susumu. The name Susumu rung a bell. Those two punks who had been arguing after the van explosion had mentioned him. Seems like SOS is in a pretty rough state since Achi left though, Sagawa added. Minorikawa didn't miss a beat. What do you mean rough state? Back in the day they were all goody two-shoes, never shake folks down or steal or any of that stuff. Guess their founder Achi hated that sort of thing. But now that he's out, a lot of rough and tumble hot-blooded types have been signing up with them. Smart move is not to get involved with SOS nowadays, really. Hard to find a scarier bunch around here when there's lots of them together. And their main hangout, that's at Inferno, yeah? Yeah, over in Ura Harajuku. Man, you've been listening out on the streets, what gives? Known as Ura Hara, for short. Ura Harajuku, huh? Minorikawa smiled to himself. Inferno's location had practically fallen into his lap. Suddenly, Sagawa's eyes went wide. Aha! So that's where Toyama is. Wait. No way a coward like him would go to a place like that. Chiaki looked up from her keyboard. Look, can you please shut up? No, you shut up! That's my phone. Minorikawa pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. It was Toyama's name on the incoming call screen. Minorikawa's heart skipped a beat. Just answered, yep. Toyama? Where are you? He blurted out as he picked up. Chiaki, Ozu, and Sagawa turned to look at him as one. Well, what were you thinking? Faking your death like that. Even if we could fill those pages and postpone repayment, all it would do is delay the inevitable. I'd still be up to my ears in debt. So I thought if I made it look like I was dead... Oh, he said that, sorry. Minorikawa let out an exasperated sigh. Well, everyone already knows you're still alive, so your little attempt at subterfuge didn't even wind up buying you time. What? Toyama's hysterical squeak was painful to hear. Alright, listen up, Minorikawa said. If it's the debt you're worried about, you'll be able to pay that back real soon. What do you mean? I have landed a huge scoop. You could do a print run of 1 million copies and still sell out. If we can run it as an article. Toyama perked right up. Wait, you really mean it? I'll give you all the details. Just get your butt back here. But aren't those loan sharks there at the office right now? Fine, then I'll come to you. Tell me where you are. The two thugs crowded nearer, a predatory gleam in their eyes, and Minorikawa had a flash of inspiration. Got it, he said quickly before Toyama could respond. Miyashita Park. I'm on my way now. Don't go anywhere. Ozu and Sagawa grinned at one another, then bolted out the door. Minorikawa said as their footsteps receded. Those guys took the bait. I sent them to Miyashita. I think he's actually there. He allowed himself a cocksure grin. Right then. So, where are you really, Toyama? You imbecile! I am at Miyashita Park. What? Minorikawa fought the urge to pull his hair out. What the hell are you doing someplace like that? Why the hell did you tell them Miyashita Park? I thought it'd be a clever ruse. Well, it wasn't. This is no time to be fighting, Chiaki butted in. Yeah, you're right, Minorikawa scowled. Anyway, Toyama, those guys are headed your way. We need you to get out of there and go someplace we can talk. I can meet you there. Okay. They needed someplace safe and public where they could speak freely. Someplace where the staff wouldn't be overly nosy. But where, Minorikawa thought. The cafe? The familiar cafe by the station was a natural choice. He quickly described the location. Okay, Toyama said. Café La Croix. Got it. I'll see you there. He hung up and Minorikawa quickly gathered his belongings. Chiaki, how's that copy coming along? Well, almost done. Just a little more, I think. Alright, bring your computer and come with me. I'll read over what you've got so far. Minorikawa waited as Chiaki got ready to head to the cafe. As the two were headed out of the office, however, someone else opened the door. Is it Hana? We've got 14 minutes and 57 seconds left to send to press. 56. 55. Who the fuck is this guy? A slender man with a gaudy necktie entered the room and sat down on the nearest desk, staring fixedly at his pocket watch. Minorikawa narrowed his eyes dubiously. Who the hell are you? Always make sure to show up 15 minutes ahead of the appointed time. That's just common decency. The man gave no indication he'd even heard Minorikawa's question. Is that your pocket watch, or are you just happy to see me? I suppose I can wait here, he continued. Just for another 14 minutes and 20 seconds. Mr. Mino? Is this guy talking about our submission? Chiaki stared doubtfully at the newcomer. Hey, you, Minorikawa asked. Are you from the printer? But the man did not reply. Don't ignore me. Are you from the printer? Still, the man remained silent. Minorikawa was furious. Look, cut the crap, he roared. In response, the man quietly reached into his suit pocket and pulled out his business card. I can't read that. My name is not Hey You. He handed the card to Minorikawa. It read, Cho Nippon Printing Co. Sales Department, Division Number 1. Koichiro Katayama. I am Koichiro Katayama, newly assigned to Heaven Publishing. A pleasure to meet you. My predecessor is in the hospital due to a car accident. Okay. My name is not Hey You. It's Hey Yue. Oh, what? He should make a complete recovery in about 2 months? Are you joking? What are you doing here, Katsuyama? Minorikawa asked. I thought we had until 8 o'clock to complete proofreading. 8 o'clock? Surely you must be joking. Our company's proofreading deadline is 5:30. Katsuyama stared fixedly back at Minorikawa. Now that had to be a joke. I heard from the editor-in-chief that it was 8 o'clock. I take that to mean, then, that you don't have any copy for us. It's not that we don't have it, Minorikawa said. It's just not finished yet. Just hold on until 8. Katsuyama raised an eyebrow. No. Publisher and printer need to work in concert. Perhaps my predecessor was the sort to delay the proofreading deadline owing to your, circumstances here. But now I'm in charge. And I do not make exceptions. The proofing deadline is 5:30 sharp. And I intend to keep it that way. And while we've been having this discussion, you're down to 12 minutes and 32 seconds. Katsuyama held out his pocket watch as if to emphasize the point. That's ridiculous, Minorikawa exclaimed. Just who the hell do you think you are? You guys are going to be printing a paper that I wrote. Do you even know how lucky that makes you? So just wait, okay? Just give us until 8? 3 more days. Give us until we're done. What does that even mean? Just give us until we're done. Until you're done? And when might that be, I wonder? Katsuyama's tone was dubious. I said, till we're done, Minorikawa snapped, and I mean till we're done. Katsuyama thought for a moment and then nodded. Very well. Then I shall wait until you're done. Really? Katsuyama gave another slight nod. You've got 10 minutes and 46 seconds left. Hey! As soon as I leave here, that's when you'll be done, you see. Dun dun dun. Katsuyama's face was a mask of cool nonchalance. You son of a bitch. Don't get all high and mighty just because you work for a printer. High and mighty? I'd say it's the opposite. Or, what? I just made a word up. I'd say it's the people on the publishing side of the things that act high and mighty. Whatever high-minded claims you might make, without us, you'd have nothing to put on the store shelves. Forgetting that and blithely ignoring your proofing deadline makes for more work on our end. Maybe I do at this rate. It's contagious. Just what are you getting at, I wonder? Now it's 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Minorikawa ground his teeth so hard he could hear it. His usual tactics were useless here. Katsuyama was simply too unflappable to be browbeaten. If he backed down now, though, it was game over. 10 minutes and 7 seconds remaining. I realize there's little points, but I'll wait until the designated time. That's just common decency. His pet phrase? He said that 3 times in the story? Are you joking? There's one more. Do you know when I don't even remember this guy existing. I forgot he existed. Katsuyama's eyes were once again locked on his pocket watch. It was no use. Minorikawa couldn't find a way to talk this guy around. Chiaki Edom. Chiaki held her hand up. May I say something? That's definitely not common decency. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Katsuyama. Isn't it also common decency not to break a promise once it's been made? Ooh. If you're referring to the 8 o'clock deadline, I was not the one who promised that. Maybe not, but I believe your predecessor's responsibilities become your responsibilities. Katsuyama crossed his arms and gave her a bemused look. What's your name, miss? Chiaki, she said bashfully. Chiaki Iso. The printer's expression brightened visibly. Good. That timid hesitation of yours is just splendid. Subarashi! You have none of the arrogance so typical among publishers. Huh? Chiaki was taken rather aback. In deference to your polite demeanor, I shall wait until 7 o'clock. That is the latest I can possibly allow. All right, Minorikawa shouted practically in Katsuyama's face. We agree to those terms. No, I wasn't talking to you, but we've got terms of our own. Katsuyama reeled over ever so slightly. I'm not certain you're in any position to set terms here. Just shut up and listen. From here on out, you're coming with us. What? Why? We're going to finish up your copy on site, then burn the data chip onto... What? Burn the data onto CD, and hand it over to you there. That's why. Katsuyama let out a sigh of resignation. Oh, very well. I suppose I'd simply be waiting here anyway. Minorikawa pumped his fist in victory. Alright, Chiaki. Go and copy the DTP data we've got so far onto your computer. Sure thing, Mr. Mino. Chiaki quickly set about copying the data ship is what docks with the mothership. Powerful Simpsons in there. Chiaki quickly set about copying the data from the editing department's desktop. I think I'm becoming a delirious. Okay, done. Then let's go. This is what happens when you play for Shibuya Scramble for more than 3 hours. With the others in tow, Minorikawa headed for the cafe where Toyama would be waiting. We're gonna see the waitress. They reached Cafe La Fleur without incident. Minorikawa promptly spotted the publisher. I don't blame you. Good night. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. I'm gonna try and get through this anyway. Almost there. Over there, Toyama hissed. Shibuya Scramble brain. Don't let Maria die. I'm trying my best. It's all for Maria. Yeah, I have a Scramble brain. That's what this game should have been called. Over here, Toyama hissed, eyeing his surroundings with obvious unease. Hana sat by his side, sullenly sipping on some juice. The waitress came over as Minorikawa joined them. May I take your order? She asked. Water. Just water, sir. Fine, make it a double. Exasperated, the waitress headed back to the kitchen. Maria. I can't let Carlos down. Toyama looked over at Katayama. Who's this guy? I'm Koshiro Katayama from Cho Nippon Printing. Katayama presented his business card. Toyama turned to Minorikawa with a quizzical look. What's someone from the printer doing with you? I'll explain later. There's no time for that right now, Minorikawa replied. First, I need you to answer some questions. Does the name Kenji Osawa ring any bells? Osawa? Toyama closed his eyes and thought. He heads up a laboratory at Okoshi Pharmaceutical. You ran a piece on him in the first ever issue of 4-Star General Gossip. Toyama's face lit up with recognition. Ah, yes, that political marriage piece. Yeah, that one. Do you remember the details from that article? Of course. What do you think I am? Toyama puffed himself up proudly. I used to be local news copy editor for the Central Times. I've got the details for all the stuff I've ever covered here in my head. In that case, do you know who Kenji Osawa's wife was dating before they got married? Toyama blinked his eyes vacantly. Hey, what's the matter? Minorikawa asked. This is a pretty tough pop quiz you're giving me. Surprise, kids! It's time for a science quiz. What colorless, odorless gas, lighter than and air and used for consumer and municipal gas applications is also known as marsh gas or swamp gas? Helium, ethylene, propane, or methane? Tune in next time for the answer. Colorless, odorless gas, lighter than air, and used for consumer and municipal gas applications. It's known as marsh gas or swamp gas. Hemp not hum. I agree. Cut the crap, man. You just said you have all the details inside your head. Oh, they're in there all right. They're just not coming out. Minorikawa slumped. Mr. Toyama, please. Whether or not you'll be able to pay off your debts depends on your memory here. Hearing this, Hana cast a cold glare up at her father. Alright, I can remember. Or I can at least try. Toyama folded his arms and hummed to himself, his gaze turned inward. So I feel like it was a really common name. Sato, Chiaki chirped. Yamada. Was it either of those? They're pretty common names. But Toyama shook his head. Minorikawa offered a guess of his own. Tanaka. No, not that. It was something else. Just then the television inside the cafe switched over to a news report on the Shibuya explosion. The remains of the individual discovered who has since been modified. Mamoru Tanaka. Mamoru Tanaka? Toyama turned around to look at the TV. An image of the victim's face appeared on the screen. What? The publisher blurted, nearly falling out of his seat. That's it. It was him. Right there. Mamoru Tanaka. That's what I said. Tanaka. Toyama pointed excitedly at the TV screen. That's who Kenji Osawa's wife was dating before they got married. Mamoru Tanaka. Minorikawa felt himself getting goosebumps. The victim of the terrorist bombing in Shibuya was also linked to the researcher who was key to a terrorist viral scare. His reporter's hunch was now a certainty. Right now, Shibuya was at the center of some massive conspiracy. This went far beyond even a major scoop. Mr. Toyama, we need to make sure that next month's issue hits shelves. Minorikawa called up Kenji Osawa to let him know the results of his little investigation. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's jump. Yeah, whoa. Osawa's phone rang and Minorikawa's phone number popped up on the LCD display. The reporter must have finished looking into the matter Osawa had asked him about. Mr. Osawa, sorry to keep you waiting. How did it go? Well, I looked into the background of that story you asked me about, and I learned who it was your wife was dating. Who was it? Osawa asked immediately. There's a brief pause. Mamoru Tanaka. I see. Finally, he had proof positive of a relationship between I and Tanaka. Now, more than ever, it was no time to waver. No matter how painful the reality was, it was also true that if they hadn't been dating, there would probably be no way of saving Maria. So, Minorikawa said, what was this big thing about disrupting the power balance of the world all about? There's something I need to take care of on my end first. Once I'm finished, I'll tell you everything. Yeah, that's fine. Things are pretty hectic on my end right now anyway. Osawa had expected Minorikawa to put up more of a fight. He figured a reporter for 4-star general gossip would be a bit more persistent. Oh, by the way, there was one other thing I wanted to tell you, Mr. Osawa. Osawa could practically sense the finger pointing his way from the other end of the line. Don't be too angry with her wife. All too often in this world, people let their anger get in the way of solving their problems. You have a point. Osawa let out a wry chuckle. Alright then, I'll call you back later. Osawa found Ai standing by herself in the yard. She kept her back to him as he approached. May I have a moment? He asked quietly. What? Still, she didn't bother to turn around. There's something important I need to talk to you about. I'm not in the mood right now. Please, Ai. I realize you're upset about Tanaka's death, but at the mention of Tanaka's name, Ai slowly shook her head. Don't. Just tell me what you want. Hurry up and get to the point. Osawa tried to move closer to her, but she pointedly kept her distance. Give me the password. This is no time to mince words. Did Tanaka give you his password? His password? For the electronic lock on the lab. I need it in order to get to the antiviral out. I turned to face him at last. To get it out? What are you thinking? That belongs to the company. I just need one dose to save Maria. Please, if you know, please tell me. I don't know it. Ai's voice was barely a whisper. Osawa looked his wife right in the eye. You're telling the truth. I am. I see. Then do you have any idea what number he might have used for a password? Ai shook her head silently, then turned her back to her husband once more. Even if I did know, she said, I wouldn't tell you. Why not? Don't you get it? Ai's words came out as a strangled rasp. Do you even know why I'm with you? She snapped. You really have no idea how much you're worth, do you? The value of one woman's life versus the potential profits your research would bring in. There's no comparing the two. If it meant that Okoshi Pharmaceutical could monopolize your talents, then what did it even matter what I wanted for myself? There was something akin to desperation in Ai's words. And so you sent me those threatening emails too. What? I looked at him in shock. He knew he'd guessed correctly. You would go that far, just to keep me tied to your father's business? That's right. I would. I bit down on her lip hard. But what would you even know about how I feel? I'm sorry. Don't apologize. I'm not the victim here. You say that, but isn't it because of me that you and Tanaka weren't able to stay together? I began to tremble. Her secret was out. When did you figure it out? She asked. Earlier today. That tie clip. Right. Not the sort of gift one gives to a husband's co-worker, is it? I's smile was bitter with self-deprecation. Osawa couldn't help pity her. Couldn't help but pity her. Or I guess that's also grammatically correct. Couldn't help pity her. Even Tanaka must have suspended that, or suspected. Dude, I'm losing it. Even Tanaka must have suspected that she placed the company's profit above all else if she'd go to such lengths to protect it. It was like she'd given up her entire life. Tanaki-poo. Tanaki-poo. It was like she'd given up her entire life just for that. Please, don't mess up my life any more than you already have. Ai's words were only a faint murmur, but Osawa felt the rejection they carried with agonizing clarity. Tanaka hadn't given Ai his password. Osawa's last chance had gone up in smoke. He let out a long, shaky breath and shut his eyes tight. Was it true? Was there nothing more he could do? Oh my god. Now what? They're all keep out. They all say keep out. What want me to do? Oh, don't jump? Yeah, let's just not jump, I guess. Norikawa, we called it man didn't seem terribly surprised. Probably he had his suspicions all along. Osawa told him that there was something he needed to do before he was ready to give details on the big scoop, but that he would call back later. In the meantime, Norikawa knew he'd have his hands full getting the current issue of the gossip wrapped up for the 7 o'clock deadline. He slapped his hands down on the table. Alright, emergency editing meeting right here, he announced. We need to get a lead in on the Shibuya terrorist bombing into the next issue. The article about the twins winning the beauty contest can be dropped for that. We'll use the info from Kenji Osawa as the basis for our big scoop and the issue after that. Mr. Toyama, any problems with that? No, that should be fine. But what about the remaining pages for the next month's issue? Norikawa opened the file in his computer. The layout built in the DTP came up on the monitor. The report on the Burning Hammer sales demo. Oh yeah, whatever happened to Yamagi? What's he up to? The surveillance camera opinion piece. The interview with Orai. Those three were finished. The copy already incorporated into the layout. Once Shiaki's street interview piece was loaded in, that one could be checked off as well. Shiaki, how's your copy coming along? I'm sorry, I just need a little bit longer. The writing seemed to still be giving her a fair bit of trouble. The article on SOS was still just a placeholder in the layout, and Norikawa hadn't even gotten any material for that, putting it even further behind than Shiaki's street interviews. Still, he'd at least learned where Shibuya's legendary street gang made their hangout. He just had to take the risk of dropping in on them unannounced to ambush them with some interview questions. And then there was the lead-in for Shibuya bombing. That wasn't even in the layout yet. It was a completely blank slate. Against all odds, they were going to need to put that article together from nothing with just an hour and change. It was an impossible amount of work for just him and Shiaki to do. Well, and how are things coming along? Katsuyama rose and came closer, trying to peer at the monitor. Norikawa hurried to cover the screen. Don't look. If the printer rep saw all the blank pages, he might decide to stop waiting. Would you mind telling me roughly what % of the total you have completed thus far? What percent? Come off it, man. We're at 100%. If you're 100% done, that implies you're all finished. Could I please have the data then? No. I'm saying our willpower is at 100%. I'm not even going to pretend I understand what you mean by that. Shaking his head, Katsuyama sat back down in his chair. Norikawa, Toyama asked, his expression uneasy. So I know I asked before, but why is someone from the printer here again? Katsuyama promptly chimed in. The long and short of it is that your proofing deadline has been changed to 7 o'clock, he said. What? That's impossible. Who's doing the lead-in for the Shibuya bombing? Toyama eyed Norikawa and then Shiaki. Both stared back non-committally.
Then it really is impossible. We'll never meet that deadline. We don't have enough people.
No, we do have enough. Minorikawa thrusts out his finger. Mr. Toyama, you're going to write that one and handle the layout. What? Heaven Publishing is your company. Won't you step up in order to protect it? Toyama hung his head. Even if I headed to the scene right now, I'm sure the other outlets have already gotten their coverage. I wouldn't be able to find anything new to write about. Whoa! And so you're just gonna give up? A moment later, Toyama was on the floor, Minorikawa glaring down at him. You've always said you wanted to tell the world about the things the mass media can't or won't write about, so what the hell difference does it make if they've already gotten the sound bites thereafter? Minorikawa's voice was raw with emotion. Don't you dare give up. Not that easily. Get your ass out there. Find something that only you can write about. Minorikawa. Toyama began to object, then he glanced over at Hana. There was an imploring look in her eyes as well. I get what you're saying, Toyama grumbled. But still, you're expecting a lot. But then, despite his words, he flashed a broad grin. Yeah, Minorikawa let out a quiet chuckle. And it's got you all fired up. Yeah, I'm fired up, alright. Toyama's face shone with the resolve Minorikawa hadn't seen in a long time. There we go. That's the Toyama I know. You know, I'm really sorry. Now I see the huge burden I put on you. But damn it, it's going to be alright. Getting to his feet, Toyama took his daughter by the hand and strode boldly out of the cafe, looking like a changed man. Minorikawa watched them go, glad the dithering was over. Even if Toyama were still in his prime, he'd be cutting it close to do that article in an hour. But he would pull through somehow. When it came to taking care of Hana, the man would rise to the occasion again and again. Father and daughter disappeared into the crowd hand in hand. Yeah, I'm fired up. Minorikawa shook himself out of his reverie. Alright, he cried. Despite the clear blue sky, an unexpected gust of wind blew across his cheek. Come on, guys, we gotta get going too. Things might look grim, but he wasn't going to give up until the bitter end. It was time to head to the SOS hangout, Inferno. The three ran long and hard after leaving the cafe. If the proofing deadline was 7 o'clock, then they needed to finish up with SOS by 6:30 at the latest. The gang's hangout was in Ura Harajuku. Running all the way there on foot was going to eat into too much of their time. Where's Kimizuka, bro? But traffic was at a near standstill for some reason, and there wasn't a taxi in sight. How long do you plan on running like this? Katsuyama called out, panting. Just take a look on the road, or look at the road. With this traffic, there's no point in hailing a cab. Even Minorikawa was feeling the time pressure now. We're just gonna have to keep running until the road's clear. What? Katsuyama wailed. Stop your kvetching. Just keep quiet and stick with me. He'd finally gotten Toyama to find his willpower again. Next month's issue would come out on time, and no way was some printer guy gonna mess that up now. But the traffic showed no signs of abating. Catching a cab wasn't going to be an option. Fighting an ever louder echo of despair, Minorikawa kept up his desperate, headlong rush. Still, there were limits to how far the mind could push the body before exhaustion set in. Eek! Chiaki! No! Oh my god. Chiaki! As they were running across a pedestrian overpass, Chiaki slipped and took a nasty fall. She skinned her knee hard enough to draw blood. Hey you! Minorikawa snapped at Katsuyama. Don't just stand there! Help the poor girl already! Katsuyama scurried over to Chiaki. I'm sorry, Mr. Mino. Chiaki's voice bubbled with suppressed tears. Maybe it was cruel to make her run with her computer all the way to Ura Harajuku. But the copy for her interview still needed to be looked over. They couldn't just leave her here. Minorikawa hesitated, undecided. Even at a full run, they wouldn't make it in time. And with traffic the way it was, there was nothing they could do. You now have... Katsuyama consulted his pocket watch. Exactly. 1 hour remaining. Damn it! Minorikawa raged. What do we do? Relentlessly, the clock ticked on. Oh wow, that was short. Huh. Okay. But like, what? Everything else is like I keep out. How do I... What? What is this? A name? Or the GPS leaks. Does this matter? Why? Oh no, what do I do? There aren't any clues because I don't have any endings. Oh, I gotta start changing things somehow. Let's start with this one. Did you love him? Why'd you marry me? You gotta be kidding. This is the important discussion you wanted to have? Did you ever love me? I let out a joyless chuckle. Love? I'm amazed to even hear the word leave your lips. There's a note of challenge in her voice. Let me ask you the same question. Did you ever love me? To be honest, I married you because I thought my daughters needed a mother. Wow. I let out a weary sigh. Some of the combative tension left her shoulders. That really is honest, she said. So I guess I should be honest too. I married you because my father asked me to. He wanted to chain you down so you didn't leave for some other company. And you were okay with marrying someone for something like that? For something like that? You really have no idea how much you're worth. Okay, this is the same shit. Why'd you send those emails? Why'd you do it, I? Oh, is this new? Aren't you angry? He shook his head. Could you tell me one last thing? Or just one thing, though? He asked. Did Tanaka ever tell you what his lab password was? His password? I need to get the antiviral out of the lab. Get it out? Nah, never mind. This is... I need 1 dose, please. Just know it. Oh, doesn't know it. What's his favorite color? What's his birthday? That's a keep out. Yep. Damn, what do I do? What the fuck? That, it can't be that. All these choices don't seem to really, like, matter. This is I can't jump here. Right? Or can I? Or did I already do it? No, I literally can't do it. For some reason. Strange. Oh my god, there's so many decisions here. Where we can meet. What'll it be? They also have these, right? Yeah. I don't think these matter. Oh, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Let's do this one. Who you talking to? The other idiot. Okay, yeah, it's like a one word or one sentence change from the other option. Don't think that really matters. Actually, anyway. There's an American among us. I know what they're after now. Thanks, Stanley. Always helping. You can try both of these options, so that's not gonna do anything. I did the jump. Can't do it. Where the GPS leads. Same. This doesn't really make a difference. There's so many Minorikawa options. I don't know if these even matter. This cannot matter. The common name thing. That does not matter. This is. I don't think this matters. Maybe the meetup. Maybe the meetup spot. Noodles. Dogen Hut. We got 14 minutes and blah, 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 blah. Oh, this. Let's see. It's not gonna end up the same way, can it? Chiaki. Alright, Noodle House. Massive cleaver for cutting soba noodles clutched in one hand. Yama wasn't there. Excuse me, Minorikawa said, as a middle-aged man come by your shop. Name's Toyama. The proprietress let out a weary sigh. Oh, it's this lady. That guy, huh? You guys folk know him? Yes, that's right. But I'm sorry. I didn't want to have to do this. It was all his fault, though. You reap what you sow. Minorikawa didn't know what she was going on about, but suddenly he had a very bad feeling. So then, Toyama was here, he asked cautiously. Yes, he came by. Where is he now? Tell me. No, I have no obligations to anything. There was some bad blood between Toyama and this woman. Your victim here is me. Her voice rose above me to a roar. Now listen up good. This old woman's story. Oh my god. I don't have time for this. Neither do I, bro. He needed to find Toyama as soon as possible, but instead, it looked like he'd be stuck hearing about this angry woman first. We're listening. Tell us your story. It's a long one. God. Long ago, I was still in my 20s. I would often make deliveries to Heaven Publishing. They were some of my best customers back then. We were so busy, my employees practically worked themselves to death. You see, Dogen Hut had the finest soba in Japan, and our spokesmodel was considered one of the most beautiful girls in the world. Back when this woman was in her 20s, Heaven Publisher hadn't existed yet, but Norikawa figured he'd better not correct her. Probably just piss her off. Kept his mouth shut. Listened to her silly tale. Anyway, I saw about past. And a lot of delivery customers asking us to put their bills on their tab, so much so that it became a problem. We changed our policy to disallow that sort of thing. But the fine folks of Heaven Publishing consider themselves an exception to that rule, and that put my part-timer Masa, who does the deliveries, in a bit of a bind. Masa's a student at Midoriyama. The day off, going on a date. Here they're planning to computer. Practice run. None of this matters. Honestly, how ridiculous is that? Honestly, I couldn't care less about Masa one way or the other. Minorika thought. Whole experience is turning into an ordeal. We're in a real bind. We're in a restaurant, not charity. I'd call and ask them to settle up, but they always insist we don't have any money, and that was a lie. It's gotta be a lie. What else could it be? Otherwise, could they keep making that magazine of theirs? That's Celebrity Confidential or whatever the hell it is. Tabloid. This is just gonna end with him being like, and then we wasted an hour listening to her talk about bullshit. Bad end. Scathing review of them. I aged 20 years practically overnight. They got two magazines mixed up because, yeah, awful, just awful, isn't it? All I wanted was to make soba for people to enjoy, and so to be treated like this, The woman had started to sob. The cleaver began to waver in her trembling hand. But then earlier today, these two Yakuza-looking fellows came by, so they were looking for Toyama from somewhere. Many users you come by. They told me Sagawa. They probably went to America. I was reading spot the menu. I told them he wasn't here and hadn't ordered delivery in some time, so they said that if I happened to see him, to give them a call. Now I was going to just turn them away. They looked like a pair of nasty loan sharks. So I would never be able to pay off his tab if they caught him. And so I told them as much. But they said they'd be most appreciative if I could let them know, even offered to pay his tab for me if I did. And well, that pretty much settled it. I let them give me a phone number. They've been bribed by those two thugs. I just figured it out a little earlier to how can it other, so I snuck out back and gave those two a call. You're too late. Oh crap. Wait. The voice sounded as if it had echoed up from the very depths of hell. What the fuck? You think I could just let you go? The woman began to stalk towards them. Those guys, they left without showing their appreciation or paying off that tab. They lied to me. And so just who's going to show me the appreciation I'm owed? Who's going to pay that tab? You're all in this together, trying to play me for a fool. But hell hath no fury for like a woman scorned. And he fucking killed him. Toyama's his friends. Prepare yourself. Okay. I beat all the bad endings somehow. That was it? Okay. Let's go somewhere else.
I knew I knew where I was going. That was just a waste of time. You decide. There's a bar. After a while, you'll hit a three-way intersection. Turn left there, and then about 100 meters after that, take a right. Along the way, there will be a side street that branches off at a diagonal. Go down that and take a right at the second intersection. Then head right down the stairs there, and it'll look like you need to go left at this slightly curving incline, but go right. Okay, it's getting way too complicated. Forget it. I'll pick a place. Yeah, it didn't even matter. Oh my god, I knew it. Cafe Le Hall. So then what the fuck am I supposed to do? Yeah, this is all the same. Picking a name, I don't think that matters. A deadline stuff? Maybe this. What will it be? Get some noodles. This is also a non-option. Yeah. Same thing. Then what else is left before me? Doesn't matter. Maybe this. Same thing. Oh, this is rough. There are a lot of like options, but they all seem so unimportant. I don't think any of these are gonna change. Like what is this? Asking Hitoi's location, and then how the antiviral was stolen, and then a nagging thought why she was kidnapped. I feel like this is just them kind of testing you to see if you're paying attention to the story. And if you're not, then they'll just explain it to you. That's what it feels like. The only one that got finished is Minorikawa's. That's weird. Can't do that. He doesn't have any other options. Huh. That's not important. Maybe this, whatever this is. Going faster or slower? I doubt it. Oh my god. Remember when I killed my dad? Same thing. Only jump here is to... Oh! Why is it red? Why is it red? Is it... Why is... Whatever. I thought I did this already. I thought it usually gets grayed out once you do it. The same place, it doesn't even matter. Yeah. It's weird, why is it red?
See, this one's great because I already tried it. Oh my god. I really doubt this is gonna change anything. Let me try. Tanaka. What you said about the name might also be for something else. This game has a bunch of... Yeah, I can tell. This game has a million hidden things. I'm just trying to beat it. That's all I care about. Yeah, this is the same. This is the same. Ugh. This doesn't matter. I think I did both of these. Yep. Hachi's out. I did all of his options. Osawa only has 2. I did both of those. I think I did all of Minoru. What the oh. This is probably for some, like, joke ending. Or is it? I don't know. Fuck, do I have to do this? Oh my god. Fine. Suzuki. Nakamura. No. Okay. Oh! Why did that change? What the fuck? This is insane, dude. Wait, why is it? What? What's going on here? Is it not playing out the same? It is. Why are they baiting me? They fucking baited me so hard with that. Once you see the Bawa, it means it's the same. Oh my lord, I cannot believe they did it like this. This probably isn't even... I don't know. I don't know if this is even the way. Suzuki. This is so stupid. Tanaka. I can't deal with this game. Oh my god. If I see the Bawa, it's over. Do it again. We're not even this. I feel like I'm not even doing the right thing. Chiyo Tanda. Maybe that was it? It's just changing the things he says, like, very slightly. Boy. They gotta stop messing with me. This is not gonna be anything new.
Okay, let's do a different one. I think if I start with Tanaka, it just ends. So let's go Takahashi. Oh. What? Alright, I think I've already hit the limit. So the second pair of names are also the same. I thought it would change. Oh shit! I hate this fucking just fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck you. The workroom door slowly eased open. Achi was too shocked for words. The girl who entered looked just like Hitomi. Maria! Hitomi! Achi blinked in bewilderment. It was almost as if Hitomi were standing in front of a mirror. The two girls looked so similar. Maria, thank goodness you're alright. I'm so sorry I had you worried. Maria was safe, Achi realized. At last he had managed to fulfill his duty. How did you manage to get out of the storeroom? Daisuke had gone pale. Tell me, Maria said sharply. Who was it? Who came up with this kidnapping plan? Oh. Suddenly, Daisuke shoved Maria aside and lunged for Hitomi. Stanley moved to stop him, but before he could intervene, the older man had a hold on Hitomi, pressing something that looked like a flashlight up against her neck. Dad? Achi started towards him, but Stanley held up a hand. Don't move. That's a stun gun. If he zaps her in the neck, it could kill her. You know your stuff, Daisuke said. You deal in American electronics? No. I do this for a living. Oh, that's so badass. Stanley drew his gun in an instant, taking aim at Daisuke's forehead. Wait, hold on. Achi interposed himself between Stanley. Wait, hold on. Achi interposed himself between Stanley and his father. Dad, let Hitomi go. You need to stop this nonsense. Achi walked slowly towards his father, a pleading look in his eyes. Nonsense? Which one of us is talking nonsense here? You don't know what's going on. If you knew everything, then you'd be helping me. What do you mean, everything? With this girl's heart, we can save Suzune. Dad, who was it exactly that told you that? Daisuke did not reply. I asked you a question. Who was it that put this crazy idea into your head? A foreign organ trafficker I met at a hospital. Because of course I would listen to them. Oh my god. I get it's his daughter. I get it. He's desperate. I understand. Stanley let out a snort. Unlikely story. Is he bullshitting? Who told you? It's true, I was suspicious at first myself, Daisuke said stubbornly. But I couldn't just sit around and wait for Suzune to die. And after talking to him about her rare blood type and all the difficulties in performing her transplant, he promised he'd do everything in his power. Daisuke's hands were trembling. Tears welled up in his vacant and bloodshot eyes. Then a while later, he got back in touch and told me he'd found a potential match. Someone with the same blood type as Suzune, and roughly the same age. But then he told me that the girl was still alive. And so what was the point? Her heart might be a match for Suzune's, but it didn't matter if we couldn't get our hands on it. And I said that, but then the man told me... He told you what? Achi bit his lip. He told me to abduct her and turn her over to him. After that, he'd find a way to make it all work. At last, Daisuke had confessed. Now Achi had to try and come to grips with the truth he had just heard. I had to do something. His father continued vehemently. I had to abduct this girl and see things through. I just couldn't take it. Katone had already been taken from me. The thought of losing Suzune too. I had to make sure I didn't fail. So it was this organ trafficker who came up with the kidnapping scheme then, Stanley said. He kept his gun aimed at his target. Daisuke nodded. Describe him for me. He was tall, had black hair, spoke fluent Japanese. Stanley raised an eyebrow at that.
Achi wondered if he had some idea who it might be. And taking Maria Osawa hostage in order to lure out Hitomi, that was his idea as well? Yes, that's right. I allowed his computer to access my surveillance camera system as well. But then, this morning I got a call from the hospital saying Suzune's condition was critical. I couldn't wait any longer. I had to help my girl right away. And then... Daisuke cut himself off, reaffirming his grip on his stun gun. I was looking at the surveillance monitor and I saw a detective I happened to know. He was right next to this girl here. And so I decided to ask him. I knew if I did, he wouldn't refuse. He could never refuse a request from me. And that was the man with the cane? Achi asked. His voice was low and hoarse. Yes, I was giving him directions while I followed you on the monitors. Dad, you need to let go of Hitomi. Now. There's no point to this. Achi took another step closer to his father. There is a point. If I kill this girl here and now, your sister can get the surgery she needs. But even Achi knew that things couldn't possibly work out that way. His father had grown so desperate to help Suzune that he lost all sense of judgment. Why, Achi? Why won't you help me? Don't you want to save Suzune? Daisuke made a pathetic sight, and yet his desperation to save his child was so palpable, it was heart-rending. Achi thought back to that time he'd laid his father out when sparring. No matter how pathetic he may have looked, Achi had always felt that sense of paternal love from him. You're not going to be able to talk him down, Stanley murmured. Achi shook his head. Stanley, he said, lower your gun. Tears were welling up in his eyes. Please, lower your gun. Hearing the determination in Achi's voice, Stanley quietly complied. Achi stepped up to Daisuke, getting a firm grip on his father's slender shoulder. Dad, of course I want to help Suzune. Then why are you trying to stop me? Dad, do you think this is what she'd want you to do? Oto-san! Daisuke's face fell. Did Suzune ask for this, Dad? Did she tell you to take someone else's heart so that she could live longer? Did she, Dad? Suddenly, the fight seemed to ebb from Daisuke's body. The stun gun hung limply in his hand. If Suzune asked me to go and get someone's heart for her, I wouldn't object. I'd help her just like she wanted. I wouldn't let you bear these crimes by yourself. But that's not what this is it? Suzune would never ask us to do something like this, would she? By now, tears were streaming down Achi's cheeks. He knew that his father thought about Suzune more than he thought of anyone else. And so he should know full well that she would never want this. Suzune's not like me. She's smart, she's kind, and she'd never be happy about taking someone else's heart. Even if it saved her life, I'm sure she'd never accept that. She wouldn't be able to live with it knowing something so horrible had happened to someone else for her sake. Isn't that the Suzune we know? Daisuke's cheeks were smeared with tears now as well. But then we're not going to be able to help her. The sound of father and son weeping echoed through the workroom. Maybe so. Maybe we won't. But that's better than the misery and suffering she'd have to live with. Daisuke slumped. Yeah, she would. Daisuke slumped to his knees on the floor, collapsing like a crumbling mound of sand. Hitomi, freed from his grip, stood motionless. There were tears in her eyes, too. You're such an idiot, Dad! Such a complete, utter idiot! Sobbing, Achi embraced his father. There was a sudden thud from near the door. Everyone turned to look. What? Maria, oh, for fuck's sake. Maria had crumpled to the floor, and a newcomer had appeared. At some point, Kanan had silently entered the room. Now she cradled Maria in her arms. Standing in the doorway was a man Achi didn't recognize. Boom. After the young man's desperate pleading, the other fellow, apparently a father, gave in. He released his hold on Hitomi. The tension in the room was replaced by a solemn air of gravitas. Seeing father and son weeping as they spoke made Kano think back to his conversation with Teteno before the stakeout. What was it in people that drove them to do such horrible things? Sometimes it was the desire to save the ones they loved. Even such a heartfelt human emotion could drive someone to wrongdoing. Why? Why did people have to be like that? A sudden thud snapped Kano out of his musing. An instant later, Kanan hurried past him into the workroom. I'm dying. Maria had collapsed on the floor, and now Kanan was beside her. In a panic, Kano rushed into the workroom as well. Stay back! Kanan shouted as the others tried to huddle around the fallen girl. Please don't be what I think this is. Had the virus gone symptomatic? 2 hours ago, Stanley had told Kano that Maria was infected. He'd also said that her symptoms wouldn't develop for another 4 hours. Shouldn't they still have 2 more hours to go? Maria looked like she was dead. Her eyes closed, her body motionless. Hitomi tried to approach despite Kanan's warning. Maria! She cried. Maria, what's wrong? Kano held his arms wide to hold her back. Your sister has been infected with the Uwa virus. The Uwa virus? Hitomi's face went pale. Hey, Kano said to Kanan, should you really be that close? If she's developed symptoms, but Kanan didn't move from Maria's side. She calmly rested her hand on the other girl's forehead. There's no fever, she said, and there's no blood coming out from her ears, no lymph swelling. I'll be alright. She hasn't gone symptomatic yet. In that case, why did she collapse? Hitomi asked. I'm not sure yet. Whatever the case, if we don't get her that antiviral, she's done for. Then we have to get her to the lab right away, Hitomi said. He was trembling with anxiety. No, that's not an option. Kano's tone was grave. You may already be aware, Miss Osawa, but without a password, we can't access the antiviral storage. But when I went there, my father and Mr. Tanaka... Mamoru Tanaka is dead. Murdered. What? She stared at him uncomprehendingly. No, that can't be true. He was a member of a crime syndicate. Or, he said that. It's possible they killed him in order to silence him. So then, there's no way to save my sister? There was a hollow look in Hitomi's eyes. No, I won't accept that, so no! Why? Why can't we help her? But no one had an answer. Kano gritted his teeth and hung his head. Why did it have to come to this? He'd come this far, but there was nothing he could do, and he hated himself for it. I'll go to the laboratory. It was Kanan. Electronic lock breaking is my specialty. Wait. The young man Achi spoke up suddenly. So you're a martial arts badass, but your specialty is lock breaking? He looked positively dumbstruck. Kanan ignored him, thinking out loud. Brute force. Side channel? Shortcut. Given the situation, I think I have enough to go with side channel. Side channel, Stanley asked. Where's your equipment? One of the lab PCs will suffice. I can connect to a special server from the net. From the net? I don't really understand the stuff you're talking about, Achi said, but I'll trust you to handle this. I mean, you did risk your life to save Hitomi from that minivan explosion after all. Kanan nodded. I have to warn you in advance, though. Cryptanalysis can take hours and still yield no results. I can't guarantee I'll be able to get the doors unlocked before Maria develops symptoms. I understand, Hitomi said. Achi nodded too. No one present had any objections. All of a sudden, there was a curious sound from somewhere in the room. What's that? Kano asked. What's making that noise? He looked around the workroom. That's my computer. Daisuke hurried to his desktop. The bank of monitors which had been displaying surveillance camera footage from around Shibuya had all gone black. What the hell? What's going on, Dad? Achi joined his father, staring at the computer screens. It's all gone. The camera footage has been deleted. Daisuke blinked in disbelief. Now then, it seems our main cast has all been assembled. A man's voice, distorted by a voice modulator, suddenly emerged from the computer speakers. A moment later, the monitors all began to display a view of the inside of the workroom. Dad, what the hell is this? Someone's broken through our firewall. They've hijacked the surveillance camera system. The color drained from Daisuke's face as he looked at the screens. Where are they filming us from? Kano asked, scanning the inside of the room. He used the image on the monitors to guess where the camera might be located. Over here? The lens of a camera set atop the computer monitor glimmered like an eye. It was a miniature camera used for web conferencing and the like. Now that Maria and Hitomi are both here, you have probably surmised the situation at hand, and so I offer a proposal. The laboratory password in exchange for Hitomi's blood. Realizing now that it was Alphard's voice they were hearing, everyone in the room froze. At 7 o'clock, roughly 1 hour from now, see that Hitomi Osawa is waiting at the Scramble intersection outside Shibuya Station just like this morning. Unless, of course, you're feeling particularly confident. You do have Kanan with you. Perhaps you'd care to take a gamble on her lock-breaking skills instead. Kanan clucked her tongue in frustration. Alphard had known exactly what the plan was. Of course, if Kanan isn't able to get the door open in time, what will you do then? Maria is sure to die, yes, but that's not all. You don't agree to my offer, I have the means of creating another Maria, and a third. These infectees will spread the virus through Tokyo. The death toll will likely number in the hundreds of thousands. So do think carefully before you decide. Alphard's voice was chillingly matter-of-fact. I will appear at the rendezvous in person. After all, it wouldn't do for the star of the show to miss the final curtain. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you then. Silence fell. Then, the images on the computer monitor returned to normal. The surveillance camera footage came back online as well. Daisuke promptly yanked out his Ethernet cable and slammed his fists on the keyboard. Damn it! There was a hole in the firewall. I'll have to redo my security from the ground up. Good call, Kanan said calmly. We can't win this if our intel keeps getting leaked. Stanley pursed his lips in consternation. What do we do? Kano asked him. Do we give in to his demands? I mean, do we really expect he's just going to blithely show up like that? He's practically begging for us to come and catch him. There had to be some deeper plan at work. If it means saving my sister, I'll do it. Hitomi was resolute. No, Stanley said, you can't. What? Why not? Because if you do, you'll be killed. What? Hitomi's voice got caught in her throat. With the antiviral still present in your body a week after the fact, you're too much of a liability for Alphard to just let go. He's right, don't do it, Achi exclaimed. Hitomi, you can't go. Even still, I want to do it. Hitomi stared defiantly at Stanley. You still want to go even knowing that you'll be killed? I can't just sit here and hope that Kanan is able to pull this off, she said. I want to do something for my sister. I want to save her. She peered down at Maria, sprawled out on the floor. She'd object to me going. I'm sure of that. But I want to do what I can. To do things my way. No one tried to contradict her this time. If she's willing to take the risk, then there are things the rest of you can do too. It was Kanan again. Let's hear it, Kano replied. He squared his shoulders. He was of the same mind as Hitomi. He couldn't just do nothing and leave it all on Kanan. After everything he'd been through, he wanted to stick with his case until the very end. Apprehend Alphard at the rendezvous and demand the password from him. Kanan offered the suggestion as if it were a simple task. That lets you get what you want without putting Hitomi in danger. Kano let out a sigh. Hold on, he said. Even if we do arrest him, how are we going to get him to cough up the password? We don't have time to drag him off to an interrogation room. And besides, he doesn't strike me as the sort to offer a confession that easily. There are ways, Kanan said. Once Alphard has made contact with Hitomi, call my cell phone. Hitomi tilted her head. Call you? I have plenty of information Alphard might want to bargain for. I can negotiate with him directly. Kano considered Kanan's proposal. I see. So we'll try both options. Attempt to hack the password at the lab, and also try negotiating with Alphard. That gives us 2 chances. With that tiny ray of hope, Hitomi's face brightened some. We'll split into 2 groups, one for the lab and one for Shibuya Station, Kanan said. Let's exchange phone numbers so we can be in touch when the time comes. The group quickly shared contact info as suggested. Hitomi and Kanan called one another's phones to be sure. Hitomi's cheerful ringtone felt out of place, but also somehow soothing. A fragment of normalcy in the midst of crisis. Well, guess we're all set then, Hitomi said, looking down at the LCD screen. Her expression turned apologetic. I'm sorry, Kanan, for having to keep putting things on you. Hey, Kanan replied, don't worry about it. Okay, now I guess I should call my father. Hitomi called Kenji Osawa in his cell, asking him to let Maria and Kanan into the lab. Let's do it. It's all coming together. It was Hitomi. Hitomi. Oh my god, I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. You alright? Please tell me you're alright. Yeah, I'm fine, but Maria there with you? Osawa's heart leaped. Dad, there isn't any time for me to explain everything, so I'll have to just give you the main points. This is so we can save my sister, so just stay calm and listen. Osawa struggled to hold back the 1,000 questions that immediately came boiling into his mind. There's a girl named Kanan who's going to bring Maria to the lab. She's going to try to hack the password in order to get us inside. Wait, hold on. Just what in the world is going on? There are a bunch of people here working to help save Maria. Can you wait for us at the lab, Dad? I'm not sure that electronic lock is something that'll be so easy to... We've got another plan in motion too, and if that goes well, we might be able to learn the password. It was all too much to follow, but Osawa realized he'd have to take Hitomi at her word. It was their only hope of saving Maria. Alright, he said. I'll do as you ask, but you said you're trying 2 approaches. You're not going to be in danger, are you? No, I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Okay, very well. I'm heading to the laboratory now. You can't. You can't go. The moment Osawa hung up and started for the house, I clung to him from behind. If you use the antiviral now, she said, everything will go public. There's no way we can keep the virus or the antiviral under wraps at this point. Osawa tried to pull free, but his wife was stronger than he expected. Besides, if Maria infects other people, the whole world is going to find out in a matter of hours. No. We can just quarantine her. If it's handled correctly, we'll still be able to retain secrecy. Ai's voice was cold as ice. Do you even have any idea what you're saying right now? I do. I know how it sounds, but this is the only thing that I can... Her voice trailed off. He could feel the force of her trembling where she held him. Have I really put you into that much of a corner? Osawa slipped from Ai's arms and prostrated himself on the ground in front of her. I'm sorry. I'm truly, truly sorry. Oh, stop this. Get up. If you're really sorry, then don't go to that lab. But Osawa remained silent, his forehead pressed to the dirt. If you use that antiviral without corporate approval, your time with Okoshi is finished. That doesn't matter to me anymore. How could you say that? Virology is the only thing you've ever cared about. I began pummeling his back. Maybe virology is all that I care about. I don't know the first thing about anything else. I never wanted to know. Never even thought to find out. Never bothered to learn what you or my own children might think. I'm a failure as a father and as a husband. How dare you say that only after it's come to this? I struck him again, harder than before. You're right, he gasped. He gasped out the words between her blows. Maybe this has been too long coming, but it's not too late. I can still start over. Start over? She paused in disbelief. You already turned down that American job. If you use that antiviral now, there won't be any starting over. You'll lose everything. Will I lose you too? After you've gone and thrown everything else away like this? How could I possibly stay with you? I was sobbing softly now. Osawa wondered what her tears were for, but there was one thing he did know. She was right. They couldn't be together anymore. Good. He got to his feet and headed back into the house, leaving Ai behind. He hurried to the back entrance and went into the garage. climbed into his car, fastened his seatbelt, and took a deep breath. The image of a younger Maria arose in the back of his mind. There she was at that park, getting drenched by the rain, holding back her tears as she waited for her father. Wait for me, Maria. This time I'm going to come for you. I was wrong. Going to the lab wouldn't mean losing everything. He let too many important things slip through his fingers. Now it was time to go take them back. Osawa pulled his car onto the street and sped toward the laboratory. As if to signal that the long day was drawing to a close, the dazzling sun sank down between the buildings in the distance. Oh, Kenji Osawa and of his story and something else. Okay. We are getting places and we are doing things. We are getting places and we are doing things. Let's continue. Wait, what is this? Oh. Stay back. Alright, we've been through this song and dance. What? What do you mean it's starting? What's starting? What's starting? She's not symptomatic yet, is she? Okay, good. Back here. Now, Dr. Alfard, are you sure you want to go to the lab and not? Right now, I want to save Maria. That's all. Her tone was as curt and mechanical as ever, but there was a fierce gleam of determination in her eyes. Maria was clearly someone very special to her. Alright, Connor replied. Leave Alfard to me. He thumped himself in the chest. He'd succeed this time no matter what the odds. Kano could scarcely recall the whirlwind of events that had brought him here. He'd somehow survived a dozen disasters. Even now, a dear friend was in the hospital at risk of dying. There were times when he'd been ready to give up. And yet, at the end of it all, here he was. His opponent was an international terrorist. No matter how you looked at it, that wasn't a matchup for a mere detective. But I'm going to do it anyway. Rumi, Shizuo, Sasayama, and Detective Teteno. I'm going to take down Alfard and save Maria Osawa's life. Just you watch it and see! And all this to be continued. Okay. This is feeling like the finale here. Or it feels like we're hitting the end. I can't believe it. Nah, that's not right. Tanaka. No, not that. That's something else. Buah. Okay, I can... Yeah, perfect. All protagonists have cleared this section. Choose a protagonist to continue their storyline in the next hour. What? Alright, fine. Come on. Why can't I just skip to the next thing? Here we go. What? Yep. There we go. Oh my goodness. I did it. I did 2 whole hour blocks. Oh my god, it's amazing. The next one has to be the last one. Or close to it at least. Right? It's gotta be. Oh, we have 3 protagonists now. The Uwa is out. Oh, that's 2. What? 18 to 20. 2 whole hours. Okay. Well, we will have to potentially finish this. I can't even do Achi. Interesting. 2-hour plot. I can't even do him. 2-hour plot twist, yeah. I guess I have no choice but to do 2 sittings next time. My next day off is, I think it's Friday. Yeah, I think Friday's my next day off. I'm gonna attempt to finish this game next stream. And if I cannot finish it on Friday, I will try to finish it on Saturday. But I feel like this gotta be it, right? So yeah, that's the plan. Oh my god, I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep like right now. I'm fucking exhausted. But things are heating up. Things are heating up. Plots are converging. We're actually getting like real endings for the first time. Shit is going on. I'm glad to see it. But thank you to everybody who stopped by tonight. Neo Mecha Kupo, Pork Bob, and Nick from Lomptus. I appreciate it. Anybody else that might have stopped by, and anybody that might see this in the future, our final scramble, potentially, will be on Friday. But until then, I'll have to say, peace out.